Walking out of the Chaos Dwarven Forge, Wyatt and the trio navigated through the bustling crafting sector, heading toward a nearby coliseum. Wyatt had booked a private box for the group to regroup and sort things out. In the duel realm, there was little else besides venues for duels. The demon and devil merchants lingering here were either spectators or participants, making a private place just to hang out a rare commodity. After the ordeal, demon and devil merchants had relentlessly approached Wyatt, keenly interested in his crafting skills, especially his unique craft print for the Frostling corpse puppet. Despite his increasingly obvious irritation, they refused to take the hint. Sighing and clenching his jaw, Wyatt had hurried out of the forge, his trio trailing close behind. Even so, the demon and devil merchants didn't relent entirely, shadowing him from a cautious distance. It wasn't the outright harassment Bigold had subjected him to before, but it was enough to set his nerves on edge. After the duel, so much had transpired that Wyatt didn't bother tracking Bigold down. With the workshop already transferred to his guild under Vice Guild leader Ezra's name, Wyatt saw no reason to waste his time further on that fool. What was done was done. Arriving at the reserved box, Wyatt scanned the lavishly decorated room, then turned to Moon. "It's safe to enter the Inter-Realm city from here, right?" Moon nodded confidently. "Yes, unless we call for room service. No one will be able to disturb us until the duel is over." Satisfied, Wyatt exhaled sharply through his nose and gestured toward Bior and Duelis. "Good. Let's meet at the workshop to discuss things properly. Master Crafter, before we proceed, I need to inform you something important." Duelis suddenly spoke, her voice tight with emotion. The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to her, sensing the tension in her tone. Concern flickered across their faces. "My parents replied." Duelis began, but her expression wasn't one of relief or joy. Instead, her downcast eyes and trembling hands told a different story. This wasn't good news. "What's wrong?" Bior asked, his brow furrowing. He found it hard to believe anyone would dare to contact her now, given the circumstances. If Duelis's parents had reached out, it could only mean trouble. "They said I can come home." Her voice cracked as she tried to steady herself. If I managed to get the location of the Orbiumite mine owned by Master Crafter." Tears spilled down her cheeks as she confessed. Her words were heavy, each one laced with pain. Even though her family had abandoned her, she couldn't bring herself to hate them. Deep down, she still longed for them to accept her back into their race and family. But the price they demanded? It was unbearable. The box was silent, the weight of her revelation settling over them. Though her voice shook, she spoke with honesty, unable to betray the person who had taken her in when her own family had turned away. The trio froze, stunned by the gravity of her words. Wyatt was the first to recover. His expression unreadable but calm, he finally said, "It seems your parents are doing their best to bring you back into the family." Hearing Wyatt phrase it that way, Duelis let out a heart-wrenching wail. The betrayal she felt wasn't from being disowned. It was from their silence after she was publicly disowned. They hadn't reached out when her life had crumbled, nor had they answered her desperate attempts to contact them. Wyatt stepped forward, his gaze softening. He gently patted Duelis's head, his voice calm but firm. "Don't blame them for asking you to betray me. To them, I'm just a stranger. But you're their precious daughter. They're trying to save you in the only way they know how." Duelis cried even harder, her sobs shaking her small frame as she threw her arms around Wyatt and buried her face against his lower abdomen. "I thought they didn't love me. I thought they hated me. I thought they didn't want me anymore," she choked out between sobs. Wyatt knelt down on one knee to meet her tearful gaze, his expression gentle but serious. "They don't hate you," he said softly, brushing a stray tear from her cheek. "It's just that circumstances are forcing them to turn away from the one thing they hold most dear, you." There was no anger in Wyatt's voice, only understanding. He didn't blame Duelis's parents. He could see they were trying to protect their daughter in the only way they knew how. He imagined that the moment they learned about her being disowned, they might have fought tooth and nail against their family and their race's collective decision. But bound by their rules and traditions, they likely couldn't reach out to her openly without risking everything. That was why they had resorted to this desperate measure. Bior and Moon exchanged glances, their surprise evident. They had been furious when Duelis revealed what her family demanded. enraged by the audacity of the Ironhold family to ask her to betray Wyatt. Yet here was Wyatt, calm and composed, helping Doulas process the situation instead of using it to manipulate her. After crying until she felt drained, Doulas pulled back slightly and wiped her eyes, her voice shaky as she asked, "What do I do now?" "First," Wyatt said gently, "you let them know you're okay, that you're doing fine. They might be worried sick about you." Doulas nodded and, after composing herself, sent a brief text to her parents through Demon Codex. When she was done, Wyatt continued, his tone steady but firm. "Now you decide. Do you want to go home?" "I can't," Doulas said, her voice breaking. "They want the location of your Orbiumite mine." "How can I?" Her words carried a heavy implication. The answer seemed obvious to her. "No. I'm willing to give it to them if that's what it takes for you to be with your parents," Wyatt said firmly, meeting Doulas's tear-filled eyes. "So what's it going to be?" His tone was steady, but there was an unmistakable warmth in his gaze. Trust was something Wyatt valued above all else because it wasn't something he could control or command. It had to be earned. Trusting Doulas and Byor had been a leap of faith, but Doulas had proven he was right to believe in her. To Wyatt, her loyalty and honesty were worth far more than an Orbiumite or mine. If reuniting with her family was what she truly wanted, he would help her make it happen. His words left Byor and Moon completely stunned. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, their minds racing to piece together who Wyatt truly was. The idea of someone casually offering up something as valuable as an Orbiumite or mine was unfathomable. He couldn't possibly be some unknown figure. Doulas, meanwhile, froze mid-sob. Slowly, she wiped her face with her sleeve, sniffling as she stared at Wyatt in disbelief. "You'd really be willing to do that for me?" she asked, her voice a shaky whisper. "Yes," Wyatt said with a resolute nod, his expression unwavering. "I've always wanted to explore the myriad realms," Doulas began, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. "To learn from crafters across various realms. But my parents never allowed me to leave our family's territory. They were afraid of the slave traders." She paused, her hands clenching briefly at her sides before relaxing. "Now that I'm finally out here, I don't want to go back until I've done that. Until I've seen it all. So no, I don't want to return home. I'll stay with you guys and work to reach the peak of crafting." Her words were filled with a quiet determination, her gaze unwavering. Now that she knew that her parents' love for was still there, she decided to turn this tragedy into an opportunity for her to do what she always wanted to do. Wyatt's expression softened, and for a moment, something rare happened. A genuine smile blossomed on his face. It wasn't just a smile. It was an acknowledgement of her resolve and a reflection of his own pride in her decision. He gave her a single, firm nod, silently accepting her answer. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Trusting someone wasn't easy, but when all was said and done, it could be deeply rewarding. After making her decision, Doulas sent a text to her family through her Demon Codex, reassuring them not to worry about her and to take care of themselves until she returned. She took a deep breath, feeling a mix of relief and uncertainty as she sent the message marking the start of a new chapter in her life. Not long after, Byor's Demon Codex buzzed with a new notification. He quickly summoned it and went through it before looking up, his expression darkening. "My uncle truly has no shame," he muttered, shaking his head. "He texted me saying he'll let me back into the family if I get them the location of your Orbiumite or mine." He paused, clenching his jaw as he recalled the exchange. "Obviously, I didn't accept, and I used the chance to scold him, but this shows something else. The family seems to value your mine for some reason. It might explain why my uncle chose to fight as Bigold's champion and even invited you to join the Ironhold Guild." Byor's voice dropped, his brow furrowing in concern. "This could spell trouble for us." "It doesn't matter what they're up to," Wyatt said confidently, his tone laced with assurance. "I've thoroughly mined the Orbiumite or from that mine. If they want it, they'll have to negotiate with me. Otherwise, I'll start flooding the inter-realm network with it at dirt-cheap prices. And if push comes to shove, I'll sell the whole lot to the Devil Merchant Code for pennies on the dollar." He leaned back, giving Byor a calm but firm look, clearly indicating he had the situation under control. Now that he knew the Ironhold family was after his Orbiumite or mine, pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. It explained why Bigold had reacted so strongly to the ore. The Ironhold family clearly needed it, though their reasons remained shrouded in mystery. What Wyatt couldn't quite wrap his head around was why they were so fixated on the mine from which his orbiumite ore was mined from. With their influence and wealth, they could easily acquire another orbiumite or mine. Yet, for some reason, they had set their sights on his. Could it be because the orbiumite from his mine had a sturdier, more natural shell compared to what was commonly available in the market? But as far as Wyatt knew, that feature didn't play a significant role in crafting applications. The Ironhold family's peculiar interest in his ore continued to baffle him. If you've mined the ore completely, the Ironhold family has no choice but to negotiate with you for whatever stock you've stored in your warehouse, Bayor remarked thoughtfully. He nodded, clearly agreeing with Wyatt's assessment. Without any ore left in the mine, they can't rely on underhanded tactics to figure out its location anymore to steal it. After a moment of contemplation, Bayor added, Master Crafter, if I'm not mistaken, you're probably looking for buyers for your orbiumite stock. Why not sell to the Ironhold family? They need it more than anyone else and would likely pay a premium for it. I could open discussions with them if you'd like. Wyatt narrowed his eyes slightly, considering Bayor's suggestion. They're interested in my orbiumite ore, sure, he replied after a pause. But that doesn't mean they're interested in buying it outright. Still, they're scholars, not bandits. Go ahead and feel them out. But don't make any commitments without my approval, he cautioned, his tone firm yet measured. Despite seeing the logic in Bayor's reasoning, Wyatt couldn't shake the concern that the Ironhold family might be willing to resort underhanded methods. However, he wasn't worried because he had clown mask. Thank you. I won't let you down, Bayor said, his voice weighted with determination, as if this task were a test of his worth to Wyatt. Wyatt shook his head lightly and waved a hand dismissively. No, you don't need to waste your time on that. I've got other employees who can handle it. Just figure out if the Ironhold family's even open to the idea. They'll take care of the rest. Got it. He gave Bayor a reassuring nod before adding, all right, let's head to the Interrealm city. We'll meet at the fountain and go to warehouse from there. The others nodded in agreement, and together they entered the Interrealm network. They regrouped at the fountain near the entrance of the Sector DS-0909 before making their way to Wyatt's workshop in the Chaos Dwarven sector. When Wyatt stepped inside the workshop, he noticed it was completely empty, and that the due fines had been paid in full. After all, after losing the duel, Big Old had been left with no choice but to honor the wager. Surveying the cramped workshop, Wyatt finally understood why Big Old had resorted to an automated array formation to handle customers and sell his items. With such limited space, Big Old had clearly tried to be innovative but had chosen greed over quality. Instead of setting up an array that gave premium customer service, he had stuck with a flawed rudimentary system that had cost him in the long run. You two find something to keep yourselves busy while I talk with Moon, Wyatt said, gesturing for Bayor and Doulas to step away. He could tell Moon had been sticking close to him for a reason. There was something she needed from him, something she couldn't achieve without his help. Moon, however, gave a small, knowing smile and shook her head. Master Crafter, I'd rather they stay. If this goes the way I think it will, we'll all be colleagues soon. She glanced at Bayor and Doulas, signaling for them to stay and listen. Wyatt raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her confidence. Folding his arms, he nodded. All right then, let's hear it. Master Crafter, I'll be straight with you, Moon said, her expression serious, her voice steady despite the gravity of her words. I want you to use your unique craft print for the Frostling corpse puppet to modify the Frostling race's traditional method of upgrading their demon core into a titled demon core, Frocell. Can you do it? Wyatt folded his arms as he considered her request. I can, he replied, his tone calm but probing. But can you afford that? He arched an eyebrow, knowing full well the value of his craft print. It was already priceless, and creating a titled demon core method derived from it, even if only as a modification of an existing one, would only elevate its worth further. Moon hesitated for a moment, her sharp eyes softening. Then, taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and lowered herself to her knees, her head bowed in submission. Master Crafter, you're right. I can't afford it, but I'm prepared to sell myself to you. Her voice wavered slightly, but her resolve was clear. I promise to willingly be your slave for the rest of my life, to serve you and guard you with my very life. if you'll help me with my request." Wyatt's expression didn't change, but his gaze sharpened as he listened. Moon looked up at him, desperation flickering in her eyes. "I know the Frosling slaves aren't worth much in the market," she continued, her voice cracking under the weight of her plea. "Not even 1/10 of what I'm asking from you. But I still hope you'll show mercy on my people." Moonfright was on the brink of breaking through to the devil rank, but she was holding back for past few decades. For centuries, her race had known the bitter truth. No matter how talented a Frosling was, they couldn't break into the noble class of the devil realm or even dream of reaching the ruler class. The reason? The Frosel title demon core method, given to them by the Snow Elves, was low tier. It would only create a low-tier devil core, confining them to the chivalry class and preventing them from ever ascending to the nobility class, much less the ruler class. It simply wasn't capable of taking them far enough in their pursuit of transcendence. Learning this was a painful awakening. The Froslings realized the Snow Elves had never been their friends. Instead, they'd been manipulative overlords who wanted servants that looked like them but were cheap and easy to control. The Froslings had never been naive enough to believe the Snow Elves were their saviors, but discovering that the only title demon core method available for their race was designed to block their path to transcendence hit like a cruel betrayal. Generations of Froslings had been grateful to the Snow Elves, believing they not only gave them a place in the Dark Realms, but an opportunity to earn the resources to pursue transcendence so their race can soon establish themselves in Dark Realms. But now they seethed with resentment. Their path to transcendence had been deliberately severed, leaving their race stuck in a subservient role for millennia. Despite knowing the truth, the Froslings were forced to swallow their anger and bow before their oppressors. For centuries, they'd served the Snow Elves, attending to their every need, while neglecting the growth and prosperity of their own race. As a result, they never had the chance to carve out a place for themselves in the Dark Realms. The land they called home wasn't even theirs. It was part of the Snow Elves' territory. If they dared to demand justice or even ask for an explanation about the deception, they risked losing what little they had. Resistance wasn't an option either. The Snow Elves were a semi-ruler class race with many powerful devils in their ranks, while the Froslings had barely a handful of devils capable of holding their own in the chivalry class. None in nobility or ruler class, let alone any who had begun the journey toward transcendence. Trapped in this cycle of dependence and betrayal, the Froslings could do little more than endure and hope for a way to reclaim their dignity, one desperate generation at a time. The Froslings needed the Snow Elves now more than ever because after seeing through their treachery, the Froslings had begun to spread out across the Dark Realm, searching for a place to call their own, or someone who could help meet their race's needs. But exploring the Dark Realm required a significant amount of resources, and the only way the Froslings knew to gather funds for these resources was by continuing to serve the Snow Elves. In response to their dire circumstances, the Froslings began teaching their younger generation that the Dark Realm wasn't some land of evil to be feared, but a land of opportunities, if one was desperate and daring enough. They encouraged their talented youth to venture beyond Snow Elf territory, knowing there was no future for them within its borders. Among this new wave of trailblazers was Moonfright. She was one of the rare Froslings who managed to establish herself in the Dark Realm without the Snow Elves' protection. Her success, however, was due in part to the crafting skills she had learned in the Snow Elven Forge as a young Frosling, and to the Devil Merchant Code selecting her as a demon merchant when she came of age. Luck had played a significant role in her survival. For most Froslings, even the talented ones, the Dark Realm proved far too harsh to navigate alone. Surviving in the Dark Realm on her own, Moonfright hadn't had the luxury of addressing the real reason she left her people and ventured into this unforgiving realm. But when she stood on the brink of breaking through to the devil rank, Moonfright understood what her race truly needed: a complete, high-level titled demon core method that could help them forge high-ranked devil core capable of breaking past the chivalry class, allow them to venture into nobility and ruler class, and maybe even progress far along the path of transcendence. However, she also knew that discovering an entirely new titled demon core method would only benefit the future generations of her race. It wouldn't help her or the current generation of Froslings, who had already relied on the flawed Frosel titled demon core method. What her people needed was a way to modify the frail method, something that could aid both the older and younger generations in pursuing transcendence. For the sake of her race's survival and dignity, Moon resolved to find that solution, no matter the cost. Having resolved this, Moon had delayed breaking through to the devil rank for decades. She stubbornly chose to dedicate her life to finding a way to modify the frail titled demon core method. Her determination stemmed from the fact that using a higher-rank titled demon core would allow a demon to forge a more powerful devil core upon breaking through to the devil realm. This would let them skip the chivalry class entirely and enter the nobility class directly. The stronger one's titled demon core, the higher their rank in the nobility class as a devil. Moon was convinced that if she succeeded in her pursuit, the sacrifice of delaying her breakthrough would be more than worth it. After all, there were already enough froslings who had broken through to the devil realm and stuck in chivalry class, but hadn't made any real progress in their race's ultimate pursuit. Adding herself to their number wouldn't have changed anything, and she couldn't bear the thought of living with the regret of failing to address the core issue. Now, decades later, Moon was starting to question her approach. Doubts crept in as she wondered if she might have been more useful to her race by breaking through to the devil rank and becoming a devil merchant. Every demon merchant had the ability to recommend demons or devils for merchant status every 3 decades. However, a devil merchant could make one such recommendation every decade. Looking back, Moon realized that during all these years, she could have helped many devils from her clan become devil merchants. Those new merchants, in turn, could have used their recommendations to help even more froslings gain status and influence in the Dark Realm. The thought weighed heavily on her, making her regret her decision to delay her breakthrough. She couldn't help but feel selfish. At the time, she had believed she was making the right choice, but now the consequences of her actions and inaction loomed over her, filling her with doubt and guilt. Realizing her search for a way to modify the frail titled demon core method was going nowhere, and that she wasn't helping her race in any meaningful way, Moon was on the verge of giving up. She began preparing to gather the necessary ingredients to break through to the devil rank, hoping to contribute to her race by helping more frosling devils become devil merchants. But even as she tried to move forward, she found herself unable to let go of her original resolve. Unable to make peace with her conflicting feelings, she impulsively bought a ticket to a crafting duel at the Chaos Dwarven Forge. The duel, featuring a Demon Emperor rank Chaos Dwarf contestant, was meant to offer her a brief escape and maybe even inspire her with new ideas. In the Colosseum, however, Moon's frustration grew. The judges' antics, delaying their entrance and teasing the audience with unnecessary theatrics, irritated her to no end. All she wanted was to immerse herself in crafting, the one thing she was truly passionate about. Instead, the unnecessary delays frayed her nerves. In her growing agitation, her mind abandoned the gentle demeanor her race was known for, and she found herself glaring at the judges with a murderous intensity, as though she could bathe in their blood for wasting her time. Perhaps it was this visible frustration that made the judges single her out. To her surprise, they asked her to select the species and realm of the corpse puppet the contestants would craft for the duel. Without hesitation, she chose Frosling and Demon Emperor realm. It wasn't a random choice. She wanted to use this opportunity to see if the Chaos Dwarven crafter could offer her new insights about her race or present an innovative take on what was already known. Most crafters avoided using Froslings for corpse puppets due to their fragile bodies, but Moon was curious to see if the Chaos Dwarf could overcome this challenge in a creative way. She hoped to adapt whatever techniques the dwarf used to craft a powerful Frosling corpse puppet, applying them to her own body, if possible, before breaking through to the devil rank. To her disappointment, the Chaos Dwarf turned out to be a complete letdown. However, the other, unknown contestant was a revelation. His skill and ingenuity caught her completely off guard. Watching him work, she felt, for the first time in decades, a spark of hope. His understanding of the Frosling race seemed to beyond even her and elders in her race. If it were him, she thought, perhaps she could finally achieve what she had set out to do for her race. With a newfound spark of hope in her heart, Moon decided to seek out the unknown contestant. She wanted to learn more about him before approaching him to help her race. Her plan was to gather solid proof of his abilities, something compelling enough to convince her race's elders to pool the entire wealth of their community as payment for his help in modifying the frail tidal demon core method. However, as the duel progressed, Moon began to worry that her race might not be able to afford his expertise. Despite this, she refused to give up and resolved to make contact with him and negotiate. Fortunately, when Moon volunteered to become the unknown contestant's champion, he accepted her out of all the audience members who applied. This made Moon wonder if fate itself was at work. Was this a sign that the unknown contestant was destined to be her race's savior? Her desperation made her mind race, exaggerating the significance of the events. Recognizing this, she calmed herself and resolved to focus on helping him win the crafting duel. She hoped this would leave a strong first impression, paving the way for more favorable negotiations when she approached him with issue of her race. As the duel progressed, Moon began to realize just how exceptional the frail corpse puppet created by the unknown contestant truly was. Its artificial will was of a remarkably high level, capable of acting independently and completing tasks with only simple instructions and objectives. It even showed potential to develop into a spirit. The puppet's artificial will demonstrated extraordinary resilience and recovery when confronted with spiritual interference techniques. It could weaponize the glacier plague, even outside the frigid environment of the Winter Valley. What's more, it was capable of crafting SS-rank weapons and armor in mere fractions of a second. The more Moon used the frail corpse puppet, the more impressed she became, especially with its glacier silk skill. To her amazement, the puppet could use glacier silk to create artificial soul energy pathways, enabling it to lay down array formations. It had even utilized this skill in the creation of its mechanical armor, laying micro-array formations in it similar to the ones used in creating golems. The sheer ingenuity behind crafting such a capable frail corpse puppet left Moon in awe. She was now convinced that, when it came to knowledge about her race, this unknown contestant knew more than the entire frail race combined. She didn't bother to question how he had acquired such expertise. She already knew she wouldn't like the answer, especially given the painful history of her race in the Dark Realm. Her only focus was to recruit him to help her people, though it was becoming painfully clear that her race could not afford his services. Adding to her concerns, the contestant's identity was shrouded in mystery. Some speculated he was an heir of the ruler class, while others believed he hailed from the farthest corners of the myriad realms, places unknown to most. Regardless of his origins, Moon resolved to stay close to him for as long as possible, waiting for the perfect moment to ask for his help and negotiate his price. She stuck to her plan even as the unknown contestant made enemies of the Chaos Dwarven race, particularly the powerful Ironhold family, and as whispers spread that the entire Dark Realm might target him for his unique craft print for creating frail corpse puppets. Moon had already decided that her life was insignificant compared to the prosperity of her race. Therefore, she had no problem risk her life sticking to the unknown contestant who making enemies left and right. Her patience was soon validated when she witnessed how the unknown contestant handled two young chaos dwarves who had been disowned by their race for supporting him and standing against their family. Where others might have manipulated or exploited the young dwarves, he chose to guide and help them, despite the immense risk to himself. The moment that solidified Moon's resolve came when the contestant offered to give up an orbiumite or mine for one of the young dwarves after she confessed her family wanted her to betray him to regain their favor. That gesture revealed something crucial. The unknown contestant wasn't short on wealth. He was short on loyal allies. With this realization, Moon devised the perfect offer to secure his help for her race and decided to act on it. Mastercrafter, you're right. I can't afford it, but I'm prepared to sell myself to you. I promise to willingly be your slave for the rest of my life, to serve you and guard you with my very life, if you'll help me with my request. I know the frail slaves aren't worth much in the market, not even 1,000th of what I'm asking from you, but I still hope you'll show mercy on my people. Get up. I don't like such formalities, Wyatt said, gently lifting Moon by her shoulders. His tone was firm, yet not unkind. He looked her in the eye, his expression a mix of curiosity and mild surprise. I'm sure if we talk openly and honestly, we'll be able to reach a compromise that benefits us both. What had caught Wyatt off guard wasn't Moon's desperate offer to become his slave or her plea for him to show generosity toward her race. It was the nature of her request, to modify the Frosling race's sole title demon core method, Frocell. Now that was a project worth considering, one of significant value. But Wyatt was clear neither Moon or her race had the means to afford his expertise for something of this scale. Master Crafter, does that mean you'll consider helping my race? Moon asked, her voice trembling with hope. She tried to resist his strength, but found herself standing regardless, feeling both vulnerable and desperate. Wyatt smirked faintly, crossing his arms. Sure, I'll consider it. Generosity isn't exactly my strong suit, but I'm sure we can work out some kind of deal. Something within your race's abilities, of course. His gaze turned calculating as he considered the possibilities. To Wyatt, the Frosling race represented an intriguing prospect. An upstart race with great potential, they might someday rival the Snow Elves, or even surpass them. If they were willing to follow his arrangements, he didn't mind helping them modify their title demon core method and more. With his primordial soul pupils and the vast knowledge of the Infinity Library, such a task was hardly a challenge for him. The true allure, however, lay in the long-term benefits. With minimal effort, Wyatt could create an entire race that owed him allegiance for generations. Whether the Froslings were currently worth it didn't concern him. What mattered was their potential to grow into a semi-ruler class race. Helping them was a calculated risk, but one he was willing to take. After all, you win some, you lose some. He studied Moon, her determination etched in every line of her face. For him, this wasn't just an act of generosity. It was an investment with the potential for immense returns. Thank you, Master Crafter. My race will forever remember your generosity. Moon's eyes sparkled with hope, her voice trembling slightly as she processed the verbal agreement from the unknown demon merchant. Her heart raced with a mixture of relief and anxiety, praying that her race either already possessed or could somehow meet the Master Crafter's expectations. Otherwise, everything she'd done would have been in vain. Wyatt nodded, a faint smirk on his lips. All right, before we proceed, let me properly introduce myself. I'm Venera, the guild leader of Ezra's Genuine Goods Guild. EGG Guild, for short. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the trio before him. You can stop calling me Master Crafter. Just call me Venera. As Moon's face lit up with realization, Wyatt's under his mask expression turned more serious. His eyes did not fail to convey them to the trio. He shifted his attention to Doulas and Bayor, adding with a calm but firm tone, Yes, Venera is just part of my real name. I'm not sharing my full name or other personal details until my native realm is secure. I trust you all understand the importance of keeping certain things private. Doulas, ever curious, tilted her head and asked, I wasn't going to ask about that. I just want to know, why is the guild named after Ezra if you're the guild leader? Is it because it sounds cool? Her question hung in the air, prompting Bayor and Moon to exchange incredulous looks. Both seemed to silently wonder if Doulas was serious. Wyatt, who was more familiar with Doulas's skewed sense of naming, exhaled deeply and shook his head. No, it's not because it sounds cool, he explained patiently. The guild is named in honor of our vice guild leader, Ezra Fulhar, the chaos dwarf I mentioned earlier. He was supposed to be the guild leader, but since he's always busy with crafting, he handed the position over to me to manage the guild's operations. Wyatt's explanation was calm and straightforward, but his eyes briefly softened as he spoke of Ezra, hinting at the mutual respect between them. Doulas nodded, seemingly satisfied with the explanation, while Moon and Bayor exchanged subtle glances, processing the layers of trust and responsibility implied in Wyatt's words. Venera, will we be able to meet Senior Ezra? Bayor asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He figured that someone even Venera respected so highly had to be a master craftsman of unparalleled skill. Yes, if you join the guild, you can meet him when he's free. You'll also be able to contact him to clarify any doubts you have about crafting, Wyatt replied smoothly, selling the illusion of his dual identities as Ezra and Venera to both the dwarves and Moon. With a reassuring smile, he added, there will be a small test to determine your eligibility for the guild. It's just a formality, though. I'm confident you'll both pass easily. I'll apply right away, Bayor announced with his usual enthusiasm, his confidence unwavering in the face of the test. However, Dula's furrowed her brows, her unease evident as she asked, "Venera, can you tell me what the test will be about? That way, I can prepare beforehand." Wyatt chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Dula's, the test is about loyalty to the guild. A firm resolve and a good heart are all that's needed. You have both in abundance, so there's nothing for you to worry about," he reassured her with a warm smile, hoping to ease her nerves and encourage her to apply without hesitation. In truth, the test involved an interview with Clown Mask through the Demon Codex call function. Clown Mask's unique ability would ensure they had no intention of betraying the guild's interests. Though both Dulas and Bayor had already demonstrated their loyalty by choosing him over their family and race, Wyatt felt it was best to formalize the process. This would also give him peace of mind about bringing them into the seed world without hesitation. While the dwarves enthusiastically began their applications to join the EG Guild, Wyatt used the time to notify the other guild members. He emphasized that they must keep their true identities and any information about their native realms strictly confidential for the safety of the card world. Although Clown Mask's approval would guarantee their loyalty, Wyatt understood that slips of the tongue or lapses in self-control could still happen. For now, he decided it was safest for the guild to remain strictly professional until he could confidently ensure that even a ruler-class entity wouldn't target the card world because of him or the EG Guild. His gaze shifted briefly to Moon, who stood quietly, her expression a mixture of hope and wariness. Wyatt's thoughts drifted, wondering if his bravado had been enough to fully convince her. He needed her faith in him to be unwavering, enough for her to stand firm against any naysayers in her race and persuade them to agree to his terms. After all, what he planned to ask of the Frosling race in return for his assistance wasn't going to be easy for them to accept. It would be a tough pill to swallow, but it was non-negotiable. Wyatt knew that for his plans to succeed, Moon had to see him as the key to her race's survival and advancement. Her conviction in him had to be strong enough to inspire the same resolve in her people, even if it meant challenging their traditions or enduring criticism. His lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he considered the delicate balancing act ahead. If Moon's determination matched the spark he'd seen in her eyes earlier, then perhaps she was the linchpin he needed to set everything in motion. But if doubt lingered in her heart, it could derail everything. "So, can you speak for your entire race? Or should I have this conversation with your elders?" Wyatt asked Moon, his tone measured yet probing. Nearby, the dwarves were immersed in their guild entrance tests. Now that Wyatt had demonstrated he wasn't alone, that he had a guild filled with capable allies to back him, it was time to lay his terms on the table. Moon met his gaze steadily, shaking her head with quiet determination. "Venera, you tell me what you want, and I'll handle convincing my race. Trust me, I won't let you be wronged in any way," she said with a voice firm but respectful. Her confidence wasn't feigned. The fact that Venera had agreed to set a price within her race's capabilities gave her the conviction to take the reins. Wyatt studied her for a moment, nodding subtly. Moon's resolve was exactly what he needed. Without it, she wouldn't stand a chance against the elders of her race. The struggles of Bayor and Dulas with their own families were a stark reminder of how rigid and narrow-minded the older generation could be. Yet, Moon might have an edge. Her elders had sent their younger generation out of the Snow Elven territory to search for hope, and Moon had found it. Now, she only needed to present it to them in a way they all believe it was the hope they were all waiting for. Wyatt's expression softened, though his calculating gaze didn't waver. "Good," he said simply. Then, leaning forward slightly, he asked, "Before we begin, let me ask you this. Does your race plan to continue staying in the Snow Elf territory? Because once they learn you've modified your tidal demon core method to a high-rank one, the Snow Elves won't just stand by and watch. Surely your people have found a new territory to start anew far from the Snow Elves' oppression, haven't they?" As Wyatt's words sank and they struck a chord because they were true, Moon's features flickered, but she quickly composed herself. However, her expression had darkened, as though he had unearthed a painful memory she wished to bury. Her voice wavered slightly as she began. "Teethet, my race's elders found many suitable places to establish our clan outside the Snow Elf territory. But every time we managed to build something of value, someone stronger would come along and take it from us." Her shoulders tensed, her hands clenching at her sides as she continued. We've tried countless times, and each time, we've had everything stolen once we reached a certain stage of development. So, our elders sought a powerful backer, but no one wanted to align with us because they already believed we were vassals of the Snow Elves. Eventually, the elders halted the plans of developing outside of the Snow Elven territory, deciding to wait until we had the strength to protect what's ours. Her frustration bubbled to the surface as she spoke, her tone heavy with bitterness. Only we know how much we've slaved for the Snow Elves, scraping together the capital to create a territory of our own. But every damn time we've gotten close, someone stronger has come to take it all away. Yes, we're weak, but there are other weak races in the Dark Realm, races without even a single devil among them, who are surviving just fine, making a life for themselves. Her voice cracked, and her jaw tightened as she forced herself to keep speaking. Yet for some unknown reason, it's always us. Every damn time. It doesn't matter how careful we are, someone always comes. The elders began to suspect we were being targeted, with the Snow Elves as the likely culprits. But without evidence, we can't prove anything. Moon let out a sharp breath, her frustration evident in her furrowed brow and the tremor in her voice. Not that it would matter if we had proof, she added bitterly. This is the Dark Realm. There are no rules, just the law of the jungle. And we the weak are prey. The weight of her words lingered, and for a moment, she looked down, her expression a mixture of anger and despair. But as she glanced back up at Wyatt, there was a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. Despite everything, she was determined to change her people's fate. It's understandable. The Snow Elves will never let your race establish itself in the Dark Realm. That should be clear by now, Wyatt said, his tone matter-of-fact yet not unkind. He watched Moon's subtle nod of agreement, though her clenched fists and tense shoulders betrayed the frustration simmering beneath the surface. With a sigh, Wyatt continued, Your race has only one viable option. Find a place where the Snow Elves or their influence can't reach you. Moon nodded again, but her lips pressed into a tight line. The Snow Elves, being a semi-ruler class race, had an extensive reach. There wasn't a corner of the Dark Realm free from their shadow. While ruler class races existed, none showed interest in the Froslings, especially after uncovering the truth to their immunity to the Glacier Plague. Have you considered looking for a new realm with conditions similar to your native realm, Forsel? Wyatt asked. His tone suggested the question had just occurred to him, though he had already suspected the answer. For the Froslings, leaving the Dark Realm seemed like their only hope of escaping the Snow Elves' oppression. We've thought about it, Moon admitted, her voice tinged with bitterness and resignation. But any such realms are immediately snapped up by other races with affinities to ice or related rules. With our financial limitations, we can't compete. Even if we manage to gather the necessary funds, someone always outbids us for the rights. Hoping to harvest the realms will fragment. Her eyes flickered with helplessness, her words heavy with the weight of her race's struggles. If we could afford to leave this cursed realm, we would. But the costs of migrating the entire race, combined with the bidding wars. It's impossible. Wyatt gave a slow nod, his gaze sharp as he pieced together her dilemma. I figured as much, he replied, his tone quiet but understanding. Unless your race discovers a suitable realm before anyone else, you'll always be outbid. And realms with the conditions you need are rare and in high demand. There was a pause, a faint flicker of an idea glinting in Wyatt's eyes. What about moving to Winter Valley? He suggested, his tone almost casual as if the question had just occurred to him. However, he had been planning to monopolize Winter Valley, one of the 13 deadliest places in the Dark Realm, ever since he used Glacier Plague to craft the Frosling corpse puppets for the crafting duel. Just when he was thinking about how he should proceed with monopolizing Winter Valley and its untouched resources, Moon came to him with her race's dilemma. Her timing could not have been more perfect, both for him and for her race. If it was some other time, Moon would have walked out of here in disappointment. Winter Valley? Moon repeated, her brows knitting together. It was actually our first choice, but that place is uninhabitable. Sure, our race is immune to the Glacier Plague, but the same can't be said for the food and supplies we need for daily life. And let's not forget, the environment is brutal, even for us. Adults in our race can barely handle the cold, but the kids? They wouldn't survive. It's not a place where a civilization can thrive. Her tone grew firmer as she dismissed Venera's suggestion, convinced he didn't truly understand how unforgiving Winter Valley was and only read about it in the books. It hadn't earned its place among the 13 deadliest places in the Dark Realm solely because of the Glacier Plague. The valley itself was a relentless, frozen wasteland that could bring even the strongest dark races to their knees. It's not just the Glacier Plague freezing living beings, Moon continued, gesturing with her hands as if trying to make Venera visualize the severity. It freezes everything. Anything with even a hint of heat in it. Food, tools, furniture, you name it. The slightest warmth is enough to trigger the plague, and whatever gets frozen becomes so brittle that a simple touch could shatter it. We've tried using items with ice attributes, but even those don't last. Our body heat transfers to those items, and that's all it takes for the Glacier Plague to claim it. Moon's voice grew heavier, frustration creeping in. Living there is impossible under those conditions. And yes, I know we're froslings, but we're not mindless ice eaters. We like our meat well done. Sure, we can chew and digest frozen meat if we have to, but we prefer it cooked. It's tastier that way. The thought of surviving on frozen scraps in a place where even cooking could spell disaster? That's no life for a civilization. Her eyes flicked to Venera, her expression daring him to counter her argument. She didn't doubt his intelligence, but she couldn't see how anyone, even someone as resourceful as him, could overcome the sheer hostility of Winter Valley. Don't worry, Wyatt said, his tone steady but commanding. I've already thought this through. If you trust me, gather your people at Winter Valley, all of them. And when I say all, I mean it. Anyone who doubts me or tries to play it safe will be dead to me and my people. They won't be welcome in the frozen utopia, Frocel, that I plan to build in the winter for my people. Do you understand? Before Moon could process his words fully, Wyatt pressed on. As a show of good faith, I'll modify your race's title demon core method, just enough for your elders, who've been stuck at the chivalry and semi-noble class level, to finally break through to the noble class. With my modifications, they won't have trouble reaching the rank of Baron or Viscount. But if they are hungry for more, tell them to gather their families and wait for me at Winter Valley. Can you handle that? Yes, Master Crafter. Moon yelled, her voice booming with determination. Her sudden outburst startled the dwarves, who were in the middle of their guild entrance interview with Fortune Eyes. Doulas and Bayor exchanged uneasy glances. The questions they were being asked were puzzling, to say the least. They'd never joined a guild before, but they were fairly certain that these kinds of questions weren't standard procedure. Fortune Eyes wasn't asking about their skills or experience. Instead, she posed bizarre, almost nonsensical questions, most of which could be answered with a simple yes or no. The simplicity of the questions left them baffled. Was this Fortune Eyes' way of testing them? Or was she going easy on them because they'd been personally introduced by the guild leader, Venera? The latter seemed plausible, and for a moment, they allowed themselves to feel entitled. After all, they'd been mistreated by their own family for so long that they didn't recognize the boundaries of real entitlement. If they had approached any other guild, their status as young and talented chaos dwarves would have been celebrated. Most guilds would have bent over backward to keep them happy, offering them every courtesy. But here they felt entitled just to breeze through an interview test, while the frosling beside them declared her unshakable loyalty to a man who spoke of transforming a frozen wasteland into a haven for her people. Good, Wyatt said with a satisfied nod. Then return home and start making preparations. I'll send the modified Frocel title demon core method within the next 48 hours. Until then, spend some time with your family and friends. Because after this, you won't have much free time. Trust me, you'll forget what time off and leisure even mean. He admired how decisively Moon had agreed to his terms without hesitation. That kind of resolve and conviction was exactly what he looked for in people who would work under him. Yes, Master Crafter. I'll be patiently waiting to hear from you at my house in 48 hours. Moon responded with the enthusiasm of a cadet addressing their drill sergeant. Her voice was firm, yet a mix of fear and excitement flickered in her eyes. She was terrified that her race might squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but at the same time, she was thrilled by the prospect of Winter Valley becoming her people's new home. Why had she bought in and agreed to Venera's seemingly outlandish claims and outrageous demands so quickly? Because why not? Her race had lost their native realm, endured decades of inhumane experimentation, been discarded as lab waste, and suffered millennia of oppression under the Snow Elves. The only hope for breaking free of their oppressors was to modify their current tidal demon core method, an endeavor her entire race had pursued for over a century, without success. And now here she was, being handed a modified frail tidal demon core method essentially for free. All Venera asked of her was to trust him and rally her people to the Winter Valley for a chance at a better life. What moved her most about Venera's proposal wasn't just his promise of a better future. It was the way he made it clear that those of her race who trusted him and gathered at Winter Valley would become his people. Moon had witnessed firsthand how Venera treated those he considered his own. Joining his group wasn't just about survival. It was an honor, a chance to be part of something greater. To Moon, that was worth more than the modified tidal demon core method he was offering to convince her people. There were 3 critical reasons why Wyatt chose not to reveal to the Froslings exactly how he planned to help them thrive in Winter Valley. First, Wyatt was well aware that not all Froslings shared Moon's idealistic view of loyalty to their race. Among them were those who were content, or even eager, to remain subservient to the Snow Elves. If the Froslings had truly been united in their determination to resist, the Snow Elves, no matter how influential, would never have bent them to their will. If they had a united front, they would rather break than bend. But the current state of the Froslings, with no land to call home and scattered in Snow Elven territory, was proof that some of them had already betrayed their race, bending to their oppressor's will. After all, a stick that doesn't bend breaks. Wyatt couldn't risk his plans being sabotaged by such individuals. The second reason was population. While Wyatt was wealthy, sustaining the entire Frosling race in Winter Valley until the promised frozen utopia was built would drain an enormous portion of his resources. Such an investment was illogical and impractical. To ensure success, he needed to filter the Froslings and focus only on those who would bring value to his endeavor. Lastly, Wyatt demanded absolute obedience. He didn't have the time or patience to deal with politics or power struggles within the group. For his vision to succeed, there could be no questioning of his authority, no games or hidden agendas. In a venture this audacious, with the many dark races in the Dark Realm who would go above and beyond to oppose the Froslings claiming Winter Valley, absolute obedience was non-negotiable. Those brave or desperate enough to gather their families and assemble at Winter Valley, waiting for him with unshakable faith, were the ones he sought. Their willingness to trust him completely, to risk everything for a chance at a better future, demonstrated the devotion he demanded. And for that devotion, Wyatt would reward them. He would deliver on his promise of a frozen utopia after they helped him claim Winter Valley, one of the 13 deadliest places in the Dark Realm, as his own. All right, head to the most reputable auction in this sector and sell that Frosling corpse puppet I gave you. Make sure they broadcast the sale across the Interrealm network. If they don't, you'll never make it home after leaving the Dual Realm, Wyatt instructed Moon, his tone firm but not harsh, as he gestured for her to get moving. Yes, master. I understand, Moon replied with a bright, ear-to-ear smile. She took a few steps toward the workshop's exit but suddenly stopped and turned back around, flashing a seemingly random, almost giddy smile at Wyatt like a starstruck teenager. Wyatt furrowed his brows, confused by her behavior. What is it? He asked, his tone edged with curiosity. Caught off guard, Moon scrambled for an answer and blurted the first thing that came to mind. Master, I didn't give you a copy of the Frosel Tidal Demon Core method. I'll send it to your Demon Codex now. I'm pretty sure I can find a copy in the Infinity Library, Wyatt replied casually. Knowing the Snow Elves, he had no doubt a version of the Frosel method would be available in the Infinity Library. No, master. That's the outdated version. I'm sending you the latest version now, Moon explained, her voice tinged with urgency. Over generations, my race's elders have refined the method several times, making it more suitable and easier to learn for our people. I've just shared it with you. Before Wyatt could respond, Moon turned on her heel and hurried out of the workshop, her face flushed with shyness as she caught sight of the knowing smiles shared between the Chaos Dwarven uncle and niece duo. What's wrong with her? Wyatt asked, perplexed, as he watched Moon's retreating figure. The dwarves, who appeared to have finished their interview, and were now preparing to join the Egg Guild. Bayor just did. Under the alias, Peerless Crafter. As for Dulis. Yep, something's definitely off with her, Dulis said, nodding. It irked Wyatt that the one time he actually wanted her to explain something in detail, she decided to keep it to herself. Meanwhile, Bayor had already moved on, completely forgetting the incident as he eagerly spammed Ezra with texts. He couldn't wait to start learning from him. Dulis, on the other hand, was still trying to make sense of Moon's behavior. She couldn't fathom how Moon could develop feelings for Venera without even knowing his full name, species, or home, let alone seeing his face. To Dulis, falling for a talking mask seemed absurd. She could understand seeing Venera as a mentor or elder brother figure, but a romantic interest? That was beyond her comprehension. She thought Venera was incredible, but she couldn't imagine ever feeling that way about him herself. What's wrong with you? Why haven't you joined the guild yet? Wyatt asked Dulis, brushing off any further thoughts about Moon. She was an adult. She could handle herself. His focus needed to be on these two. They were young and, in many ways, still sheltered. Sure, Bayor had been mistreated by his own people, but he couldn't deny the opportunities his race had given him despite his misfit status. I can't decide on a cool username, Dulis admitted, scratching her head in frustration. Ugh, not this again, Bayor groaned, rolling his eyes. He walked to the other side of the workshop, still waiting for a reply from Ezra. With every second of silence, his frustration grew. These two might have been among the most talented crafters in the myriad realms, but they were still kids. Watching them, Wyatt shook his head and thought of Susan. She'd know exactly how to handle them. She always did. Not that Wyatt couldn't manage, but this gave him a perfect excuse to ask Susan to return to the seed world. He missed her terribly, but he needed to tread carefully. He wanted to give Susan space to figure things out for herself, not to forget his promise to Corey. All right, you two, Wyatt said, clapping his hands to get their attention. Let's get to work. I want this workshop up and running as soon as possible. Returning from the Interrealm city, Moon awoke in the VIP box of the Colosseum. Her gaze immediately fell on the physical body of Venera. Walking up to it, she paused, her hand instinctively rising to his mask. Her fingers reaching of its edges, traced it gently, her eyes warm and filled with unspoken emotion. Then, with deliberate care, she knelt, taking his right hand in hers and pressing a gentle kiss to the back of it. I won't let you down, master, she whispered, her voice resolute. Rising to her feet, she turned sharply and left the box with firm resolve etched into her every step. Heading straight home, she summoned her demon codex and called for an elders' meeting. Rest wasn't on her agenda. She had long forgotten what it meant to take time off. In a world that despised her kind, she knew they couldn't afford the luxury of idleness if they wanted to rise above insignificance, to be someone, to matter. Miss Crafter. That's it. It's a simple and cool alias. Dulis uttered as Wyatt explained to Bayor that he couldn't just spam Ezra or any other guild member with text. Their manners he need to follow when approaching fellow guild members through chat function. That's what we call every lady crafter, Bayor added, understanding he might not get to meet Ezra anytime soon. Ezra, after all, was more of a crafting fanatic than his own parents. All right, you two, playtime's over. We're heading to our base, Wyatt suddenly announced, cutting the conversation short. Without offering an explanation, he urged them to leave the Interrealm city. He came here planning to focus on work in the workshop while waiting for Kuthdia's reply, but instead, he found himself stuck babysitting Bayor and Dulis. And it was an enlightening one. These two seemed utterly clueless about the world beyond crafting. Bayor could manage on his own for a while, but Dulis? Not so much. It was as if, for the past 30 years of their lives, crafting had been their sole focus. Every breath, every thought consumed by it. One might assume that stepping into a world beyond crafting would spark their curiosity, but no. Nothing outside the realm of crafting seemed to pique their interest. Dulis, who had claimed she wanted to explore the myriad realms, was only interested in visiting places where crafting was prominent. As for the rest, she couldn't care less. Even Bayor, who had a love-hate relationship with crafting, would choose it over anything else every single time. Watching them, Wyatt couldn't help but wonder if the Chaos Dwarves had some trick to grooming their younglings to be this way. As thanks to his primordial soul pupils, he was certain this wasn't a racial trait. Crafting wasn't in their blood, nor was there a soul pathway unique to chaos dwarves that made them inherently good at it. If such a soul pathway existed, Wyatt would have already found a way to gift it to his Calamity Daughter gems. Therefore, Wyatt wondered if it was the chaos dwarven lifestyle and household environment that had something to do with it. Was it because the parents cared more about crafting than their children? Did children, striving to please their parents, end up embracing crafting so deeply that they eventually loved it more than their family? This gave rise to a vicious cycle of dreams and neglect. Children seeking love through crafting, and when they become adults, try to find love in crafting, while neglecting the people around them who offered them genuine love just for their attention. That thought alone was unsettling. Waking up in the Colosseum box, Wyatt summoned his demon merchant codex and used its teleportation function to transport the three of them to the first coordinate in the Dark Realm from the list Kuthdia had just sent him. They soon arrived in a luxuriously decorated but empty room. Looking around, Dulas asked, "Venera, is this our base?" "Nope. Hold tight. We have a few more stops to make before heading to our base," Wyatt replied. Without further explanation, he used the Devil Merchant Codex to teleport them through all the coordinates on Kuthdia's list, one by one. These locations were carefully chosen by Kuthdia and were being monitored by his men under Wyatt's orders. With the craft print Wyatt had created for the Frostling corpse puppet gaining far more traction than expected, thanks to the damn snow elves, Wyatt had to ensure they weren't being followed. Even though he was relying on the Devil Merchant Codex, Wyatt never fully trusted it. He believed that as long as it was paid an appropriate price, it would not hesitate to betray him, whether by revealing his travel history or exploiting the privileges it had gifted to its wealthiest users. Though it was intelligent, it was still just a very high-level spell. It had reason, but no emotion. As long as one gave it a compelling reason, it would comply without hesitation. Concepts like pride, honor, and morality were beyond its grasp. It was a merchant, a ruthless merchant, willing to sell anything as long as the price was right. For this reason, Wyatt's attitude toward it mirrored his view of the internet back on Earth. Convenient, but nothing more. There were more than a few dozen coordinates on the list Kuthdia had sent, and Wyatt patiently visited each one. He even took some time to explore the coordinates with captivating scenery. At one location, gazing at the aurora-lit sky, Dulas asked, "Venera, what's going on? Why do we keep teleporting from one coordinate to another?" "That must be to see if someone is following us," Bior replied, further confusing Dulas. She couldn't understand how teleporting would help reveal a pursuer. Bior explained, "If I am not mistaken, there are people watching the coordinates we've visited. If someone shows up at those locations after us, they'll let us know we're being followed. One more stop, and then we'll head to our base." Wyatt informed the Chaos Dwarves before using the Devil Merchant Codex to teleport them to a random basement that Kuthdia had rented under a fake name. "Master, good news. So far, no one has visited the coordinates you've traveled to, meaning no one is following you yet. Also, the gate is ready. You can use it to reach the base," Kuthdia reported, pointing at a teleportation array. The array had been created by Daly and Kuthdia set up under her instructions through the Hive Spirit. When it came to spatial rules and array formations, Daly was simply unparalleled. Wyatt had merely mentioned to her that he planned to create a teleportation array to travel from the Dark Realm to the surface of Lil Red Storm, and within 3 minutes of hanging up, she contacted him to say she'd already made it. This array would allow Wyatt to teleport to the surface of the Lil Red Storm realm without relying on the Devil Merchant Codex. "Good job. But once we leave, destroy this array completely. Leave no trace of it," Wyatt instructed. Taking Bior and Dulas with him, he stepped into the array formation and teleported to the surface of the Lil Red Storm realm. "This is our base," Wyatt replied, noticing Daly arriving with Seed to greet them. "How was the ride?" Daly asked, referring to the teleportation array she had created to connect the Dark Realm and the Lil Red Storm realm. "Smooth. It couldn't have been better," Wyatt answered honestly. He had studied various demon/devil summoning rituals used by dark races to enter the native worlds of their worshippers, but none were as efficient or seamless as the array Daly had created. It was likely due to her being both a celestial array spirit and the true celestial of the Lil Red Storm realm. "Good. I've finished creating the other teleportation array you asked for. I've instructed others to set them up on both ends. Now your people can come and go freely, as long as I allow it, Daly said. She could have reported this progress through the hive spirit at any time, but she waited to tell him in person. She wanted to be praised by him, to show that she was a responsible elder sister. For someone who had longed for kinship for so long, Daly was determined to enjoy it fully now that she had 2 siblings. This was why she had taken Seed under her wing without hesitation. Considering Seed was both a celestial and a daughter gem, it was an obvious choice. Good job, Big Sis Daly. You've saved me a lot of trouble, Wyatt said, not holding back his praise. After seeing the excellent job Daly had done with the teleportation array between the Dark Realm and the Lil Red Storm Realm, he had asked her to create one for the card world as well. Additionally, he requested that she make it compatible with Blood Debt's dungeon seal. Apparently, she had succeeded. However, the dungeon seal gate would need to be open whenever they planned to use the teleportation array. Is that a pixie? Duelist finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked Venera, pointing at Seed in utter shock. This was the first time she had seen a pixie outside the Infinity Library. She had always thought pixies were creations of the librarian. After all, for a deity-tier ruler class being, creating life forms was not difficult, especially given the librarian's vast knowledge and resources. Her assumption wasn't uncommon among young demons. Many shared this misunderstanding. No, that's not a pixie. It's a forest spirit seed, Wyatt clarified to the Chaos Dwarves. Then, turning to Daly, he asked, speaking of pixies, how's Dre doing? Did she wake up? Yes, she's awake and fine. She's been hovering smelling the incense stick you gave her for Seed's birth. What are those even made of? They smell so fragrant, tempting, and hypnotizing. Every time I smell them, they remind me of you. Do you use a cologne made from the same materials as the incense sticks? Anyway, you should go check on her. Maybe take those incense sticks back, because I think she might either be addicted to them or just missing you a lot. Neither is healthy for her, Daly said, speaking with the tone of an elder in Wyatt's family. Considering her age and strength, she technically was, but in terms of life experience, even Corey had her beat. But she was a quick learner and someone Wyatt could trust with his and friends' life. Let her be. I pushed her a lot earlier. Those incense sticks have a soothing and calming effect on her mind. She'll return to her old self in no time, Wyatt replied. He believed his earlier experiment, testing whether Dreidra's pixie dust could be used to revive the dead or harm someone, had placed too much mental and physical strain on her. Now that she had recovered physically, she needed time to cool off mentally. As for the incense sticks, Wyatt had designed them with Dre in mind, ensuring they were enjoyable but not prone to abuse. She wouldn't get addicted to them, even if she used them all at once. Their addictiveness was akin to coffee rather than something harmful like cocaine. One could quite coffee any time, right? Wyatt regretted his earlier actions. He liked her the way she was right now. If it was up to him, he would not want her to change, but he understood that Dre hadn't followed him to be his assistant, regardless of Librarian Jr.'s conspiracy. She wanted to explore the myriad realms, much like the primordial pixies. As her good friend, he planned to support her in that endeavor. When she was ready, he intended to share the visualization method he had created to help her use her pixie dust more efficiently for reviving the dead without exhausting herself, as she had before. Teaching her to use her pixie dust offensively, however, would have to wait until she was willing, if ever. She didn't seem to have it in her to hurt even a fly. I hope you know what you're doing, Daly said, deciding to leave Dre in Wyatt's care. Turning to the Chaos Dwarves, she asked, are these two the new recruits? Clown Mask told me about them. I heard they're good at crafting. Yes, ma'am, we are. Bayor spoke up before Wyatt could, introducing himself and Duelist. I'm Bayor, also known as Peerless Crafter, and this is my niece, Duelist, aka Ms. Crafter. I'm Daly Wyatt, Venera's elder sister. Daly introduced herself to the enthusiastic Chaos Dwarves. Nice to meet you, but my alias is not Ms. Crafter. Know that I heard him say it out loud? I don't think it's cool anymore. I haven't decided on it yet. You can just call Dame Duelist for now. Since you are Venera's elder sister, does that mean does he look like you? You are beautiful. So he should be handsome too, so why does he use that mask to cover his face? Duelist set out to warn everyone from calling her Ms. Crafter but began to babble uncontrollably, forgetting the point she was trying to make. I hide my identity with a mask because our realm is being invaded by a noble-class dark faction. I don't want them to find allies in my enemies in the dark realm to help them invade our realm, Wyatt explained as the soul energy mask covering his face dissipated. Wow, you are handsome. Moon hit the jackpot. Dulaz exclaimed in awe upon seeing Wyatt's features. Her eyes sparkled as if she had witnessed a masterpiece crafted by the myriad realms. However, he was still not her type, so she was genuinely happy for Moon. Wait, does that mean your realm is defeating a noble-class dark faction? Bior asked Wyatt in shock. He knew just how rare it was to find realms in the myriad realms that had grown enough to produce noble-class entities. However, he was seriously mistaken. The card realm did not have a noble-class being in the present to Wyatt's knowledge, but it did during the last demon invasion. The ancient card apprentices had managed to defeat a nefarious dark faction, the Ten Commandments, erasing them from the dark realm altogether. Following their demise, the rights to the card world fell into the hands of the Devil Merchant Code. Yet in the present, Wyatt wasn't sure if the card world still had any noble class individuals. The field marshal could be considered semi-noble class, and combined with her martial expertise, she might be able to take on a low-rank noble class devil. With the suppression of the card world's will, she could likely match any rank of noble class devil. Wyatt assumed that the top 10 strongest individuals in the card world could achieve similar results. As for the masters, Wyatt had met demigod Norley. He was on the verge of breaking through to the noble class, but hadn't succeeded. Wyatt had no idea about his martial prowess, so he couldn't estimate how he would fare against a noble class devil. However, if noble class devils were suppressed by the card world's will, they would likely be crushed by him. Thus, the masters would give the noble class devils a run for their money. Meanwhile, Wyatt had no idea how strong the rulers of the 4 regions were, so he refrained from making assumptions until he met one of them. Therefore, the chances of the present-day card world fighting off the invasion of a noble class dark faction again seemed 50-50. They have us, so what do you think? Wyatt asked the young dwarf, pointing at himself, Daly, and Seed. Even without involving Daly and Seed, he was confident he could fight off the 7 Princes of Hell faction. What he was worried about was how to minimize casualties and damages. To achieve this, Wyatt planned to shift the battlefield from the card world to the Dark Realm. This was why he was so aggressively trying to establish himself in the Dark Realm. He wanted to end the 7 Princes of Hell faction in the Dark Realm before they could even set foot in the card world. Only by doing so could he minimize casualties and damages to the card world and its people. Another reason for his actions was his fear that the 3 mischiefs would use this opportunity to stir trouble. From the looks of it, the supreme leader seemed to have broken through to the demigod realm, considering he already had an army of undead demigod card apprentices. As for Matron, she had gone AWOL after their last encounter. His information network wasn't able to locate her, not even the members of the Paw clan. Meanwhile, on the side of the Emissary of Light, his fanatic minions were chasing someone from the southern region who appeared to have stolen their Lord Demigod Michelangelo's relic. This individual had also killed the demigod nun guarding it and destroyed the church of Michelangelo in the process. Lastly, there was Handsome Fox, aka Gideon Grimm. He had stopped planting his seeds into card apprentices across the 5 regions. It wasn't clear if he had stopped because he had achieved his goal or because the heat on him had become too intense. Wyatt had thought that after learning he had used the information gained from the Chaos Dwarf Demon Merchant Ezra Fulhar to place him at the top of the 5 regions' most wanted list, Gideon would come searching for him. However, so far, the latter hadn't made a move. Currently, it was like the calm before the storm. They were all in hiding, making their preparations, waiting for the right time to strike and reach their ambitions. What they did not realize, however, was that the storm they were waiting for was Wyatt himself. Do you own this realm? Then why didn't you buy the rights to your native realm? Bior asked, wondering if Venera was wealthy enough to turn a realm into the base of his guild. Shouldn't he have had the foresight to purchase the rights to his native realm first? After all, if a realm had a demon or devil merchant, the Devil Merchant Code would give them preference over other merchants when selling the rights. Not to mention, it would offer a significant discount. By the time I had the money, a devil merchant from my native realm beat me to it. He colluded with the said dark faction and helped them procure the rights to our realm at a discounted price. In return, he got a ticket to the Dark Realm and a powerful sponsor, Wyatt explained, rubbing the head of Doulas, who was staring at his face, trying to take a picture. He had no idea what she planned to do with it, but he warned her, "Doulas, you can't share that picture with anyone. I was only going to share it with Moon. I know she would love to see your handsome face." Doulas said dejectedly and deleted the photo, showing Wyatt that she really only intended to share it with Moon and no one else. Clearly, she was biased toward her kin. However, she quickly coughed to clear her throat, masking her embarrassment and assuming a more elder-like demeanor. She then asked the Chaos Dwarves, "Which one of you is skilled at array formation?" "Array formation? I know the basics, just enough to help me with my crafting," Bior said, not hiding his disdain for array formation. He hated it because it stole jobs from honest crafters. It took crafters years of research and numerous trials and errors to create efficient and economical craft prints. But array masters used these craft prints to design arrays that mass-produced items and sold them cheaply. By doing so, array masters created a competitive market that stole jobs from hardworking crafters, catering only to the talented ones based on the popularity of the craft prints they created. This practice snatched the livelihood of average crafters, who couldn't match the low prices of mass-produced goods. This belief wasn't unique to Bior. Many crafters shared his sentiments. It was why crafters both hated and loved array masters. "I know a little. I learned it to create an array formation for my uncle's workshop," Doulas revealed. Though her primary passion was crafting, her life had led her to learn array formation. When Doulas was assigned as Bigold's assistant, he made her sit in his workshop and help him sell his crafted items, leaving her no time to craft, let alone improve her skills. Fed up, she suggested her uncle hire professional sales personnel to cater to customers and sell his crafted items instead of wasting her time. However, being a cheapskate, Bigold refused, claiming he didn't have the money for it, and suggesting that if Doulas wanted it so badly, she could pay for them herself. In a fit of rage, Doulas decided to find a solution. With plenty of free time on her hands, since customers rarely visited her uncle's workshop due to his domineering and judgmental temperament, she turned to research. She had no money, so she sought free and cheap solutions. After thorough research, all paths led her to slaves, clones, puppets, and array formation. However, neither clones nor puppets were suitable for her problem because she would need to monitor and control them. Slaves were also out of the question. Having worked under her uncle, she didn't want anyone to undergo that kind of torture, not even her enemies. Therefore, she had no choice but to turn to array formation. It was the most affordable option. Since then, she started studying array formation in her uncle's workshop. It seemed that as long as she wasn't crafting, he didn't mind what she was doing in the shop. He didn't care how the shop was run. He only operated it because his parents had gifted it to him, and all his friends owned shops. So, he ran it for the sake of it. Little by little, as Doulas gained experience in array formation, she began to realize that she had a talent for it. She found it fun and interesting. What had started as a means to an end turned into a hobby she couldn't share with her friends or family. However, that didn't stop her from creating a proposal for a commerce array formation to turn her uncle's workshop into a cashier-less operation. She presented the proposal to her uncle, but he rejected it, claiming he didn't have the money to set up an array formation or to maintain it daily. Determined, Doulas used her own little pocket money to create a low-grade version of her initial commerce array formation, one that could run by gathering soul energy from Sector DS-0909. To achieve this, she had to remove many features from the array formation, simplifying it into a rudimentary design that was just enough to run her uncle's workshop. When she handed it to her uncle, he gave a patronizing speech about how it was a test, and she had passed it. To show his appreciation for her hard work and determination, he announced that he would use the array formation in his workshop and officially promoted her to be his assistant. The worst part was that she believed him. Just when Doulas thought things were finally turning around for her, her uncle had her cleaning the workshop and refused to let her participate in his crafting. It didn't surprise her, and she gave up expecting anything from him. However, she was allowed to use the workshop when he wasn't there, as long as she didn't get caught. And she never did, at least until they disowned her. Now that she thought back to it, Dulles couldn't help but wonder why she had worshipped her uncle as a great craftsman when he was just a little better than the average crafters out there. Dulles, you created the array formation running Big Old's workshop? He led me to believe that he did. However, even though the array formation was rudimentary, the premise was good, Wyatt said, praising Dulles for the array formation. For her level, it was impressive, but for Big Old's level, it was just trash. That's because I was tight on budget and had to make sure it would run on the soul energy gathered from within the workshop. So, I had to remove a lot of features I initially planned to add to it. I thought of making it simple, prioritizing customer interface, but my uncle preferred it to be enigmatic, even though it made it tough for customers to navigate. It was a total hit and miss. If I get to do it again, I'll do a lot of things differently, starting with a bigger budget. Dulles explained why the array formation turned out poorly. However, she still didn't blame her uncle for it, instead attributing the shortcomings to her tight budget and limited resources. Daly asked, walking next to Dulles. But before Dulles could answer, Daly grabbed her shoulder, pointed at the sky, and asked, "Can you see what that is?" Dulles squinted, trying to look past the glare of the sunlight at the bright sky where Daly was pointing. A chill ran down her spine as she saw what Daly was showing her. Her breath became ragged as she softly exclaimed, "It's a celestial array formation." Dulles hurriedly turned to face Daly and asked, "Ma'am, did you set it up?" "No, my father created it. However, I think if I had the resources, I could build a similar one too," Daly replied. Neither of the Chaos Dwarves thought she was bragging. Dulles looked at Daly in awe and asked, "Ma'am, when you do build one, can I be your assistant?" "Actually, no, I'm just fine with watching." "Ha ha, honey, you're so cute," Daly said, lifting Dulles' chin with her index finger. "How about it? Do you want to assist me in building it as my disciple?" Dulles didn't answer immediately. She stared deep into Daly's eyes and then said apologetically, "I want to. I really do. But I've promised Venera and Big Old that I will walk the path of crafting to its peak with them. I'm afraid if I try to juggle between the two, I won't be able to keep up with them." Daly was shocked to be rejected. This might have been her first rejection. Though she was the oldest of them all, it had only been a week since she'd had contact with other beings. Before that, she had been stranded in the Myriad realm as a celestial array spirit, without access to the rule source that the Celestials used to keep busy or meet others like them. However, she took her first rejection in stride, understanding that Dulles' reason made it hard for her to take offense. However, just as she was about to reassure Dulles that it was okay, Wyatt stepped in, saying, "Dulles, don't let go of this opportunity. Array formations and crafting aren't much different." "They are not." Before Venera could finish, Bior suddenly exclaimed in shock. If it had been someone else saying that, he would have ignored them, thinking they were ignorant and didn't know what they were talking about. However, the person who spoke was Venera, the demon merchant who created the unique craft print to craft the Frostling corpse puppet, causing a stir throughout the Dark Realm. He couldn't believe someone so proficient in crafting would make a statement about crafting that contradicted everything he understood about crafting and array formations so far. "Yes, they are, Bior. It's no secret," Wyatt asserted, looking at the shocked expression on Bior's face. He then asked, "Have you figured out why my Frostling corpse puppet was able to recover so easily from spiritual interference art?" "No, I couldn't," Bior said dejectedly, still not understanding how this was connected to Venera's claim that crafting and array formation were not much different. "Dulles, what about you?" Wyatt then turned to Bior's niece and asked, "At first, I didn't notice. But is it because you created the artificial will of the corpse puppet by using a sequence of microarray formations?" Dulles asked, unsure if she was correct. However, she did notice that the Frostling corpse puppet's artificial will resembled a regular artificial will. Nonetheless, upon closer inspection, one would find that it was made up of a sequence of microarray formations. "Correct. I used the microarray formation to replicate the soul pathways and soul arrangement of a regular Frostling to develop the artificial will of the Frostling corpse puppet, unlike the conventional method. By doing this, I ensured that the corpse puppet I created would be able to execute the commands of the user more efficiently and not be affected by external influences, like, for example, spiritual interference arts. Crafting and array formation go hand in hand. You can see that in the frosling corpse puppet I created. It was more apparent in the armor and weapons it had. Moon also noticed it because she tried to fill the gap in her crafting with her array formation. She was more open-minded when scrutinizing my frosling corpse puppet to you crafting elites, so she was immediately able to identify how I had used microarray formation to enhance my corpse puppet. Wyatt explained to Bayor, though, in reality, he was telling Doulas not to narrow her mind and limit herself to just crafting. She could explore both fields and use the best of both to go beyond traditional crafting. With her talent in both fields, she could afford to pursue them both. As long as she persisted, she could achieve great things. Is it cheating to use array formation in a crafting duel? Bayor asked, showing that what Wyatt explained to him went right over his head. Wyatt didn't expect him to understand it right away. After all, what he had just explained went against everything Bayor believed, especially considering the crafter's usual prejudice toward array formations. However, Bayor would soon see the merit of Wyatt's words as he noticed Doulas's progress in crafting, which was outside his understanding because he had chosen to ignore array formations. With his talent, he could afford this little detour. How is it cheating? Don't you use array formation when crafting golems? If one can use array formation when crafting golems, why can't Venera use array formation when creating a corpse puppet? Like the common flying canoe, it uses an array formation mechanism. I can name several thousand items that use array formation, not just in small items. I've seen many items created by elders that make use of array formation. So, Venera did not cheat, uncle. You need to apologize to him, Doulas demanded, urging Bayor to apologize to Venera for his remark. She felt Bayor was being excessive by calling Venera a cheat, especially considering Venera had taken them in when their own family and race had abandoned them. Bayor, however, stared at Doulas in shock, not because she reprimanded him and asked him to apologize to Venera, but because she was right. The answer to how to make one's craft more efficient and economical was staring right at him, but he had never considered it. He realized he had been blind all these days to such an obvious thing. So he hurriedly apologized to Venera, saying, "I'm sorry, Venera. I was ignorant, and I didn't understand your advice," and lashed out. "I hope you can forgive me. I was being narrow-minded, just like the people in my family. I'm truly sorry. You were guiding me, but I was ungrateful. It's all right. Water under the bridge." Wyatt forgave Bayor because he understood where he was coming from. Hearing Bayor say that array formation and crafting go hand in hand was like hearing him say that the person he had called his father for the past 30 years was not his real father, but the person he had called his uncle was. That's how much crafting meant to Bayor and how shocking Venera's claims were to him. Seeing that Venera had forgiven him, Bayor immediately turned to Daly and begged, "Senior, please teach me array formation." Looking at the young dwarf pleading before her, Daly's lips curved into a smile. She then turned to look at Doulas and asked, "Is your answer still the same? If it's all right with you, can I call you Master?" Doulas said cutely. Shaking her head, Daly responded, "You're too cute for me to say no to you. All right, you are my first disciple." Announcing Doulas as her first disciple, Daly turned to Bayor and said, "Your mastery of array formation is too low. For now, you'll study under my disciple. If I feel like it, I might consider making you my disciple. Is that okay with you?" "Yes, Senior. Thank you," Bayor said, not daring to complain about the difference in treatment between him and Doulas, since he had been the one to show disdain for array formation first. He was grateful that she let him study under her disciple, which meant she didn't hold his previous rashness against him. That was enough for him. "Now that's settled, let me show you to your living arrangements." Saying that, Wyatt signaled to Seed, who teleported them all into the Seed world. They appeared on a new floating forest island, specifically designed for Doulas and Bayor. Their floating forest island was right next to Daly's. It had both living and workshop arrangements, specially designed for the convenience of the dwarfs. "I'm sorry, I couldn't throw a big welcome party for you guys because everyone's busy with their own things. But I'm sure we'll find a date to do that. For now, this is Doulas's island, and that one there is yours, Bayor," Wyatt informed the Chaos Dwarfs, pointing at the island forest floating adjacent to theirs. "I get my own island with my own house and workshop? Oh my gosh," Doulas exclaimed in pure joy at finally getting her own workshop. She was tired of boring her parents' and uncle's workshops, where she would be scolded every time she left tools out of place or adjusted the settings of the equipment. I can't believe this. Venera, tell me this is real. Yes, it is, Wyatt answered. Seeing Bayor head toward his floating forest island to check it out, Wyatt shouted. If you need anything, you can call Seed's name aloud 3 times, and she will come to assist you. Got it, Bayor answered aloud without turning back. He was eager to check out his own workshop, like a child on Christmas morning rushing to open presents. Dula's was the same. They left Wyatt, Daly, and Seed alone. Can I count on you to make sure these kids don't starve themselves to death while engrossed in crafting? Wyatt asked Daly, who nodded. But he warned, don't spoil them. If you don't understand anything, seek help from Hive Spirit or Susan. Got it. Thanks to his promise to Corey, Wyatt kept away from Susan. But it was another thing if Daly kept calling and seeking her advice on taking care of the young dwarfs. She would have no choice but to return to the seed world from the card world to help make arrangements for the dwarfs. Got it, my gosh, Daly nodded vigorously before asking. You seem to care about these kids a lot. Why is that? Daly, being a Bloodkin daughter gem, was fully aware of Wyatt's prowess as the sole gem, so she did not understand why Wyatt was going through so much trouble for them. They are the cornerstone of my Chaos Dwarven Crafting Assembly project, Wyatt revealed, to which Daly squinted her eyes at him and asked, can't you just use array formation to mass-produce the items you want to mass-produce? You don't need an assembly line of Chaos Dwarves for that. Array formation can mass-produce simple items, but not the complex ones, the ones for which people have no choice but to seek out a crafter. Those are worth 20 to 30 times more than the mass-produced kind. Just imagine, what if I managed to mass-produce those and sell them for half the price? I'll take the entire Dark Realm market by storm. Market-wise, there will be no competition for me. Then the Dark Realm will have to welcome me with open arms. Wyatt explained his big plans to Daly, elaborating on why there was no benefit for him in using the daughter gems on the Chaos Dwarfs. What made their crafting good was their will to craft. If he were to take that from them, there would be no difference between them and the array formation. Using daughter gems on the Chaos Dwarfs was akin to breaking them. That's a good way to make a lot of enemies and die sooner, Daly said. She understood Wyatt's big ambition. That was why she knew the Dark Realm would not welcome him with open arms and allow him to grow bigger than them. Their first instinct would be to steal what Wyatt had created and then dispose of him. Come on, big sis, you know me better than that. By the time I fall into their vision, I'll have gathered the power and force to face them all. I am progress. I am inevitable. They might hate me, but they need me. They'll hate themselves for that, Wyatt bragged to Daly arrogantly. You're getting bolder day by day, but my brother should have this much arrogance, bare minimum. Daly encouraged Wyatt's bragging with a satisfied smile as Wyatt called her big sis. This felt more natural than the fake ones he used to call her. She was happy that he was beginning to adjust to their new dynamic. All right, I will leave the dwarves in your care. I want to go check on Dre, Wyatt said, signaling Seed to teleport him to Dredra's floating forest island. Whenever he entered the Seed world, Dre would be the first to greet him, and if she had nothing to do, she would nestle in his hair. But this time, after entering the Seed world, there was no sign of Dre. This caused him to panic, and he decided to go check on her, wondering if his experiment had taken a greater toll on her mentally than he had previously assumed. Arriving at the location where Dre was, he found her sleeping atop a flower, with an incense stick burning next to it. Seeing that she was resting, Wyatt wanted to leave quietly because his primordial soul pupil showed him that Dre was physically fine. It was a load off his mind. However, just as Wyatt was about to leave, Dre sniffed the air and muttered, "Wyatt," before her eyes opened, and she rose from the flower to get closer to him. She rushed to him, asking, "Where were you?" "I went to the dual realm to participate in a crafting duel, and I won a workshop in the Chaos Dwarven district," Wyatt informed the tiny pixie, who immediately went straight into his hair and got cozy, saying, "A workshop in the Chaos Dwarven district can only be owned by Chaos Dwarfs." "I found a workaround for that," Wyatt bragged, feeling a little proud that he had outsmarted the snobbish Chaos Dwarfs. Then he asked her, "How are you feeling? You seemed exhausted trying to revive that guy." "I feel great, even better than before, which is surprising because I've seen my friends experience exhaustion before, trying to create a forest spirit for a forest larger than their capacity. However, it took them nearly months to recover, but I recovered within a day. Did you feed me some expensive miracle drug? Deirdre asked Wyatt, fearing that he might have unnecessarily spent a fortune to buy her a miracle drug when she would be fine with some rest. All that doesn't matter. What matters now is that you're fine. You are feeling fine, right? Wyatt dismissed Deirdre's concerns and focused on ensuring she was all right. The Deirdre he knew was cheerful and always the first to greet him. It was unlike her to laze around and fail to notice his arrival in the seed world. He wanted to make sure his guild's mascot was doing well. I am fine, but for some reason, I'm able to hear things I wasn't able to before. It's so noisy and distracting. I can't even hear my own thoughts. Deirdre started, but stopped when she noticed Wyatt's worry and concern deepen with her every word. She quickly reassured him. Don't worry, the fragrance of the incense stick clears my mind, and it smells so soothing. Wyatt frowned as he listened to Deirdre's explanation. He had no idea what the noises she was hearing could be, but he knew that the incense stick, made from the sap of the world calamity tree, wasn't a solution. It merely eased her discomfort. Worse, prolonged use could lead to addiction, causing her to grow dependent on it. While it was one thing if she used it sparingly, the way she was relying on it now bordered on misuse. Wyatt looked into Deirdre's eyes and said, Deirdre, I need you to focus on those voices you're hearing and describe them to me. I'll look into their origin in the books of the Infinity Library. Don't bother. I've read about this in a book. The noises I'm hearing were described as the sounds of the River of Souls, carrying the souls of the dead to reincarnation. But I doubt that because it's supposed to be impossible for the living to sense the River of Souls, especially for beings like us, because we're immortal. Even if we're killed, according to my elders, our souls won't go to the River of Souls, but instead return to this huge tree whose branches hold the entire myriad realms together, like the leaves of a regular tree. That makes us different from other beings. Even from the other beings in the myriad realms, Deirdre explained, sharing her own attempt to find a solution through the books of the Infinity Library, but admitting it led nowhere. A huge tree whose branches hold the entire myriad realms together like the leaves of a regular tree. Wyatt muttered to himself, recalling something similar from mythologies he had read about on Earth. He asked, what is that tree called? The elders called it the origin tree. They said its roots are in the rule source, from which it draws the energy needed to create new realms in the myriad realms. Deirdre revealed but stopped, noticing Wyatt staring at her in disbelief, wondering if by the origin tree she meant the origin source. It was interesting take on the origin of myriad realms considering the pixies' love for trees. Every civilization, at some point in its history, began to ask questions like, who are we? Why are we here? Why is everything the way it is? What is our purpose in all of this? They sought to better understand their surroundings, to find their place in the world, and to discover their purpose in life. In their efforts, they created half-true, half-false origin stories, based on observations and expectations, bridging the gap between themselves and their environment limited by their imagination. The Pixies did the same. They created the Pixian mythos, which describes an origin tree sprouting from the origin source. This tree gradually develops realms on its branches, much like a tree grows leaves. Meanwhile, the roots of the origin tree spread into the rule source, anchoring themselves to nourish these realms. Where do pixies fit into all of this? Some elders claim that pixies were the caretakers of the origin tree, which explained their abilities to create forest spirits. Others believe that pixies were the fruits of the origin tree, born from it. When a pixie dies, they fall back into the origin source and become one with it, much like a ripe fruit falling to the ground. In this way, pixies were said to have no concept of death or reincarnation like other beings. According to books in the Infinity Library, the sound of the River of Souls can only be heard by powerful beings on the verge of death. This sound serves as a warning that their time has come, leaving no room for struggle. It grants them sufficient time to say goodbye to their loved ones and peers. This was why Deirdre denied hearing the River of Souls. She insisted it was something else entirely. What did your elders say? Wyatt asked, curious about the elder pixie's thoughts on hearing the River of Souls. If what the book said applied to pixies as well, then his experiment might have inadvertently brought about her demise. As for the Pixian mythos, Wyatt believed it was nothing more than bullcrap, just like any other mythos out there. In the card world, The Empire had its own mythos, calling demigod Michelangelo the son of God. Therefore, Wyatt strongly suspected that the Pixian mythos was merely a glorified bedtime story created by the elders to satisfy the curiosity of young pixies. Unlike ordinary pixies, elder pixies could not only attack, but also lie when necessary. Whoever had created the Pixian mythos was either fooling or feeding the pixies' self-esteem. After all, where did the librarian fit into this narrative? Why did pixies serve him and not the origin source, as the Pixian mythos dictated? Knowing that pixies were the original primordial beings who went around creating realms in the myriad realms, Wyatt couldn't understand how they had fallen so far. Some were even actively helping the librarian enslave their own kind. However, that wasn't the most pressing issue at the moment. What mattered now was figuring out if Dre was in danger because of his extreme experiment. I never contacted them because I didn't want to worry them unnecessarily over nothing, Dre said, causing Wyatt to frown. He urged her, Dre, I think you should contact your tribe's elder pixie and talk about it. No, I will not, Dre declared with a surprisingly firm voice, leaving no room for negotiation. Wyatt had never heard her speak so decisively or with such sharp finality. He wasn't even sure if pixies were capable of speaking that way. Wyatt decided to let it go for now. It was clear that Dre would rather suffer in silence until the sickness passed than let her tribesmen worry about her. Wyatt wouldn't have been concerned if Dre were suffering from something as benign as the common cold. But she wasn't. She was hearing the call of the River of Souls, and that only ended in death. He couldn't understand how she could be so nonchalant about it. Dre, don't be stubborn. This could be serious, and maybe your elders can help you. Wyatt tried to persuade her, guilt weighing heavily on his conscience. He had only wanted to help Dre realize her potential as a primordial pixie, but now she could hear the River of Souls calling her because of his ignorant experiment to get Dre to revive someone who wasn't even dead in order to remind Dre that much like the primordial pixies, she was capable of anything. No, Wyatt, Dre denied again and added, I shouldn't have shared this with you either. This is not your fault. It's nothing but a mere buzzing in my head. It will soon go away. The concern on Wyatt's face, the self-blame in his eyes, and the desperation in his voice were not lost on Dre. However, instead of comforting her, it only made her feel guilty for causing him worry. Left with no other option, Wyatt shook his head and summoned his grimoire, deciding to contact the only elder pixie he knew, May. But before he could act, Dre flashed in front of him, hovering before him, and declared, Wyatt, you are not allowed to contact the Infinity Library or Librarian Jr. about this. I told you I would be fine with a little rest, didn't I? Wyatt, promise me you won't contact anyone from the Infinity Library for my sake. Dre, Wyatt was shocked to hear her speak with such assertiveness. She was acting like a completely different person. She used to be cuddly, cute, and, most importantly, dependent, like a puppy or a child, someone without strong opinions. But now, Dre was anything but dependent. She was acting like a stubborn adult, confident in her own opinions about everything. He replayed their entire conversation carefully in his mind, trying to pinpoint the exact changes in Dredra's behavior. Dre, did you just lie to me? Wyatt asked, staring at her tiny figure in shock. He couldn't have been more surprised, or more proud of her. No, I did not lie, Dre defended, her face scrunched up in anger. There, you did it again, Wyatt pointed out, his face lighting up with sheer joy. What did I lie about? Dre demanded, glaring at Wyatt in frustration. Being called a liar by her friend hurt more than she expected. You're clearly not fine, yet you keep insisting that you are, Wyatt replied, finding her anger unbearably cute. The old Dre would never get angry. Instead, she would be at a loss in such situations, unable to react. Pixies were generally incapable of anger or hatred, as they carried an abundance of fear instead. That is not lying, Dre retorted, but Wyatt countered with a teasing grin. So you admit you're not fine, but you still keep saying you are. No, you're confusing me with your words. I did not lie, Dre insisted, panic creeping into her voice. Deep down, she realized that claiming she was fine was technically a lie. She had no idea what was happening to her, but her concern wasn't for herself. It was for her friends and tribesmen. She didn't want to worry them. so she acted strong for their sake. Normally, if she had been hearing voices beyond the plains, her first reaction would have been to freeze in fear. But this time, she didn't let fear paralyze her. Instead, she took action. She discovered a way to cope with the voices in her head. The incense sticks Wyatt had gifted her cleared her mind and eased the burden of the voices. She had figured this out entirely on her own. When the voices finally became bearable, she didn't panic. Instead, she stayed calm and logically analyzed her situation, drawing on the knowledge she had gained from the Infinity Library and her tribe's elders. Eventually, she concluded that what was happening to her was unprecedented, something no one had ever seen or heard of before. Rather than burden her elders with her unexplained sickness, she decided to face it alone, choosing to endure and confront the haunting presence on her own terms. "I think I know what's going on here. Our Dre is growing up," Wyatt announced with sheer joy, though his excitement was partly a front to trick Dre into contacting her tribe's elders. Wyatt believed that Dre was transitioning into an elder pixie, especially since he had fed her primordial energy, the pure energy from the origin source, the birthplace of primordial pixies. He thought the primordial energy might have triggered her growth, helping her transition into an elder pixie. Wyatt believed that Dre was transitioning into an elder pixie, especially since he had fed her primordial energy, the pure energy from the origin source, the birthplace of primordial pixies. He thought the primordial energy might have triggered her growth, helping her transition into an elder pixie. However, just in case he was wrong, he wanted Dre to reach out to her tribe's elders. If she truly was becoming an elder pixie, then that would be a cause for celebration. But if something was wrong, hopefully her tribe's elder pixie would be able to help her. "What?" Dre asked, her confusion evident. She had no idea what Wyatt was getting at. "You're growing into an elder pixie," Wyatt announced enthusiastically, knowing that while the current Dre might hesitate to share her struggles with her tribesmen and friends, she wouldn't hesitate to share her joy. "No way. That can't be. Pixies can't just grow to become elder pixies. There's a reason why there are only a limited number of elder pixies," Dre denied, unwilling to believe something that seemed too good to be true. "That's true," Wyatt admitted. "But look at the changes in you. You're now able to lie. You're capable of expressing anger. You're no longer getting startled or spooked by everything that goes wrong. And just look at how you've handled the changes in your body. You didn't let it scare you. Instead, you managed it incredibly well. These aren't characteristics of an ordinary pixie. They're traits of an elder pixie. Dre, my friend, you're just a few steps away from becoming a full-fledged elder pixie." "I am," Dre pondered, still skeptical of Wyatt's claims. The only thing stopping her from outright rejecting Wyatt's outlandish theory was that she had no idea how a pixie grows into an elder pixie. "Yes, this calls for a celebration. I should call everyone to Seed World so we can celebrate you becoming an elder pixie," Wyatt said, subtly hinting that Dre should share the good news with her tribe. He believed that once Dredra's tribal elder heard she was becoming an elder pixie, they would likely have many questions for her and ask her to return to their tribal forest to assist with her transition. However, cutting through all of Wyatt's schemes, Dre remarked, "Wyatt, let's hold off on that until we're absolutely sure." Wyatt frowned deeply, starting to miss the old Dre who didn't have strong opinions and would go along with whatever he said. This new Dre wasn't just opinionated, but also had a sharp presence of mind. No wonder she had figured out that the incense stick, made from the sap of the World Calamity Tree, would help clear her thoughts. It might have been a coincidence, but the fact that she thought of it on her own showed that she could think critically and tackle problems fearlessly. "All right, let's do it your way," Wyatt agreed, then shared a visualization technique he had created to help her focus her prowess with her Demon Merchant Codex. He decided to double down on the assumption that Dre was transitioning into an elder pixie. He knew it was a risky approach, but Dre seemed unwilling to reveal her condition to her tribe's elders unless absolutely necessary. Soon, he added, "But you'll have to practice the visualization method I shared with you. I think it will help you transition into an elder pixie faster." "Okay," Dre agreed, then added shrewdly, "But you have to promise not to involve anyone else in this, just the two of us." "Deal." She used his affection for her as leverage, which Wyatt couldn't help but admire. With a wide smile, he replied, "Deal." Looking at Dre, whose pink pupils were fixed intently on her demon merchant codex. Wyatt couldn't help but feel proud of how much she had changed. She was trying to memorize the visualization method he had shared with her, her small hands gripping the codex tightly in concentration. Though the thought of her hearing the call of the River of Souls worried him deeply, the progress she'd made was undeniable. Watching her tackle this challenge on her own, it was clear the changes were for the better. Still, she needed to learn to ask for help when she needed it. Wyatt sighed inwardly, blaming himself for passing on the bad habit of stubborn independence. Under Wyatt's warm and slightly distracted gaze, Deirdre suddenly lifted her pink head, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Done," she declared, breaking his train of thought. "What?" Wyatt blinked, caught off guard. He hadn't been paying attention. "I've memorized the visualization method," Deirdre said again, tilting her little pink head as if to emphasize her words. "Already?" Wyatt asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. But then he paused, remembering. The tiny, cute, pink being hovering before him wasn't some child. She was a millennia-old powerhouse who had, out of boredom, read most of the books in the Infinity Library. With that thought, his surprise faded. Of course, she'd memorized the method in under a minute. What else could he expect? "Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead, practice it, and see if it helps with the sounds you're hearing," Wyatt said nonchalantly, withholding the praise he knew she was angling for. He wanted to see how she'd handle a little playful teasing from someone she considered a friend. Deirdre's pink eyes narrowed as she squinted at him, clearly unimpressed by his response. Then, with an exaggerated huff, she turned her back to him and began practicing the visualization method. Her tiny frame radiated determination, but Wyatt caught the subtle flick of her wings, a clear sign of her irritation. The old Deirdre would have doubled down, practicing even harder in front of him to win his approval. But the current one? She didn't hesitate to show her dissatisfaction, letting her actions speak louder than words. Wyatt couldn't help but smile to himself. It seemed it would be harder to tease Deirdre anymore. Anything hardly gets past the current her. Wyatt was being to understand the downside of kids growing up. "Well, she won. Deirdre, I was joking. Good job memorizing the visualization method in under a minute," Wyatt blurted out, trying to salvage the moment. He knew it was going to get harder to score points with the current Deirdre. If this trend continued, he'd lose his spot as her favorite human. Worse yet, Corey, that multi-identity loon, would claim it. Wyatt could tolerate losing to almost anyone else, but Corey? No way. He could already picture her smug grin, taking every opportunity to rub it in his face and thoroughly enjoying his suffering. "I know," Deirdre replied coolly, brushing him off without missing a beat. "Now let me focus. I need to practice the visualization method." Wyatt blinked, momentarily stunned by her response. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Then, as if sensing his shock, Deirdre spun around with a mischievous grin. "How does it feel?" she asked, her pink eyes glinting with amusement. "I've never felt this mortified and proud at the same time," Wyatt said, pretending to wipe imaginary tears of joy from the corners of his eyes. "Well, you'll get used to it," Deirdre teased before her tone turned icy. "Now, go away and let me practice the visualization method more seriously." "Deirdre, that's not funny," Wyatt muttered, frowning. But seeing her dive back into practicing with laser focus, he could only shake his head as he prepared to walk away. As he turned, Wyatt's concern about losing his spot in Deirdre's heart to Corey melted away. Instead, he found himself pitying Corey. Knowing this newer, bolder version of Deirdre, Wyatt was certain she wouldn't hesitate to exploit Corey's desperate need for her attention, or to prank her mercilessly. He chuckled at the thought, reassured that his position as her favorite was safe. Just as he was about to ask Seed to send him to Corey's island for a quick check-in, a pink flash flickered before him. It was Deirdre. Her face was scrunched up, her eyes wide, as if she were barely containing her excitement. "What is it?" Wyatt asked, unimpressed. If she was planning to make him her first prank target, she'd better brace herself for brutal payback. "It's gone," Deirdre exclaimed in a high-pitched tone, her tiny frame trembling as she tried to control her excitement. Her pink pupils sparkled with a mixture of joy and relief. "What's gone?" Wyatt asked cautiously, narrowing his eyes. A part of him dreaded being the first victim to one of Deirdre's pranks, but his concern for her wouldn't let him ignore her, or take anything about her lightly. The sounds, they're gone. But I can still hear them if I choose to, Dre replied, practically bouncing in place. Her excitement was so overwhelming that she blurted out the news without giving Wyatt any context. You mean, you can no longer hear the sound of the River of Souls? Wyatt asked, piecing her words together with the situation. His brow furrowed as he processed what she was saying. Then, his eyes widened. That was quick, he exclaimed in disbelief. It didn't make sense. She'd only just started practicing the visualization method he'd created for her. It hadn't even been a few seconds. That was far too quick, even for someone as extraordinary as him, a celestial Viltronian and world calamity tree hybrid. Are you sure? Wyatt pressed, wanting to confirm what he was hearing. Dre, still radiating excitement, waved off his disbelief like an annoying fly. Then, with a calmness that didn't match the bombshell she was about to drop, she said, I can truly revive the dead now. It took Dre less than a minute to memorize the visualization method, but she practiced it in mere seconds. That was just unbelievable. This wasn't some simple energy breathing exercise or circulation method. It was a method designed to help her recreate the exact state of mind and body she'd been in when she drove away the breath of erosion plaguing Redfall's soul. Wyatt watched her with a mix of awe and pride. He had crafted the method himself, using what he'd recorded back then with his primordial soul pupils. But even he hadn't expected her to master it so quickly. What do you mean? Weren't you able to revive the dead before? Wyatt asked, feigning ignorance, though his expression betrayed nothing. He knew exactly what Dre was hinting at, but he wasn't about to confirm her suspicions. After all, the current Dre was far more cunning. She might even lie to coax a confession out of him. Come on, Wyatt. Stop playing, Dre said, narrowing her pink eyes as she stared him down. Her gaze was steady, probing, but Wyatt didn't flinch. When he didn't break, she finally revealed, I know what you did. I've done a lot of things. What specifically are you talking about? Wyatt asked with a mock squint, his tone the perfect blend of innocence and deflection. Really? Dre asked, her pink pupils locking with his in a silent standoff. Her expression hardened, her lips pursed as if daring him to keep up the act. Finally, she broke the tension with a sly smile and asked, Are you sure you don't want to know why I can truly revive the dead now? Wyatt's eyebrow twitched, a subtle sign of his curiosity peaking. But he quickly masked it, replying with a smirk, We both know you can revive the dead already, so stop trying to test me with that. For a moment, Dredra's intense gaze softened, but Wyatt could tell she was testing the waters. He was stunned to see her aiming directly at his weakness, his insatiable curiosity. She wasn't pulling punches and seemed perfectly willing to play dirty. But tonight wasn't her night. Wyatt knew her better than she realized, and he could tell she was more eager to share her progress with him than he was curious about the mechanics of her newfound ability. There was still so much of the old Dre in her, the cute, bubbly being who couldn't wait to share her joy with her closest friends and family. Sure, she could lie now, and she wasn't afraid to express anger. But at her core, she was still inherently good. Her race wasn't wired for deceit or selfishness, no matter how far she had come. Wyatt smiled to himself, realizing that just because she could lie didn't mean she would. Arg. Fine, you win, but I'll get you next time, Dre huffed, crossing her tiny arms in mock defiance. Then, with a deep breath, she launched into an explanation, her excitement bubbling over. So, I was able to hear the sound of the River of Souls because, when I tried to revive that fake dead person, somehow a connection formed between me and the River of Souls. I have no idea how, but it did. And now, thanks to your visualization method, I can open or close that connection at will. It's like a key to the doorway to the River of Souls inside me. She paused, her pink pupils gleaming with admiration. Wyatt, you're amazing. I can't believe you came up with something so incredible. I can't thank you enough. Now I'm not only able to save the forest, but also the creatures in it too. Her words tumbled out so quickly that she veered off topic, but Wyatt, grinning, gently steered her back. Yes, that's great. But how exactly are you able to revive the dead? That? Oh, I can just pick souls out of the River of Souls and bring them back into the living world, like this, Dre said with a flourish. Her tiny hands suddenly cradled a shimmering white orb, 3 times her size. Wyatt's eyes widened. That's a soul, he murmured, his gaze narrowing as he noticed the dark tendrils coiling around it. And it's tainted by the breath of erosion, he added, concern etched into his features. But Dre seemed unbothered, holding the tainted soul as if it were a harmless bubble. In fact, wherever the breath of erosion touched her, golden dust emerged, forcing the tendrils to retreat as though they were afraid of her. Who is that? Wyatt asked, frowning. Whose soul did you just pull out of the cycle of reincarnation? I have no idea. Let me ask, Dre replied, turning her attention back to the orb. What's your name? She asked softly. The soul quivered in her hands, vibrating as though attempting to answer. Dre tilted her head, listening carefully, before turning back to Wyatt with a solemn expression. It doesn't know. Its soul has been completely eroded by the breath of erosion. It has no memories. It can't communicate through words. The next second, the orb in Dreidra's hands suddenly vanished. She had casually tossed it back into the river of souls, as if skipping a pebble across a stream. Wyatt stared at her in disbelief. This time, he had his primordial soul pupils activated, so he witnessed it all with his own eyes. Through the connection between Dre and the river of souls, he saw the shimmering currents and how she effortlessly discarded the soul. For a moment, Wyatt couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat suddenly dry. As he gazed at her, a wave of reverence washed over him. In that instant, Dre looked like the pink god of death, small but impossibly powerful, radiating an aura of otherworldly command. Noticing the awe on Wyatt's face, Dreidra's pink pupils sparkled with joy and satisfaction. His silent admiration was worth more than any praise he could put into words. She giggled softly, watching him remain frozen, still awestruck. Is that it? Do you not feel any other changes? Wyatt asked, recovering from his momentary daze. Learning that Dre could now pluck a soul from the river of souls and revive it was more than impressive, but he was expecting something else. Changes? No, nothing. Dre tilted her head, her pink pupils narrowing slightly as she focused inward, trying to sense any differences in her body. After a moment, she looked back at Wyatt, her curiosity piqued. What kind of changes should I be looking for? Like signs of you growing to become an elder pixie, Wyatt replied, watching her closely. He'd been betting on her ascending to elder pixie status, not becoming a god of death, though he wasn't exactly complaining. The latter was a game changer. He couldn't help but smirk at the thought of what her newfound connection to the river of souls meant for him. Unlimited access to such a priceless resource. With Dreidra's ability, she could help him mine the breath of erosion to his heart's content. With a virtually endless supply of the most potent and mythical refining agent in existence, his financial future was secure, as long as he had the strength to protect it. Of course, he wasn't planning to trade it. The breath of erosion would be for his personal use, fueling his ambitions. With Dre by his side, not only did he have a limitless source of this resource, but he also had the greatest medic the myriad realms could offer, one capable of reviving the dead. Dre processed his words, her face scrunching up in concentration before replying. No, I don't sense any changes to hint that I will become an elder pixie. Soon added, Wyatt, it's not that easy for a pixie to become an elder pixie. Gaining a new ability is already a rare encounter, especially one that lets me revive creatures of the forest. Let us just be satisfied with that. Shaking his head, Wyatt's grin widened slightly as he watched her. She had no idea just how valuable she'd become. Her thoughts were confined to her tiny little forest, unaware that her newfound ability could plunge the entire myriad realms into chaos if word got out. The Infinity Library would be at the center of a war for control over her power. Yet, here she was, blissfully content with using her abilities to ensure the creatures of her forest could live a death-free life. I'm satisfied if you're satisfied, Wyatt said with a gentle smile. Still, he couldn't shake the certainty that Dre had grown in ways she hadn't fully realized. She could lie now, express anger, and face challenges with newfound bravery. Her control over her abilities had also significantly improved. But why hadn't she ascended to Elder Pixie status? The thought nagged at him. Maybe she was in the middle of the transition. Or perhaps there were conditions she hadn't met yet. Wyatt's mind wandered back to something he'd read in a book from the Infinity Library, Something about how pixies ascend to elder pixies to protect their friends and family. He distinctly remembered concluding, with Dredra's help, that someone had recently edited that specific detail into that copy of the book. He doubted it was part of Librarian Jr.'s grand conspiracy, but he couldn't help wondering if it was relevant. Regardless, Wyatt had no intention of testing that theory. His plan had always been to help Dredre become braver so she could achieve her dream of exploring myriad realms. Now, she was well on her way. That was enough for him. As for her newfound ability to revive the dead and mine breath of erosion from the River of Souls, that was just an added bonus, one that came with potential far beyond anything either of them could have imagined. See, I told you the call of the River of Souls wasn't something worth bothering the elders about, Dredre said, her tone light and triumphant as she flew over to nestle into Wyatt's hair. She tucked the incense stick away for later. It was better to save the limited stock for times when Wyatt wasn't around. Why waste it when she could revel in the fresh, natural fragrance emanating from him instead? It was far better than the sharp scent of burning incense. Wait, Wyatt said, his brows furrowing as her words sank in. You don't plan to tell your elders about your new ability? Dredra's nonchalant attitude caught him off guard. He had spent hours wrecking his brain for a convincing excuse to dissuade her from revealing her connection to the River of Souls to anyone, especially her tribe. The old Dredre would have agreed with him without a second thought. But this new Dredre, opinionated and independent, was a different story. Wyatt had been prepared for an argument, but now it seemed she wasn't planning to share her secret at all. Still, he needed to be sure. Should I be? I don't think they'd care. And what if they end up worrying unnecessarily, like you did, just because I have a link to the River of Souls? Dredre said, her tiny pink brows furrowing in concern. She could already picture her tribesmen panicking at the mere mention of the term River of Souls. Deciding it wasn't worth the drama, she resolved to keep quiet about it to avoid stirring unnecessary worry. That's actually a good call, Wyatt replied, his tone firm. I was going to ask you not to reveal or discuss your connection to the River of Souls, or the abilities you've gained because of it, with anyone. It'll only bring trouble for you and your tribe. There are plenty of beings out there who'd give anything to cheat death, and you, well, you're the ticket. It's better if you keep it to yourself. His gaze was steady, his warning laced with genuine concern. Dredre tilted her head, considering his words before nodding. Okay. I was planning to do that anyway, she said with a soft smile, reassured that her instincts were right. Wyatt had made an excellent point, and she felt better knowing they were on the same page. Dredre, speaking of cheating death, can you pull anyone's soul out of the River of Souls? Wyatt asked, his tone casual, but his eyes glinting with curiosity. Now that he was confident Dredre wouldn't reveal her abilities to her tribe or anyone else, he shifted his focus to exploring the limits of her newfound connection. Dredre paused mid-flight, her wings fluttering slightly as she turned to face him. What do you mean by anyone's soul? Are you asking if I can specifically bring out a certain soul from the river? She asked, her tone tinged with both curiosity and confusion. Yes, Wyatt clarified, leaning forward slightly. If I gave you a name or a soul energy signature, could you track that soul down and revive it? Dredre tilted her head, her tiny pink eyebrows drawing together in thought. A name won't help, she said matter-of-factly. But a soul energy signature might, though it could take a long time. Think of it like this. I'm a fisherman casting a net in the river. The river is vast, with countless souls flowing through it. What I can do is limited. But, she added with a little smirk, since I'm a pixie, I'm the best fisherman out there. Wyatt rubbed his chin, nodding slowly. I see. What about using something like a tracking spell? Could that help you find a specific soul faster? Dredra's pink wings shimmered faintly as she pondered his suggestion. Yeah, I think that could work, she said thoughtfully, her voice brightening with interest. Do you have someone in mind? I should warn you, though, I can only pull their soul out. For a body, we need to find a temporary vessel. Chances are their original one's already decomposed. Wyatt raised an eyebrow at her pragmatic response. Fair point, he muttered, already running through possible scenarios in his head. The thought of finding a vessel for the souls didn't bother him. After all, what better vessel than the daughter gems he possessed? But then, an idea struck him, a dark, chilling idea. His lips curled into a sinister grin that was so unsettling it sent a shiver down Dredra's tiny frame. Noticing her reaction, he didn't dial it back as he made his request. Dre, he said, his voice low and deliberate. Can you pull out a completely eroded soul for me? Sure, Dre chirped, seemingly unfazed by the request. Without hesitation, she fished out a soul from the river of souls. Holding it in her tiny hands, she extended the shimmering orb toward Wyatt. However, as soon as he caught sight of the dark tendrils writhing ominously around the orb, Wyatt instinctively stepped back, his eyes wide with alarm. Whoa, he exclaimed, raising his hands defensively. I'm not immune to the breath of erosion like you are. Dre blinked, tilting her head in confusion. It wasn't until she noticed the golden dust emanating from her body, keeping the dark tendrils at bay, that realization dawned on her. Oh, she said sheepishly, her cheeks glowing faintly pink. Sorry, my bad. With a quick flick of her wrist, Dre sprinkled a generous amount of her pixie dust onto the soul. The golden particles shimmered as they landed, causing the breath of erosion to retreat and dissipate entirely. Once the soul was purified, she handed it to Wyatt with a proud smile. There, all clean, she said, folding her arms triumphantly. Wyatt accepted the purified soul with a cautious nod, muttering under his breath, Next time, lead with that. Wyatt couldn't help but wonder if Dre had done that on purpose, as if her casual handling of the soul was a subtle reminder of her newfound status as the god of death. Perhaps it was her way of warning him not to test his luck with her. The thought sent another small shiver down his spine, but he quickly brushed it off. Holding the orb in his palm, Wyatt focused his soul energy. A daughter gem materialized beneath the orb, shimmering faintly. Almost immediately, the orb gravitated toward the gem, merging with it. Wyatt knew the soul had little choice. It couldn't maintain its form in the physical plane for long without risking permanent dissolution, especially with the breath of erosion having erased all its past life's merits. Once the soul and daughter gem fused, Wyatt carefully placed it on the ground. Dre hovered nearby, her tiny face alight with curiosity as she watched the gem transform. Slowly, flesh began to grow over the gem, forming the body of a young female Viltronian card apprentice hybrid. Wyatt handed the now fully formed but buck-naked teenager a spare set of his clothes. Here, wear this, he said, glancing at her briefly before returning his focus to the notifications flashing in his grimoire. Unnamed daughter gem has inherited the cursed bloodline. Unnamed daughter gem's authority level has increased to Bloodkin tier. Unnamed daughter gem has inherited the skills SSS rank Blood Curse Immunity and SSS rank Blood Curse Incarnation. Wyatt nodded in satisfaction. Mentally, he sent a command to Seed. Send this unnamed daughter gem to Daily. She'll handle her. Without a word, the daughter gem vanished from sight, teleported to Wyatt's elder sister. Dre gasped in amazement, her wings fluttering in excitement. I can't believe the first soul I pulled out of the river of souls was from your race. How crazy is that? Wyatt chuckled, shaking his head. Not quite. It's not about the soul's original race. It's just the vessel I used happened to be of my race. Dre tilted her head, confused. Wyatt elaborated. The breath of erosion erased everything from that soul's past life. It's like a blank slate now, completely new, ready to create fresh memories and experiences. Its race no longer matters. Dre nodded thoughtfully, though her expression suggested she was still wrapping her head around the explanation. That's kinda sad but also amazing, she murmured. Wyatt smirked, giving her a playful nudge. Welcome to the cycle of reincarnation, pink god of death. Dre giggled, the weight of their discussion momentarily lightened by Wyatt's teasing. Living section souls that the breath of erosion completely eroded in the river of souls were essentially no different from the souls of newborns. Like fresh canvases, they had no ideas, opinions, or dreams, just pure potential, waiting to be shaped. Wyatt saw them as ideal candidates for creating Calamity Daughter gems, especially those capable of inheriting the cursed bloodline, which he believed demanded willing submission and obedience to him. His theory had been validated with the birth of the unnamed Bloodkin tier daughter gem. However, just like newborns, these daughter gems were born weak. They lacked any established realm and had to start from scratch, practicing their active soul control percentage. On top of that, Wyatt noticed that their innate talents played a significant role in determining which skills they inherited from him through the cursed bloodline. For example, the unnamed daughter gem had only inherited SSS rank blood curse immunity and SSS rank blood curse incarnation from his extensive arsenal of skills derived from the blood rule. This method of producing bloodkin tier calamity daughter gems, while simple in concept, akin to giving birth to children, was as challenging as raising them. Wyatt already had his hands full managing and training his primordial spirits, working to establish a proper system among them to avoid growing them with a messed-up head. The thought of raising an army of daughter gems on top of that felt overwhelming. Still, Daly had eagerly taken up the task. Her excitement for nurturing the new kins was higher than before. However, Wyatt had his reservations. Watching her bounce around like an overenthusiastic older sibling didn't exactly inspire confidence. After all, Daly herself was still a child in many ways. Wyatt sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he imagined an army of bloodkin tier daughter gems who were as emotionally stunted as their older sister. That was the last thing he needed. One messed up me in this world is enough, he thought to himself, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Shaking his head, Wyatt glanced at Dre, who was blinking at him curiously, trying to decipher the thoughts running through his mind. Breaking his silence, he asked, "Does this mean you can revive beings more effectively if they've died very recently? Like, those who died right in front of you?" "Yes," Dre confirmed with a cheerful nod. "I can just grab the soul as it's making its way to the river of souls and put it back into its corpse. Then, with a sprinkle of my pixie dust, I can nurse them back to perfect health." She spoke confidently, as if bringing someone back from the dead was as simple as watering a plant. "Yes," Dre confirmed with a cheerful nod. "I can just grab the soul as it's making its way to the river of souls and put it back into its corpse. Then, with a sprinkle of my pixie dust, I can nurse them back to perfect health." She spoke confidently, as if bringing someone back from the dead was as simple as watering a plant. "That's amazing," Wyatt said, grinning as he patted Dredra's head affectionately. Her wings fluttered slightly at the praise. Extending his hand out, he conjured a few pseudo-calamity soul gems, meticulously shaped into precious gemstones using myriad devil transformations. Handing them to her, he added, "Keep these safe for me. If I ever find myself in a tight spot, I'll head to the river of souls. It'll be up to you to fish my soul out and put my soul into one of these gemstones to revive me." These pseudo-calamity soul gems were Wyatt's ultimate contingency plan, his true last resort. He wouldn't have entrusted something so critical to the old Dre, but the current Dre was a completely different being. She had grown far beyond the simple, naive pixie she once was. Now, she was someone Wyatt trusted blindly, someone who could not be swayed, even if the librarian himself appeared and demanded her compliance. Wyatt wasn't just planning to use the River of Souls as a refuge to escape death. He intended to use it as a corridor, a means of transportation. No matter where he was in the myriad realms, he believed he could count on returning to Dredra's side through the River of Souls. He mulled over his plan, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He was confident his primordial soul would hold up better than an ordinary soul against the river's breath of erosion, buying him the precious time he needed to pull off this soul transmission. Dredra's tiny hands hesitated, not reaching for the gemstones. Her expression grew serious as she looked up at him, her usual playful demeanor replaced by an uncommon, solemn concern. Her wings drooped slightly as she stared at the gemstones in Wyatt's hand, their meanings sinking in. She understood all too well the gravity of what it meant for a soul to enter the River of Souls. It was the same reason she had decided not to reveal her connection to it, even to her tribesmen, with whom she shared everything. But now, as she realized the implications of the gemstones Wyatt was handing her, her chest tightened. Dre knew Wyatt was mortal. He would eventually die, unlike her, an immortal pixie. But she hadn't thought they would have to confront the idea so soon. Talking about it now made it feel real, no longer just a fleeting worry her mind had dismissed. She wasn't ready to lose him. Her dreams of exploring the myriad realms had always included him by her side. Her voice was soft, trembling slightly as she asked, "Wyatt, Are you going to die? Wyatt blinked at her, startled by the question, before shaking his head with a small smile. Nope, I'm not planning on it. Because you're going to revive me, right? Unless. He paused, raising an eyebrow playfully. You're saying you don't plan to? Then I guess I am doomed. He chuckled, trying to lighten the mood, though the sight of distressed Dre tugged at his heartstrings. Dredra's eyes widened, and she quickly shook her head, her wings fluttering with urgency. No, I'll always find your soul and revive you, no matter what, she declared with conviction. Before Wyatt could respond, she flew over to his forehead, her small hands gripping it as if holding on to him for dear life. Then, leaning down, she kissed it gently. A radiant golden light burst forth from her tiny body, enveloping them both. Wyatt's eyes widened in awe as he felt the light seep into his body, marking his primordial soul. It was more than just a promise. It was a bond, unbreakable and eternal. As the glow faded, Dre floated down to his eye level, staring straight into his gaze. Her expression was resolute, yet her voice softened with a hint of vulnerability. How can I travel the myriad realms without my trusted partner? It would be lonely. Wyatt's chest tightened at her words. This was the first time she had spoken about her dream since she'd first confided in him long ago. He smiled gently, reaching up to pat her on the head. You won't have to, he said softly. We'll explore it together, I promise. Dre nodded as she took the gemstones from Wyatt and then carefully stored them in her private storage space along with her other precious belongings, which were mostly seeds. Then her wings fluttered softly as if relieved, and for a moment, the room felt lighter, the weight of the conversation replaced by an unspoken understanding. Where are we going next? Dre asked lazily, her tiny voice muffled as she nestled deeper into Wyatt's hair. We're going to check on Corey. I promised to help her get stronger, Wyatt replied, deciding to fly to Corey's floating forest island instead of asking Seed to teleport him there. No, silly, Dre said, rolling around like a playful puppy in the strands of his hair, clearly enjoying herself. She made a small, contented hum as she covered herself in his familiar fragrance. I meant our next adventure. Wyatt blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned. This was the first time Dre had willingly expressed a desire to tag along with him since becoming his exclusive book guide. She had been cooped up in the Seed world ever since Bloodette's dungeon seal had scared her off. Her sudden enthusiasm caught him off guard, and he paused to consider her question. Where should he take her? His plans for the upcoming days included visiting the Card World and the Red Alps. But given the state of the Red Alps planet, it was far too depressing and somewhat dangerous for Dredra's first outing. That settled it. Card World it would be. Just as he was about to answer her, Wyatt received a mental transmission from Daly. Wyatt, I caught an intruder. He's from your home world. He introduced himself as Henrix and claimed to know you and the field marshal. Wyatt's eyes narrowed slightly. His tone was curt as he mentally replied, Say no more. I'm on my way. Turning his attention back to Dre atop his head, Wyatt answered, For now, let's head to the surface of Lil. Red Storm Realm. Daly's realm, huh? Dre said, her wings giving a small flutter of excitement. I guess it'll make a perfect destination for my first adventure. Before Wyatt could say anything else, the duo was teleported directly to Daly's side on the surface of Lil. Red Storm Realm. As they materialized, Wyatt's lips twitched into an amused smile. He couldn't help but wonder what dictionary Dre had been using to define the word adventure. It seemed to hold a completely different meaning for her than it did for him. Considering how reclusive modern-day pixies were, it wasn't surprising that even visiting the surface of Lil, Red Storm Realm, would feel like a grand adventure to Dre. Well, what do we have here? Wyatt muttered as his eyes landed on a bloodied Henrix. Bloodied was putting it lightly. Barely clinging to life was a more accurate description. The man could barely muster the strength to open his eyes and meet Wyatt's gaze. Wyatt frowned, his surprise evident. He hadn't expected Daly to be so ruthless. However, she quickly explained, he tried to escape with some weird space ability when I caught him snooping around. I locked the space to stop him. He would have died, but he barely managed to cling to life. Wyatt raised a brow, glancing at the pitiful state Henrix was in. Without a word, he pulled a few high-rank blood elixirs from his storage space and tossed them to the wounded man. Here, fix yourself up. Henrix caught the elixirs with trembling hands, gratitude flashing in his weary eyes. Despite being a space-type demigod, his impoverished state was glaringly obvious, so much so that he didn't even have a single elixir on hand to heal himself. Wyatt couldn't help but think how pathetic the freedom fighters of this timeline had become. Their downfall had started the moment they decided to steal from him. "Thank you." Henrix croaked once he had regrown most of his jaw and could speak again. He used 2 of the elixirs to heal himself and tucked the remaining ones away for later, letting his demigod realm's natural healing take care of the rest of his injuries. Wyatt noticed but chose to ignore it. As he watched Henrix, Wyatt couldn't help but think of how far the man had fallen. Henrix, the leader of an organization meant to help ABA Windsor reshape 5 regions of the card world, was now a broken man, a prime example of how one bad decision could destroy everything. "Don't mention it," Wyatt said flatly, his tone cool and direct. "Why are you back here? Were you spying on us?" "No," Henrix said, shaking his head weakly. His voice carried an edge of despair, his desperation seeping through every word. "I came here to find the field marshal. Please, call her. I have something urgent to discuss." Henrix's eyes were hollow, yet the urgency in them was impossible to ignore. Whatever had brought him here, it was clear he was at the end of his rope. Wyatt's expression hardened as he realized something serious must have happened to bring Henrix to this point. Considering Henrix had once been a proud field marshal with countless military achievements under his belt, Wyatt knew this wasn't about his life. It had to be about something even more important to him, his organization, the Freedom Fighters. Wyatt immediately suspected the world leaders had finally decided to act against them. But why now? Did the world leaders finally make their move? Wyatt asked, skipping over the details. He didn't bother calling the field marshal, knowing she was occupied with her retreat in the Interrealm city. Henrix's bloodied face twisted with anger at Wyatt's words. World leaders? Warmongering bandits is what they are. Those assholes. He cut himself off, taking a deep, shaky breath as he clenched his fists. Forget it. Just, please call the field marshal. Wyatt studied Henrix for a moment. The man's desperation was written all over him, his clenched jaw, trembling hands, and the sheer weariness in his voice. Yet, Wyatt couldn't oblige him just yet. "I'm sorry, that's not possible," Wyatt said, his tone firm but not unkind. "She's in a retreat, honing her skills. But tell me what you need to relay to her. If it's urgent, I'll call her myself." Henrix hesitated, his jaw tightening as he weighed Wyatt's words. He looked like a man carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, his pride at war with the urgency of his mission. Wyatt remained calm, his gaze steady, silently conveying that he understood the gravity of the situation. Deep down, he hoped this moment could serve as a bridge, an opportunity to bring Henrix and his crumbling organization into his fold. Henrix cast a cautious glance at Wyatt, but quickly realized something. The young man standing before him wasn't just anyone. He was someone who had earned the field marshal's unwavering loyalty. Winning Wyatt's approval was as good as gaining the field marshal's backing. After a brief moment of hesitation, Henrix exhaled sharply and decided to open up. "It's the Southern Princess," Henrix began, his voice tight with restrained anger. "She double-crossed us." He paused, visibly struggling to control the storm of emotions brewing within him. Just saying her name seemed to light a fire in his chest, his fists clenched by his sides. Wyatt's gaze sharpened, his expression hardening. "Don't tell me you handed her the Silver Beach dungeon," he asked, his tone laced with disbelief. While he didn't think the Freedom Fighters would make such a reckless mistake, Henrix's current mental state left him bracing for the worst. "No, we didn't," Henrix replied quickly, shaking his head. "Not only is the Silver Beach dungeon still in our possession, but the dungeon relocation apparatus she gave us to turn the Silver Dungeon into a card once again is also in our possession. That is exactly why I don't understand her action. Why would she do this?" His confusion was evident, and it mirrored Wyatt's. Henrix couldn't grasp what the Southern Princess stood to gain by exposing the secret deal between the Freedom Fighters and the Southern royal family to the rest of the card world. Her actions had effectively forced the other world leaders to launch their attack on the Freedom Fighters out of fear of losing the dungeon to the Southern royals. Wyatt's brows furrowed as he considered the situation. The fact that the Southern Princess would resort to this risky strategy despite handing the dungeon relocation apparatus to the freedom fighters was just puzzling. After all, though a dungeon relocation apparatus would not compare to a Silver Beach dungeon, it was still a priceless and tactical possession for the Southern royal family. It could allow them to move SSS rank or other high-rank or resource-filled dungeons to more convenient and strategic locations. How could she part with something so valuable for the southern region so easily? This did not make any sense, just as Henrik said. Did she put forward any other conditions? He asked, wondering if the Southern Princess was using the world leaders as pawns to get the better of her deal with the freedom fighters. She did, Henrik admitted, his tone heavy with frustration. And we had no choice but to agree. Yet she hasn't replied since. I've tried reaching out to her, but she's completely disappeared. That's why I'm here, looking for the field marshal. Maybe she knows a way to find or reach out to her. Henrik spoke quickly, the words tumbling out as if he feared losing his train of thought. Before arriving here, he first went to Sky Blossom City, hoping to find the field marshal there. Instead, he encountered her incarnation, who informed him she hadn't yet returned from the Redstorm realm. Desperate, he rushed there, only to find the realm transformed. Arriving there, he glanced around, with apparent confusion. The entire landscape was different. The space feels more stable, almost like another realm entirely. At first, he thought he had ended up in the wrong place, but when he double-checked the coordinates, he realized he was in the right place. He guessed these changes had something to do with Wyatt and the field marshal staying here for so long. Wyatt remained silent for a moment, processing everything Henriks had just shared. His eyes narrowed, the wheels in his mind turning as he pieced together the implications of the Southern Princess's action. An odd thought crossed Wyatt's mind. What if Henriks was a present prepared by the Southern Princess for him? Given their tumultuous history, it seemed far-fetched, but considering her unpredictable actions now and Henrik's growing desperation presenting a God-sent opportunity for him, it almost made sense. Wyatt shook his head, dismissing the idea for now. Whether Henriks was a present that the Southern Princess prepared for him or not didn't matter. What mattered was the opportunity that had presented itself. The freedom fighters, despite their financial struggles, were an impressively solid organization. They had members of all realms, a structured hierarchy, and a level of operational efficiency that even the world government couldn't crack. Until Henriks had prematurely exposed their existence by attempting to seize the Silver Beach dungeon and corner the silver milk powder market. Wyatt folded his arms, his expression steady but firm as he addressed Henriks. I think you should stop trying to find the Southern Princess, he said, his tone calm but pointed, and start focusing on how you're going to save your organization and its members. Because if she doesn't want to be found, I doubt even the field marshal can help you. Henriks flinched slightly at Wyatt's bluntness, but the weight of his words clearly settled on him. His shoulders slumped as he let out a heavy sigh, eventually giving a reluctant nod. But then, with a helpless expression, he muttered, "Finding the Southern Princess was my plan to save my organization and its members." Wyatt raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation, as if silently questioning whether Henriks had lost his mind. Unable to hold back, he asked bluntly, "How exactly did you expect the Southern Princess to help you and your organization? Not only are your opponents the world leaders, but they also have a legitimate reason to hunt you down. Or have you forgotten that, in the eyes of the 5 regions, you're nothing more than rebels they want to bring to justice?" Henriks's lips tightened into a thin line, and he lowered his gaze, unable to refute Wyatt's harsh but accurate assessment. "Where's Ned? Did something happen to him?" "He'd never let you do something this reckless," Wyatt asked, narrowing his eyes. He knew Ned was the real brains behind the freedom fighters, while Henriks served more as their figurehead. "Ned is missing. We haven't been able to reach him," Henriks admitted, his face darkening with worry. His shoulders slumped as he added, "It's been 2 days since he disappeared. It's like he just vanished off the face of Yellow Plains." Henriks hesitated for a moment before continuing, his tone lower. "Honestly, most of the department leaders think Luna might be behind it, but none of us have the evidence to confront her." Wyatt's expression grew grim upon hearing that. The weight of Ned's absence suddenly made everything click into place. It explained why Henrik's and the freedom fighters had been so quick to bow to the Southern Princess's extra demands without much forethought. Henrik's might have been clever, but he wasn't on the same level as the Southern Princess. Only Ned could guide them through a situation like this. Without him, Wyatt realized, the freedom fighters had no anchor, no glue to hold them together. What did Luna have to say for herself? Wyatt asked, leaning forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he tried to piece together if the Southern Princess was behind Ned's disappearance. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction at Luna's current predicament. Betraying her family and homeland for these people and their cause had landed her here surrounded by suspicion. Once a traitor, always a traitor. Nothing, Henrik's replied with a weary shake of his head. But she did modify the dungeon relocation apparatus to help us seal and unseal all the reverse dungeons connected to the Yellow Plains at will. It's bought us some time to search for Ned and the Southern Princess before the world leaders figure out how to bypass the seals on the reverse dungeons. Thanks to the list of compromised reverse dungeons you gave us, we've already decommissioned all the other branches. We moved our members and their families to the Yellow Plains to keep them safe, with a few casualties. But now, the entire Freedom Fighters organization is stuck there. Henrik's voice grew heavier as he revealed their current dire situation. What was once their safe haven had now become their prison. Wyatt frowned, crossing his arms as he processed Henrik's explanation. Why didn't you migrate the Freedom Fighters to another realm and set up a reverse dungeon there? Instead, you moved them to the Yellow Plains, place the world leaders already knew about. You should have done that ages ago. Then you wouldn't be in this mess. Wyatt's tone was sharp, tinged with exasperation, as he gestured emphatically. Even a mouse knew to find a new burrow when its old one was discovered by predators. The world leaders had given the freedom fighters plenty of time to act. Henrik's had his origin card, why hadn't he used it to relocate them? Wyatt's piercing gaze demanded an answer. Wyatt couldn't help but nod slightly, begrudgingly acknowledging Luna's ingenuity in turning the dungeon relocation apparatus into a dungeon scaling apparatus. While it wasn't as groundbreaking as his vision of using it to create new gate dungeons, it was innovative and exactly what the freedom fighters needed at the moment. Luna had always been resourceful, but she had betrayed him and the South. He couldn't stop himself from wondering what might have been if she had remained loyal. No, I can't do that, Henrik's admitted, shaking his head with a mix of frustration and resignation. There's a limit to my origin card. It only allows me to create reverse dungeons connecting the card world to another realm, or vice versa, but not between two different realms. One end of the reverse dungeon, either the origin or the destination, has to be the card world. With the entire 5 regions being closely monitored by the world leaders, I haven't been able to find a single place in the card world where I could safely create a connecting reverse dungeon with the card world as an intermediate between 2 realms to help migrate my members to a new realm. Henrik's voice grew tense as he laid bare the constraints of his situation, his hands gesturing as though trying to convey the invisible barriers he faced. Wyatt's brow furrowed as the pieces began to fall into place. So the Southern Princess was supposed to provide you with a covert location in the card world where you could create 2 reverse dungeons, one linking the Yellow Plains to the card world and another connecting the card world to a new realm, such that you and your members could migrate to a new realm while the world leaders would be stupidly guarding and attacking the reverse gates dungeons to Yellow Plains. Damn, now I see why you're so desperate to find the Southern Princess. Wyatt paused, exhaling sharply through his nose, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. A flicker of mockery danced in his eyes as he looked at Henrik's. She did you dirty, Henrik's, he said, the smirk growing wider as he couldn't help but jab at the latter for choosing the Southern Princess over him. Henrik's jaw tightened, but he remained silent, clearly the weight of his present situation left him unable to defend his choice back then. Wyatt leaned back slightly, folding his arms as he let his words sink in. But I get it now, he continued, his tone softening just a touch. You chose her because she was your ticket to migrating the freedom fighters out of the Yellow Plains and into a new realm. With her authority in the southern region, she could have given you a safe passage to see your migration plan through. Knowing the limits of Henrik's origin card, it finally made sense to Wyatt why freedom fighters chose the Southern Princess over him on every turn. They were just protecting their interest. Henrik's glanced away, his shoulders slumping slightly, as if admitting defeat. Wyatt studied him for a moment longer, understanding that his whole organization's survival depended on his origin card. Without a way to bypass the limits of his origin card, they were cornered, and because of their situation, they could only watch as it happened. Henrix let out a heavy sigh, his hand rubbing the back of his neck as he nodded. His brow furrowing deeply, he said, "What does she stand to gain from betraying us? We still have the Silver Beach dungeon and the dungeon relocation apparatus. If we go down, she loses too. She loses the only source of silver milk in the entire card world, and the only dungeon relocation apparatus not owned by Morningstar University." He paused, shaking his head in frustration. "There has to be more to this than what we're seeing. There's something I'm missing, something she's after that I haven't figured out yet," Henrix muttered, his voice laced with both confusion and a hint of desperation. "It's me," Wyatt said suddenly, his voice steady as he turned to lock eyes with Henrix. "I believe you guys are the gift she prepared for me." Henrix froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. The shock on his face quickly gave way to realization as Wyatt's words sank in. Looking at his current predicament standing before Wyatt, practically begging for help, he couldn't deny that Wyatt might be right. He clenched his fists, his anger bubbling to the surface as he yelled, "What kind of sick game is this?" His voice shook with fury, and for a moment, it looked as though he might charge at Wyatt. But Henrix held himself back, knowing full well he stood no chance against Wyatt, let alone the forest spirit and girl standing nearby. Still, his frustration boiled over. Why would she use innocent lives as pawns in this twisted game? He growled, his chest heaving, barely able to contain his rage. Wyatt remained calm, shaking his head as if Henrix were missing the point entirely. His gaze was steady, almost pitying, as he replied, "The real question is whether I should accept her gift. Because if I do, it would mean forgiving her for everything she's done up to this point." Henrix's jaw dropped, his face twisting in disbelief. "What the FCK is that supposed to mean?" he shouted, his voice raw. "You're telling me you'd let innocent lives be destroyed just because of some petty grudge with the Southern Princess?" Wyatt exhaled slowly, his gaze lifting to the swirling rings of the Lil Red Storm above them. "Can't you see?" he said, his tone almost detached, as though speaking to himself as much as Henrix. "That's the brilliance of her gift. She's left me no real choice. I have to accept it. When I accept it, it will be definite that I've forgiven her for everything. Every betrayal, every scheme. It's her way of backing me into her corner without even being here." Henrix shook his head, his anger simmering beneath the surface as Wyatt's words cut deeper. Wyatt, meanwhile, stood silent, his eyes fixed on the sky, wondering how someone as cunning as the Southern Princess had been dismantled by the matron step by step and yet still managed to play her pieces so masterfully. With Colleen's death, the Southern royal family had become a shadow of its former self, a hollow shell. But now, things were different. Wyatt and Clown Mask had changed everything. Clown Mask's timely information had saved Colleen, and Wyatt's presence had rekindled the dormant ambitions of the entire southern region. Just as mothers are the glue that holds families together, the Soldier Queen had been the cornerstone of the Southern royal family. With her back in the picture, the current Southern royal family was on an entirely different level. "Does that mean you have a way to help us?" Henrix asked, his voice trembling slightly as a flicker of hope broke through the despair clouding his heart. "Yes," Wyatt replied with a curt nod, turning to Daly. His tone shifted to one of quiet authority as he ordered, "Create a large-scale teleportation channel to these coordinates." He quickly shared the coordinates of the Freedom Fighters' headquarters in the Yellow Plains with her. Henrix's face lit up briefly with relief, but it faltered as Wyatt turned back to him and added, "In a few minutes, your members will be able to move here dash." "Here," Henrix interrupted, his voice rising with alarm. The Lil Red Storm realm was desolate and hostile to life. The thought of relocating the freedom fighters there seemed like a death sentence, the same as the threat posed by the world leaders. At least with the world leaders, the children might get spared, but here they would be first to go. Wyatt's sharp gaze pinned Henrix in place. "Don't interrupt me," he warned, his tone cold enough to freeze Henrix mid-thought. "As I was saying, your people can move here. But there's a price. Unless you're willing to pay it. Well, you understand what that means." Henrix's jaw tightened, his fists clenching at his sides. The warning stung, but he bit back his pride, knowing their survival was at stake. His throat felt dry as he swallowed his ego along with the lump of frustration rising in it. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he forced the words out. "What is it that you want?" he asked, his voice low but steady, his desperation barely masked by his measured tone. "You already know what I want," Wyatt said, his frown deepening. The way Henrix asked the question made it clear he hadn't seriously considered Wyatt's previous offer, an insult in itself. It was as though Henrix hadn't even bothered to bring up the proposal with the other department heads of the Freedom Fighters. Wyatt's irritation flared, but he quickly tempered it, his expression cooling. He understood why his earlier terms had fallen flat. After all, compared to the Southern Princess's promise to provide the Freedom Fighters with safe passage to a new home in another realm, his own offer had been lackluster at best. Surrendering to him by joining his criminal rehabilitation program and admitting to the crimes leveled against them by the central government, that wasn't just unappealing, it was a slap in the face to everything the Freedom Fighters stood for. Of course, Henrix hadn't given it a second thought, but now the tables had turned. Wyatt was offering something far more compelling than what the Southern Princess promised to deliver and reneged on. This time, he was confident Henrix would give him the answer he wanted despite any lingering doubts or hesitations. After all, the Southern Princess had reduced their entire organization to a point where they didn't have many options left. They no longer had the luxury to carefully assess, discuss, or deliberate over Wyatt's offer, let alone hold a meeting between the captains and vote. It was now or never. They had to accept it and get erased from existence. Wyatt, the Freedom Fighters would rather die than surrender, adding legitimacy to the crimes the central government has accused us of, Henrix said firmly, his tone resolute but tinged with quiet frustration. He wasn't outright rejecting Wyatt, but he made it clear they couldn't join his criminal reform and rehabilitation program. Doing so would dishonor the countless sacrifices their members had made for their cause. They'd rather take their chances with the Southern Princess or even the world leaders than shame their fallen comrades. Wyatt's expression didn't shift, but his eyes hardened slightly as he heard Henrix out. Then, with a calm yet commanding tone, he said, "Daly, show him." At his words, Daly tilted her head, seemingly puzzled. Moments later, her eyes widened in astonishment as she mentally conversed with the Hive spirit. It had shared with her the schematics of something Wyatt referred to as a megapolis, a massive and intricate city he wanted her to construct in her realm. Daly didn't fully understand its purpose, but since her little brother wanted it, she didn't hesitate. Without a second thought, she resolved to build it for him. Henrix, on the other hand, watched nervously. He knew how petty Wyatt could be. He'd seen it firsthand. But he also understood that the Freedom Fighters were an organization driven by principles and unwavering dedication to their cause, even if it meant risking Wyatt's wrath. Though his heart pounded in his chest, he held his ground, knowing he had to stand his ground here, even if it meant Wyatt might withdraw his offer entirely. His eyes flicked toward Daly. As a dimensional traveler, Henrix had encountered many terrifying beings and entities across realms, but the one Wyatt called Daly was on a completely different level. Her mere presence radiated power beyond comprehension. How Wyatt had managed to tame her, he couldn't fathom. One thing was clear, with Daly by his side, Wyatt was untouchable in the myriad realms would dare cross him. Suddenly, Henrix noticed the space before them shift, the air growing dense and opaque. His eyes widened as an enormous array formation, spanning hundreds of miles in diameter, emerged from the ground beneath their feet. Henrix froze, utterly dumbfounded. How could an array of this magnitude appear out of nowhere? And what stunned him even more was the realization it wasn't artificial. It was a natural array formation. Henrix turned toward Daly, his face a mixture of confusion and awe. Could this massive array have always been here, hidden beneath the surface, and the latter was just revealing it? Given Wyatt's cryptic words and the fact that only the realm's nature either realms could produce a natural array formation, it seemed like the only logical explanation. But as the scene unfolded further, Henrix realized how wrong he was. The opaque space before him morphed, revealing a breathtaking cityscape. Towering buildings, each stretching thousands of feet into the sky, appeared as though conjured from thin air. Henrix's jaw dropped as he tried to comprehend the sheer scale of what he was seeing. Wyatt's voice pulled him out of his shock. That's the city I created just for my organization, the first citizens of the Redstrom realm, Wyatt said, his tone casual, yet laced with pride. Gesturing toward the megapolis, he added, "Go ahead, explore it. It's designed to house millions of members and their families." Still, in disbelief, Henrik shot into the air, ascending above the sprawling city. From his vantage point, he scrutinized every corner, every detail, using his intense sense to probe for answers. How could a natural array formation construct an entire megapolis spanning hundreds of miles in diameter? The deeper he searched, the more baffled he became. Nothing about it made sense. The city below him was a masterpiece, yet its creation defied every natural law he knew. As confusion clouded his thoughts, one truth became clear: Daly was not an ordinary being. "Henriks, what I'm offering is a new home," Wyatt said, his gaze steady and voice firm. "Here, your people won't have to worry about being invaded by their enemies. Here, they can live in peace, just like any regular family back in the 5 regions. They'll be provided with everything a company would give its employees: a decent salary, benefits like hospitals, schools, and infrastructure for daily needs and entertainment. This will be my organization's community, where they'll feel safe and see a hopeful future for their families and children." Wyatt leaned slightly forward, his tone softening as he added, "I don't just want my people to survive, Henriks. I want them to live, to have something more than the cause you've been using to numb them to their circumstances. I want them to have something to look forward to at the end of a hard day." Henriks blinked, taking a moment to process Wyatt's words. The conviction in Wyatt's voice was clear, but the implications of his offer were staggering. "Then what about all that talk earlier about surrendering to you?" Henriks asked cautiously, narrowing his eyes. He needed to confirm that accepting this didn't mean his people would be branded as criminals. The benefits Wyatt was describing sounded too good to be true, and he couldn't help but feel wary, especially after being burned by the Southern Princess. His skepticism was justified. Trust wasn't something he could afford to give lightly anymore. Even Wyatt could respect that. Wyatt straightened, his expression firm but honest. "The situation has changed. Back then, I didn't have a land that was truly mine. But now, I have an entire realm that's solely mine in every sense. That means I can offer better conditions to my people." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "But don't misunderstand me. This doesn't mean I'll be any less firm with my demands." As Wyatt spoke, Daly's eyes sparkled with delight. Hearing him claim her as his own sent a surge of pride through her. It was this possessive side of Wyatt that she loved the most, because it showed he had accepted their kinship wholeheartedly. After taking in Wyatt's words, Henriks's haggard expression began to change. The exhaustion that had weighed down his features lifted, and for the first time in a long while, his face looked alive and determined, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted off his chest. He exhaled deeply, his shoulders relaxing before he straightened up, his gaze now sharp and unwavering. With firm resolve, Henriks replied, "Don't worry. If there's one thing my people aren't afraid of, it's hard work. What they are afraid of is living a meaningless life. And with what you're offering them, what you stand for, I doubt they'll be able to sleep soundly unless they're pulling their weight around here." A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, but it wasn't one of amusement, it was pride. He could vouch for the freedom fighters and their resolve. He had seen firsthand the lengths they were willing to go for something they truly believed in. If Wyatt could become that belief, he knew they wouldn't hesitate to give everything for him, even their lives, if it came to that. But Henriks himself couldn't offer that blind devotion so easily. As the man responsible for millions of lives and their families, his trust had to be earned, and Wyatt knew that as well. After a brief pause, Henriks's brow furrowed as a question surfaced in his mind. "Is this realm your fallback plan in case we lose to the second demon invasion?" he asked, studying Wyatt carefully. The thought hadn't struck him until now. As natives of the card world, the freedom fighters had always been acutely aware of the looming threat of a second demon invasion and what it could mean for their cause and their world. Yet, their dire circumstances left them little time or energy to focus on that distant catastrophe when their organization was teetering on the brink of collapse. Now, with that immediate crisis seemingly resolved with Wyatt taking over, Henriks couldn't help but shift his thoughts to the future and the grim possibilities it might hold. He crossed his arms, his gaze unwavering as he awaited Wyatt's answer. As a former field marshal for the central government, he understood better than most just how devastating internal strife could be during a foreign invasion. Not to mention, the enemies the freedom fighters were battling were the very pillars holding up the card world. If those pillars fell, even though the freedom fighters might get closer to their cause, but it would leave their realm vulnerable to a second demon invasion. Henrix couldn't ignore this. He wanted to gauge how far Wyatt had thought about the future of the card world, especially since Wyatt was widely regarded as one of the most brilliant minds in it. Not to mention, the enemies the freedom fighters were battling were the very pillars holding up the card world. If those pillars fell, even though the freedom fighters might get closer to their cause, but it would leave their realm vulnerable to a second demon invasion. Henrix couldn't ignore this. He wanted to gauge how far Wyatt had thought about the future of the card world, especially since Wyatt was widely regarded as one of the most brilliant minds in it. It could be, Wyatt began, his tone casual yet calculated. But no, I've got different plans for the demon invasion. I plan to take the fight to the dark realm. He paused, watching Henrix's reaction closely. Wyatt wasn't the type to overshare, but now that Henrix had essentially joined his side, he figured it wouldn't hurt to give him a glimpse of his long-term plans. Henrix's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. Take the fight to the dark realm, he repeated, his voice tinged with both shock and skepticism. He straightened up instinctively, his posture tense. Everyone in the card world knew that the only reason their ancestors had managed to end the first demonic invasion was because of their home field advantage, the realms while suppressing foreign souls. Without that, the war would have been 10 times harder, if not outright impossible. The idea of marching into the dark realm, a place teeming with powerful beings and countless unknowns, felt reckless, if not outright suicidal. Are you serious? Henrix asked, his tone incredulous. He leaned forward slightly, studying Wyatt's face for any sign that this was a joke. Nah, Wyatt replied with a faint smirk, shaking his head. There's more to the dark realm than you know. Trust me on that. But don't worry about it for now. Just focus on carrying out my orders. When the time comes, and all the pieces fall into place, you'll see for yourself. Wyatt's voice carried an air of calm authority, but there was an unmistakable edge to it, a subtle demand for trust. He wasn't asking Henrix to give him blind faith immediately, but the implication was clear. In the near future, as the freedom fighters integrated into his forces, Henrix would need to rely on Wyatt's vision without question. Henrix's brows knitted together in a mixture of frustration and unease. He wasn't used to being left in the dark, but he could sense that Wyatt wasn't going to elaborate further. For now, he would have to set aside his doubts and focus on the present. I understand, Henrix replied, his voice steady but tinged with a newfound sense of determination. Watching Wyatt stand shoulder to shoulder with a being as formidable as Daly and give her commands without hesitation, then seeing them turn a barren, inhospitable realm into a thriving paradise for his people, convinced Henrix. It was time to start putting his faith in Wyatt. Wyatt, Daly's melodic yet commanding voice broke the moment, drawing both their attention. I've established multiple mass teleportation array formations in the metropolis at the teleportation stations you had me create. Now, all that's left is for you to set up the corresponding array formations in the Yellow Plains, and we can begin the mass migration. Wyatt gave a small nod, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. The metropolis, which the Hive Spirit had meticulously designed under Wyatt's direction, was nothing short of a marvel. It featured an intricate network of teleportation stations that functioned as a transportation system, allowing its citizens to move seamlessly within the city, to other parts of the card realm, or even to the dark realm. Its design was inspired by the ruler-class cities of the dark realm, urban behemoths protected by ruler-class beings. Perfect, Wyatt said with a confident smirk. Turning to Henrix, he added, you guys wait here. We'll be back soon. Henrix caught the subtle signal Wyatt gave him. Without hesitation, Henrix stepped forward, reaching out to grab Wyatt's wrist. His grip was firm but not forceful, his movements efficient, like someone who had done this countless times before. In an instant, the two of them disappeared from Lil Red Storm, heading straight for the Yellow Plains to set up the corresponding array formations and kickstart the migration plan without delay. Damn it! How long do we have to stay here? a stout demigod grumbled, sprawled lazily on a cloud, as if it were his personal mattress. He shifted restlessly, using the puff of vapor as a makeshift pillow. Can't we just combine our powers and blast the seals on those reverse gate dungeons? Invade them directly. Rolling her eyes, an alluring demigod clad in revealing tights shot back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. First, if we do that, we risk destroying the reverse gate dungeons entirely. Second, we already have enough people working on unsealing them. Your bird brain adding to the mix wouldn't change a damn thing. Third, we're Plan B. The sooner we catch Henrix, the sooner we can use him to invade the Yellow Plains. The stout demigod huffed, clearly unimpressed, but stayed quiet. How sure are we he'll even pass through here? An elderly demigod asked, his sharp, weathered eyes scanning their surroundings. His intense sense probed the area stealthily, covering every inch under their surveillance. The alluring demigod crossed her arms, her lips curling into a smirk. Can't say for sure, but he has to pass through one of these spots eventually. Based on his usual patterns, these are the places he uses as an intermediate step to travel between realms through the card world. Let's just hope luck's on our side and he shows up here. Her eyes gleamed with greed as she added, if he does, we'll be able to bargain for a bigger share of the loot. The three weren't alone in their hidden watch. They were part of an intricate network of demigods stationed across key points, lying in wait for Henrix. The world leaders had leveraged their influence with the central government to employ their diviners, who had pinpointed specific locations Henrix had been frequently using as intermediary platforms in the card world for his interrealm travel. For now, all they could do was wait, and hope their prey would stumble right into their trap. Get the array formation ready. I sense a disturbance in the space. The elderly demigod barked, his tone sharp and urgent. His weathered eyes narrowed as he focused on the anomaly beneath them. Hearing his warning, the other two demigods immediately snapped into action, positioning themselves to activate the space isolation array. They weren't taking any chances, ready to trap Henrix the moment he arrived, even if something seemed slightly off. Just as the elderly demigod had predicted, the space a few meters below them rippled unnaturally before settling again, revealing two figures. Without pausing to identify who they were or questioning why there were two instead of one, the demigods triggered the array formation. Just as the elderly demigod had predicted, the space a few meters below them rippled unnaturally before settling again, revealing two figures. Without pausing to identify who they were or questioning why there were two instead of one, the demigods triggered the array formation. What the FCK? Henrix swore, his eyes darting around as he realized the space had been isolated. Looks like you've walked into an ambush, Wyatt said, his tone calm yet sharp, as his primordial soul pupils flared. His eyes glinted with an otherworldly glow, quickly analyzing the space isolation array and locking onto the three demigods who had entered the trap with them. Holy SHD! Is that Dalton Wyatt? The stout demigod exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. The lazy posture he'd held moments ago was replaced with tense energy. His excitement of capturing Henrix just quadrupled. Yes, it's him. We've hit the jackpot, the alluring demigod confirmed, her voice dripping with greed. Her eyes sparkled with avarice, and her grin stretched from ear to ear, unable to contain her delight at the unexpected windfall. What is he doing with a traitor? The elderly demigod muttered, his voice heavy with disappointment as his frown deepened. While his teammates practically salivated over the thought of capturing Dalton Wyatt along with Henrix, his reaction was far more conflicted. He couldn't help but feel uneasy seeing the future of the card world standing shoulder to shoulder with a criminal. This wasn't why he'd spent decades at the Way Beyond, guarding the 5 regions from threats. Seeing Wyatt standing alongside a known criminal, the elderly demigod felt a wave of betrayal crash over him. For centuries, he had devoted his life to protecting the 5 regions, and now the one they called the future of the card world was associating with someone like Henrix. Yet, a small part of him, a hopeful whisper, clung to the possibility that Wyatt was being held against his will. If that were the case, the elderly demigod would gladly go down in history as the hero who saved the future of the card world, rather than someone who massacred millions of card apprentices to secure the only known source of silver milk. Let's keep them busy until reinforcements arrive, the alluring demigod mentally communicated to her 2 partners, her tone sharp and commanding. The stout demigod nodded without hesitation, while the elderly demigod hesitated, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Wyatt. "Are you being held against your will?" the elderly demigod asked Wyatt, his voice tinged with urgency. Deep down, he knew the chances of safely extracting Wyatt from this situation were slim, especially once the others arrived, but he had to try. He couldn't stomach the idea of Wyatt falling into the wrong hands. He believed the southern region was the only place that truly valued Wyatt's potential, while the other regions merely saw him as a golden goose they could butcher for their greed. "Old man, what the hell are you doing?" the stout demigod snapped impatiently, his frustration boiling over. He knew the elderly demigod to be a stubborn ally, but this was crossing the line. It was clear from his demeanor that the old man didn't intend to capture Wyatt and might even help him escape. Before the stout demigod could act, the alluring demigod moved with lightning speed. Her blade sliced through the air, mortally wounding the elderly demigod. Blood poured from his side as he stumbled back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Instinct alone had saved him from a fatal blow. "Why?" he gasped, clutching his wound, his face etched with shock and betrayal. "I'm not going to let anyone ruin my ascent. Not even you." The alluring demigod replied coldly, her voice laced with venom. Her lips curled into a sneer as she turned to the stout demigod and barked, "Use your origin card. Now, this is interesting," Wyatt muttered, his tone laced with mild amusement as he watched the alluring demigod coldly and without hesitation mortally wound her own teammate, the elderly demigod. While he wasn't naive about the shades of gray in the world, the elderly demigod's concern for him and the alluring female demigod's raw treachery unfold before him piqued his curiosity. "Idiots," Henrix grumbled, shaking his head. He began preparing to teleport to the Yellow Plains with Wyatt, as a mere space isolation formation couldn't stop him. After all, it took a celestial space rule domain to truly capture him, something only the Field Marshal Lorne had managed to pull off. Until then, he was under the impression that his origin card was invincible when it comes to escape. However, just as Henrix prepared to leave, Wyatt effortlessly slipped free and flew forward, muttering under his breath, "Celestial Blood Rule Domain." Hovering at the same elevation as the three demigods, Wyatt glanced at the elderly demigod and asked in a calm, yet almost playful tone, "Old man, do you need a hand?" The elderly demigod, stabilizing his breathing despite the blood dripping from his wound, fixed his fierce gaze on Wyatt and demanded, "Young man, are you being held against your will?" His voice carried not just urgency, but also a faint, desperate hope. "What do you think?" Wyatt replied, spreading his arms wide, his form radiating crimson energy as the domain of celestial blood enveloped the area. Meanwhile, panic flickered across the alluring demigod's face as she mentally snapped at the stout demigod. "What's taking you so long?" I can't access my grimoire," the stout demigod replied, his tone cracking under the weight of his distress. The alluring demigod tried summoning her own grimoire, but her expression quickly turned to one of dread as she realized she couldn't access it either. The two demigods exchanged a look of alarm, their fear mounting as they understood the gravity of their predicament. They were cut off, not just from their grimoires, but from the rules and soul energy they relied on. All they had left was the dwindling reserve within their divinity. "Why have you joined hands with a traitor?" the elderly demigod asked, his voice filled with both pain and accusation. But it wasn't just the physical wound that pained him. It was the thought of Wyatt, the hope of the card world, allying himself with someone like Henrix. "You've got it all wrong," Wyatt replied, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "They didn't recruit me. I recruited them. They sold themselves to me for survival." The elderly demigod's expression twisted with a mix of confusion and anguish. Wyatt, however, couldn't help but find the old man oddly amusing. Unlike his greedy and selfish teammates, this man's actions stemmed from an unshakable sense of duty to his homeland and community, a loyalty Wyatt could respect. Listening to Wyatt's blunt words, Henrik's face twitched in irritation, but he couldn't argue with the truth of what was said. It was harsh, yes, but undeniably accurate. "Do you plan to save them?" the elderly demigod asked, his voice betraying a hint of relief. For him, the only reason he had agreed to this cruel operation was to secure the Silver Beach dungeon, the sole known source of silver milk, essential for creating silver milk powder, that their society desperately needs. If not for that, he would never have participated in what amounted to genocide. Yes, Wyatt replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. They work for me now. I kind of have to. The elderly demigod's gaze softened as he nodded, appreciating Wyatt's choice. It wasn't about the resource anymore. It was about saving millions of lives. Even if they were criminals, in the end, the old man had prioritized people over the silver milk. Good, the elderly demigod said, straightening his posture despite the blood oozing from his wounds. With quiet resolve, he added, well, what are you waiting for? Send me on my way. His voice was calm, even as he stood tall, ignoring the pain. Though he knew the central government had strayed far from its ideals, he still wanted to die as one of them, holding on to the faint dignity of his duty. No, Wyatt replied firmly, his crimson eyes locking onto the elderly demigods. Your duty in this world isn't finished yet, soldier. The elderly demigod blinked in surprise, but said nothing, his face a mix of confusion and quiet defiance. Wyatt then turned to the other two demigods, a dangerous smirk tugging at his lips. Before they could react, their bodies exploded into blood mist, their grimoires and divinities dropping to the ground. In the next instant, the loot vanished, whisked away into Wyatt's storage card. Stay true to yourself, Wyatt said, his tone carrying an odd mix of authority and reassurance. As he spoke, his celestial blood rule domain began to heal the elderly demigod's wounds, stitching the man's battered body back together. Henrix, catching Wyatt's signal, appeared next to him in a flicker of movement. With a brief glance at the elderly demigod, who stood silently watching, Wyatt and Henrix disappeared from the card world, leaving behind a man whose duty and ideals had been given a new lease on life. Just as Wyatt's celestial blood rule domain faded, several demigods finally materialized, their faces taut with urgency as they turned to the elderly demigod for answers. The old man, looking weary but resolute, shook his head slightly, signaling that he wasn't eager to explain. He adjusted his posture, preparing to return to his post at the way beyond. But before he could leave, a commanding presence swept through the group. A majestic figure appeared among the demigods, exuding a suffocatingly oppressive aura that silenced the chatter. His piercing gaze swept over the scene before landing on the elderly demigod. With a voice that carried both authority and impatience, he demanded, "What happened here?" The elderly demigod straightened his back, his expression a mixture of hesitation and duty. "Sir," he began, his tone steady despite the oppressive weight of the figure's aura, "the freedom fighters have sought asylum under Dalton Wyatt. He has declared his intention to save them." Dalton Wyatt? The figure's brows furrowed, and a flicker of intrigue crossed his face. His lips curled into a faint smirk as he muttered under his breath, "What game is the Southern Princess playing now?" Without waiting for further explanation, he raised his hand, summoning his grimoire. He wasted no time, contacting the other world leaders, his aura intensifying as he prepared to share the unexpected turn of events. "Baylor, how could you?" The demigod who dabbled in necromancy and chimera arts stood frozen, his face a mix of shock and outrage. Finding Baylor not only bringing a stranger into their headquarters and inviting them to a private meeting of department heads he summoned on short notice in Henrik's absence. This was just unthinkable, especially now when the freedom fighters were teetering on the brink of annihilation. Baylor, unfazed by Jax's outburst, slammed his fist onto the round table, the sound reverberating through the room. "Sit down, Jax," he barked, his voice cutting through the tension. The department chiefs seated around the table exchanged uneasy glances, their frowns deepening at Baylor's brashness. Ignoring their displeasure, he continued, "In Henrik's absence, Ned was in charge. In light of his disappearance, someone has to take the lead while Henrik's is off somewhere. God knows where." "He didn't just go somewhere." Baylor, the HR department chief, interrupted, her sharp tone underscoring her frustration. She leaned forward, her piercing gaze flickering to the robed stranger standing beside Baylor. "Henrik's went to meet the Southern Princess to hold her to her end of the deal." Baylor scoffed, his lips curling into a bitter smirk. "Oh, come on, Blair. Let's not kid ourselves. It was the Southern Princess who exposed our dealings to the world leaders, prompting their strike against us. Even a child could see that trusting her now is a fool's errand. He retorted, his words laced with disdain. Blair's eyes narrowed as she sat back in her chair, her fingers tapping against the table in a measured rhythm. Baylor seized the moment to press on, his voice rising. Let's say, hypothetically, that Henrix somehow convinces the Southern Princess to uphold her end of the deal. After all, she's done to us, after everything that's happened. Would you honestly trust her enough to restart the migration plan using the passage she provided? Do you still have faith in her, Blair? The room fell silent as Baylor's words hung heavy in the air. Blair's tapping stopped her gaze from hardening as she mulled over his pointed question. Around the table, the other chiefs shifted uneasily, the weight of their precarious situation sinking in. Oh, then do you have any brilliant ideas, Baylor? I'm all ears, the R&D department head snapped, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, her sneer making it clear just how little faith she had in him. The tension in the room thickened as everyone silently watched Baylor, waiting for his response. Yes, I do, Baylor replied instantly, his tone smug, as though he'd been lying in wait for that very question. His lips curled into a satisfied smirk, and Luna, the R&D chief, frowned, realizing she'd walked right into his trap. Her frustration was obvious as she looked away, biting the inside of her cheek. The room fell into an awkward silence, the other department heads refusing to engage. They all knew Baylor was baiting them, but no one dared speak up. Everyone understood what was happening. Baylor was staging a coup in Henrix and Neb's absence. Instead of confronting him, the department heads opted for neutrality, each wary of further destabilizing their already fragile situation. They weren't silent out of agreement, but out of necessity. In a crisis like this, sticking together was paramount. Strife within their ranks would only hasten their downfall. Still, it was heartbreaking to watch. Henrix's disciple, whom they all trusted, was now trying to undermine him. Luna broke the silence, her voice laced with exasperation. Enough of this. This is a waste of time. I'm heading back. She pushed her chair back with a screech and stood, brushing off her lab coat. Her narrowed eyes swept over the room, silently chastising the others for their inaction. Luna turned to leave, her steps brisk and determined, her mind already racing with ideas for a new migration plan, just in case they needed one. She didn't wait for anyone's permission or acknowledgement. But just as she reached the door, it slammed shut with a heavy thud. Luna, take your seat while I'm still being polite, Baylor said, his voice cold and commanding, the tension in the room escalating instantly. Luna froze mid-step, her fingers curling into fists. Slowly, she turned back to face him, her expression dark and unyielding. What the FCK did you just say to me? She shot back, her voice sharp enough to cut through the air. Her eyes burned with defiance, and though she was only a card emperor, she made it clear she wasn't afraid of Baylor, or any of the demigods in the room, for that matter. As her starry pupils began to shimmer with a dangerous glow, the room's atmosphere shifted. Baylor and every other demigod, including his mysterious guest, immediately shut their eyes and sharpened their other senses. Their intense senses flared to life, scanning for any movement or change. They knew better than to underestimate Luna's bloodline ability and its strong psychotic effects. But for those caught in her line of sight, it was already too late. Her gaze had snared them. She was in their heads now, dulling their minds' sense of time with terrifying ease. Luna slowly walked back toward the round table, her steps deliberate, her head slightly tilted as if in thought. She mumbled under her breath, her voice low but audible enough to echo faintly in the tense room. Just because I lost Wyatt doesn't mean I'm weak. It just means he's strong. Her eyes locked onto Baylor as she reached the table, her manic grin spreading wider with each step. You, she said, her voice sharp and laced with mockery as she pointed a finger in his direction. She paused, letting the weight of her words hang in the air before continuing. As someone who betrayed their family and homeland, I'm in no place to lecture about loyalty, but are you really sure you want to go through with this? Baylor didn't reply, not out of shame or guilt, but because his mind was processing everything excruciatingly slowly. Under Luna's bloodline ability, every second felt like 5, leaving him stuck in a mental fog. The room felt heavy and oppressive, For those affected by her eyes, it was as if time itself had been warped. It wasn't until Luna stood directly in front of him, her piercing gaze boring into his, that Baylor's mind finally caught up to what she had said moments ago. But just as he scrambled to form a response, she tilted her head slightly, her grin fading into something far more sinister. As Baylor's sluggish thoughts fought to take control, Luna's hand twitched at her side, her intent clear. She was ready to end him and send his soul to the river of souls. Whatever Baylor was plotting, she knew it wasn't good for the organization, especially now. Just as Luna prepared to put an end to whatever Baylor was scheming, a low vibration rippled through the room, almost like a warning. The air seemed to hum, and in an instant, two humanoid figures materialized at the empty top end of the round table. What the heck is going on here? Henrix barked, his voice laced with alarm. His wide-eyed gaze locked on Luna, who was seconds away from striking Baylor, while the rest sat frozen, silently watching the standoff. The sound of his voice snapped Luna out of her rage. She jolted, blinking rapidly as her eyes returned to their normal hue. The strange, almost suffocating presence that had been clouding the demigods' minds dissipated like smoke, and their sense of time returned to normal. The room was heavy with silence as everyone, including Luna, struggled to process what was happening. Baylor, his beloved disciple, had betrayed him. But as their eyes fell on Wyatt, standing casually beside Henrix, a flicker of realization rippled through the group. Maybe Henrix had achieved what he had set out to achieve. Luna's gaze hardened as it flicked over Wyatt, cold and sharp. It wasn't surprising. She still held a grudge after their last encounter. Baylor, on the other hand, remained indifferently calm, even as his eyes landed on Ellen's son. Henrix exhaled deeply, running a hand over his face before speaking. "Everyone, take your seats," he said, his tone more tired than commanding. Luna hesitated for a split second, her jaw tight, but she eventually returned to her chair. Baylor followed, though the cloaked figure he had brought with him stayed standing, looming behind him like a shadowy sentinel. Henrik's frown deepened as he glanced at the stranger. Something about the figure felt off. It was easy to assume they were the source of the tension between his captains, but Henrix pushed the thought aside. There were more pressing matters to handle. The teleportation array formation for the migration needed to be arranged first, then he could deal with the rest. Straightening, Henrix stepped behind the head chair and cast one last glance at the room, making sure he had everyone's attention. "Our deal with the Southern Princess is off," he announced, his voice steady and resolute. "Since she betrayed our trust, we'll be keeping the dungeon relocation apparatus as compensation." There was a ripple of approval around the table as the others nodded in agreement. The betrayal of the Southern Princess deeply hurt. Under normal circumstances, they would never have reached out to her in the first place, but they had no other choice. There was a ripple of approval around the table as the others nodded in agreement. The betrayal of the Southern Princess deeply hurt. Under normal circumstances, they would never have reached out to her in the first place, but they had no other choice. Baylor leaned back in his chair, seemingly pleased with the decision. Still, he couldn't stop himself from asking, "Then how are we going to migrate now? Or are we finally going to make a stand against them, like we should have done from the start?" His words hung in the air, charged and expectant. Everyone shifted uncomfortably, waiting to see how Henrix would respond. But his words surprised everyone. "Who the FCK are you, and where is Baylor?" Wyatt smirked, leaning back slightly as if enjoying a private joke. At least Henrix wasn't as clueless as the other demigods in the room. Wyatt couldn't fathom how they had all failed to realize that the Baylor sitting before them was an imposter. From the moment Wyatt stepped into the room, he had instinctively activated his soul pupils, scanning the soul pathways of everyone present. It was a habit now, a necessary precaution, given how many of his enemies relied on sneaky abilities. The scan made it glaringly obvious. The Baylor in front of them was a fraud. And the cloaked figure beside him? Their body was only a few weeks old, with a demigod soul, yes, but barely formed. "Henrix, what are you talking about?" "He's using Baylor's grimoire, so he has to be Baylor," Demigod Jax interjected, his tone dripping with disbelief. He shook his head, his brows furrowed. The very idea of Henrix suspecting Baylor was absurd to him. There are plenty of ways to impersonate someone, sure, but one can't fake their grimoire. Baylor called this meeting through his grimoires, No imposter could pull that off. Wyatt raised an eyebrow, his grin widening just slightly as Jack spoke. The naivety was almost painful to watch. Henrix, however, was undeterred. His jaw tightened as his sharp gaze lingered on the so-called Baylor. "That confirms it," he said, his voice low but firm. "You're behind Ned's disappearance. Baylor must have gotten too close during his investigation, didn't he?" Henrik's accusation hung in the air, heavy with tension. A murmur rippled through the room, the other demigods exchanging uneasy glances. Wyatt's smirk turned into a full grin, watching Henrix piece it together. The latter knew his disciple very well. Real Baylor would never have advocated for the freedom fighters to go to war with the world leaders unless it was an absolute last resort. That wasn't just out of character. It was a glaring red flag. Henrix took a slow, measured breath and added, his tone as cold as steel, "I know my disciple too well to fall for this act. He wouldn't resort to force unless there was no other choice. Whoever you are, you're not Baylor." The room grew deathly quiet as Henrik's words settled over them like a heavy fog. The revelation that Luna wasn't behind Ned's disappearance brought an undeniable wave of relief, evident in the way a few shoulders subtly relaxed. But that relief was fleeting, replaced just as quickly by a gnawing worry, for both Ned and the real Baylor. Wyatt's eyes were sharp as he observed the imposter and the robed figure behind him. His expression was unreadable, but his mind was working overtime, dissecting the situation. He'd hoped to see the imposter reveal their agenda, but Henrix had called them out too soon, throwing the conversation off track. The air in the room felt heavy, each person on edge, eyeing the imposter and his guest. "You two better start talking before I make you talk," Henrix warned, his sharp gaze locked onto the fake Baylor and his robed companion. He did not have the time for this. His patience was already running thin, and their lack of reaction, even after being exposed, only made him more angry. The imposter Baylor turned to the robed figure beside him, silently seeking guidance. A small nod was all it took. With a resigned sigh, he finally spoke. "Well, I'll admit, it bruises my pride that I got caught the moment I opened my mouth in front of you. But I can live with it, knowing it wasn't a flaw in my ability, but rather that you just know your disciple too well. Cut the crap." Henrix snapped, his tone curt and no nonsense. "I don't have time for this. Start by telling me who you are." The freedom fighters were already in dire straits, and every second wasted on theatrics was another second lost. He wasn't in the mood for games, especially from the trapped imposter. The fake Baylor shook his head, seemingly unfazed by the interruption, before responding, "It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is what we can do for you." Jax, who had been barely holding on to his patience, suddenly shot up from his seat. His voice thundered through the room. "Enough of this bullshit. Where the hell are Ned and the real Baylor?" His fists clenched, his face flushed with anger and worry. He couldn't understand why Henrix was even entertaining this conversation instead of ordering them to be restrained and interrogated. Every second wasted was a second his friends could be suffering. "Jax!" Henrix barked, rubbing his temples in frustration. He didn't blame Jax for reacting this way, but he couldn't explain himself either. If Wyatt hadn't mentally contacted him, urging him to figure out the imposter's true intentions, he wouldn't have wasted even a second on this nonsense. Jax exhaled sharply, visibly biting back the words he wanted to hurl. But he made his disappointment clear, slamming his boot against the stone table with a loud thud before dropping back into his seat, arms crossed, jaw clenched. The tension in the room was suffocating. Now, all eyes were on the imposter and his companion. They felt there was a reason Henrix wanted them to start talking. Like maybe he's seeking other options to their problem than the Southern Princess, but would they finally start talking, and was Henrix willing to look past them imprisoning his best friend and disciple? "The tensions are running high, so I'll skip the small talk and get straight to the point," the fake Baylor said, his tone calm, yet deliberate. He paused, briefly glancing at Wyatt, displeased with how the young man was sizing him and his master up. Still, he let it slide, for now. Then, turning back to the room, he revealed, "We can provide you with the missing piece to complete your empty space project." The moment those words left his lips, Luna and Henrix's eyes widened in shock. The empty space project. Their secret contingency plan, the last resort in case the Southern Princess failed to uphold her end of the deal. Only a handful of people knew they were still working on it. The rest of the freedom fighters, including most of the department heads, had been led to believe the project had been shut down due to budgetary constraints. Henrix frowned, folding his arms. The empty space project. What about it? His tone was cautious, waiting for the fake Baylor to explain himself. But instead of answering immediately, the imposter turned his gaze toward Luna, as if expecting her to speak up first. That small action alone sent a wave of discomfort through the room. The freedom fighters exchanged uneasy glances, a silent frustration simmering beneath the surface. They were being undermined, right in their own headquarters. Yet, despite their irritation, they couldn't ignore the fact that this imposter had just mentioned something that piqued their interest. The empty space project? The one Henrix and Luna were working on before shutting it down due to lack of funds. She narrowed her eyes recalling the project, unable to figure out how it mattered and relevant to their circumstance. Now of all times, Blair finally spoke up, her voice laced with skepticism. How exactly does it help us right now, when our enemies could break through that door any second? Her words carried the weight of impatience, mirroring the tension hanging thick in the air. Now, all eyes were back on the fake Baylor. Was this conversation even necessary right now? Was trying to trick them under the guise of offering a solution? Seeing that both Henrix and Luna were playing dumb, the fake Baylor let out a weary sigh. We know everything there is to know about your empty space project. His tone was calm, almost amused. Honestly, we were both shocked and impressed by the progress you've made. You don't need me to tell you. You already know. Your research into empty space is years ahead of the top 10 universities and even the central government. He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowering just a fraction. You've hit a critical bottleneck. Given enough time, you'd overcome it, one way or another. And when you do, you'll be the first card apprentices to establish an artificial channel for interrealm travel. The weight of his words settled heavily over the room. But before anyone could react, he continued, his voice almost teasing. But here's the problem. You don't have time. And you don't have the resources. He let that sink in before adding, we can give you both, and then some. The room fell into an uneasy silence. The other department heads exchanged confused glances. The empty space project? What the hell was this guy talking about? As far as they knew, that project had been shut down ages ago due to budget cuts. But Henrix and Luna? They were sweating bullets. Panic flickered in their eyes, their minds racing, pondering the same. How the hell did he know this much? Was it Ned who revealed it to them to save his ass? What made it worse? The real culprit responsible for all this, Ned, was missing, meaning all the blame for the ruthless and heartless choices they made behind everyone's backs. It was about to land squarely on their shoulders. And even though the fake Baylor's words meant their research, the project they had poured blood, sweat, and sleepless nights into now had a real chance of being completed. They did not like where this conversation was headed. Not one bit. Henrix and Luna were sweating bullets, and for good reason. They, along with Ned, had funneled a huge chunk of their organization's already limited funds into the empty space project, tightening the belt on every other department, especially the health department run by Plague Dr. Joy, who fortunately for them, was too busy attending to the wounded at the Plague Palace to attend this meeting. Because of that one decision, the health team had been forced to come up with a desperate solution to treat those who desperately needed medical attention. Using a unique plague to siphon vitality from healthy members and transfer it to those on their deathbeds or mortally wounded, just enough to pull them back from the brink. Yeah, the lack of funds had driven them to literal vampirism. Thankfully, the freedom fighters were all fanatics. They would willingly lay down their lives for the cause they all believed in. So sharing their health with their fellow comrades? That was nothing. If not for that level of devotion, the organization would have crumbled long before the Southern Princess stabbed them in the back. Because of that, as the ones responsible for dragging their people to this despair-filled point, Ned, Luna, and Henrix couldn't shake their shame. However, they did not do it out of greed. They knew the empty space project wouldn't just be the answer to their current crisis. It would be their redemption, the key to making things right. After all, by stealing the only known source of silver milk overnight, they had turned every single ally of theirs in the card world into an enemy. Their plans to hand the Silver Beach dungeon over to the Southern Princess had only sealed their fate. The only way forward now was the Empty Space Project. Their intentions were noble. They weren't just fighting to survive the present, but to win tomorrow. But at what cost? That was why Henrix and Luna were far from thrilled when the fake Baylor brought it up. Luna shot Henrix a sharp look, waiting for him to shut the fake Baylor up before anyone else pieced together what they had done. But he didn't, and that made her stomach drop as every second he kept talking, they were one step closer to being exposed. What the heck is he talking about? The head of the operations department asked, deep frown etched on his face. Something wasn't adding up. They knew exactly why they had shut down the Empty Space Project, because back then, Luna hadn't been able to show any promising results. If she had, they wouldn't have shut it down. Hell, they would have thrown every last dime they had at it. After all, being able to construct an artificial channel for inter-realm teleportation would have solved all their problems in one go. Blair and Jax exchanged glances before turning to Luna, silently waiting for her to confirm or deny the fake Baylor's claims. But the moment they saw her shifting in her seat, eyes darting away to avoid their gaze, suspicion crept in. Their stares grew sharper. Finally, they turned to Henrix, who answered smoothly, as if fake Baylor's statement didn't shake him in the slightest. Yes, you're right. We're way ahead of the top 10 universities and the 5 regions in empty space research. But you're wrong about us lacking time and resources. We've already secured them all, so that's none of your concern. His tone was firm, dismissive. Then, without missing a beat, he threw the ball back in the imposter's court. Now, answer me, who are you guys? Henrix had shifted the spotlight. A calculated move. He reminded his captains that their priority wasn't questioning him or Luna. It was dealing with the fake Baylor and his companion. They couldn't afford to let an outsider stir distrust among them. Even so, the head of the operations department couldn't help but shoot another wary glance at Henrix and Luna before redirecting his focus to the imposter. Now wasn't the time for internal division, especially not in front of their enemies. And yet, something still didn't sit right. Why was Henrix even entertaining this conversation? Why hadn't he shut the imposter down already? He wasn't alone in that thought. The other demigods were thinking the exact same thing. What none of them realized, however, was that Henrix wasn't acting of his own accord. He was just a puppet, moving to Wyatt's strings. He was no longer the one in charge. Is it the Southern Princess? Did you reveal your progress on the Empty Space Project to her to regain her support? The fake Baylor asked, his gaze sharp with suspicion. He knew there was no way Henrix had secured the time and resources to continue the Empty Space Project unless he had found a sponsor. And considering that Henrix had left to find the Southern Princess and then returned with Wyatt, the answer seemed obvious. She had to be the one backing him. Henrix's expression didn't change. That doesn't concern you, he said coolly, dismissing the accusation with a wave of his hand. I'll ask this one last time. Who are you guys? But before he could steer the conversation away, Luna wasn't having it. Henrix, did you sell my research to that itch? She snapped, her voice rising with fury. Henrix clenched his jaw. Luna, now is not the TI. Answer me. She cut him off, shooting up from her seat, her hands slamming against the table. Henrix exhaled sharply, his patience thinning. No, I didn't. Now sit your ass down before I throw you into some unknown realm as punishment. His voice was low and edged with warning, his gaze locking onto hers. The room fell into tense silence. Luna stood frozen for a moment, fists clenched, nostrils flaring. Then, with a sharp exhale, she sank back into her seat, but her glare never wavered. Henrix, for his part, didn't look at her again. He didn't need to. His point had been made. However, fake Baylor's eyes sparkled, and he got the segue he needed from Luna's outburst. Henrix, I thought you were smarter than to trust the Southern Princess again. The fake Baylor sighed, shaking his head as if Henrix had let him down. His tone was thick with disappointment, like a teacher chastising a student who should have known better. Then, turning his attention to the other demigods at the table, he continued, his voice carrying a knowing edge. If there's one thing I know about women, it's that they hold grudges, deep ones. And that goes double for powerful ones like the Southern Princess. You all remember what she did to Gainover. The poor guy had no choice but to flee to the Northern royal family, while his second wife and her entire family were wiped out. He let that sink in for a moment before leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping just enough to force them to listen closer. She will never forgive you for stealing from her. She made that clear when she was willing to throw away the Silver Beach dungeon and the dungeon relocation apparatus, just to get back at you. Now, I don't know how you managed to weasel your way back into her good graces, but are you really sure you can trust her? She's proven time and again that common interests aren't enough to erase old grudges. His gaze swept over the table, his sharp eyes locking onto each demigod in turn before finally settling on Luna. He lingered there, sensing the tension, the unresolved bitterness. How sure are you that the safe passage she's offering isn't just another trap? He shrugged, voice almost casual. I'm not saying it is, but are you really willing to take that risk? The room grew heavy with silence. The fake Baylor smirked inwardly. His job was simple. Get the freedom fighters to abandon their desperate crawl back to the Southern Princess and instead turn to his master. And judging by the looks on their faces, doubt was already starting to take root. Is that it? Henrix asked the fake Baylor coldly. Glancing over all his captains, he pulled the head chair back and announced, "Since you guys are too shy and chicken to introduce yourself, let me introduce you to the new leader of the Freedom Fighters, Dalton Wyatt." Wyatt slowly walked and took his seat on the head chair under the astonished gazes of everyone present while Henrix stood behind as if his butler. Looking at the dumbfounded fake Baylor, Wyatt smirked, muttering, "Interesting," resting his hands on the round table, instantly drawing everyone's attention. His gaze locked onto the robed figure, his eyes narrowing with sharp intensity. Then, without warning, he uttered, "Celestial blood rule domain." A deep crimson hue washed over the entire meeting hall, consuming everything within it. The air grew thick with an oppressive energy, pressing down on those present like an unseen weight. "Henrix, what's the meaning of this?" Blair demanded, rising from her seat. Her glare burned into Wyatt, but she also flicked a glance at Henrix from the corner of her eye, waiting for him to answer her. To her shock, he didn't intervene with Wyatt's action. When he finally spoke, his voice was firm and unwavering. "Sit down, Blair. Let the leader finish." Blair stiffened. For a moment, she held his gaze, frustration flashing in her eyes. But seeing no room for argument, she clenched her jaw and reluctantly lowered herself back into her seat, feeling wronged. Wyatt, however, paid no mind to the tension of others on the round table. His focus never wavered from the robed figure as he spoke, his voice laced with something between curiosity and amusement. "What name do you go by now? Sansa Baylor? Or perhaps Professor Sansa Orion? Or would you prefer the matron?" With the shocking revelation, a cold silence settled over the room. Eyes darted toward the robed figure in alarm, disbelief flashing across the gathered freedom fighters' faces. Wyatt's words had sent a ripple of unease through them, a tension that thickened the air. They were both mortified and relieved. Mortified that the infamous matron was amidst them while relieved that Luna wasn't behind Ned's disappearance. However, the robed figure stood motionless, unbothered, unaffected. Even the fake Baylor, seated before them, remained eerily calm, as if none of this concerned him in the slightest. Henrix, despite all his years of experience, felt a chill creep down his spine. His brows furrowed as he glanced at Wyatt from behind, and asked the only question that mattered at that moment. "Are you sure?" "100," Wyatt asserted without hesitation. His lips curled into a sneer as he turned to the robed figure and grudgingly asked, "How do you want to die?" The fake Baylor rose from his seat without a word. His robed companion stepped forward, smoothly taking his place while he moved to stand behind them. Settling comfortably into the stone chair, the figure finally pulled back the hood and lowered the face mask, revealing a cascade of wild golden hair framing a perfectly symmetrical face with unrealistically beautiful features. It seemed like a masterpiece. Though she had a gentle and soft smile on her face, the manic light in her eyes sent a shiver through the gathered demigods. None of them dared to underestimate her. Her gaze flicked toward Wyatt, studying him with an unsettling intensity before she finally spoke. "Your eyes, they look just like Ellen's. Keep my mother's name out of your mouth." Wyatt's voice was cold, edged with steel. Without looking away, he gave a subtle signal to Henrix. Henrix didn't hesitate and activated his origin card. A space gate flared open behind him, and with a smooth, practiced motion, he stepped back, entering it. The space gate closed, sending him from the yellow plane straight to Lil Red Storm. As the gate sealed shut, Sansa, unfazed, let out a small, almost amused sigh. "Don't worry," she said nonchalantly. "Even I'm repulsed just thinking of her name. If it were up to me, I'd erase her from the entire card world's memory. Just like how you erased your friend and her husband from this world." Wyatt quipped, a menacing sneer tugging at his lips. Sansa's frown deepened. Something about the way he phrased it felt off. The words gnawed at her, unsettling in a way she couldn't quite place. Yes, Ellen had been her friend first, but the way Wyatt said it, it was as if they were strangers to him. That didn't make sense. How could there be such distance between a child and his own parents? Wyatt didn't give her time to dwell on it. His voice cut through the moment like a blade. "Where are Baelor and Ned?" He already knew it was impossible for Sansa to add Baelor to her Paw clan. Her feeling for him would not allow her to do so, but as for Ned, if she had successfully brainwashed him, she wouldn't have needed an imposter, nor would she have shown up personally in the Yellow Plains. That meant she had failed because of some reason. It appears Ned wasn't to be underestimated, causing Wyatt to re-evaluate the captains of the Freedom Fighters. Sansa tilted her head slightly. "They're safe." Then, as if bored with the topic, she shifted her focus back to him, a sly smile curling on her lips. "It's astonishing to see you, an orphan, manage to cut the strings of the Southern Princess and the royal family and rise to become one of the richest in the card world, and steal everything from me." Her voice darkened, a bitterness creeping in. "I should have killed you along with your parents." "Huh. Ellen continues to get in my way even now." Her fingers drummed obsessively against the arm of the stone chair, her manic energy making the room feel even heavier. Wyatt scoffed, leaning in slightly. "Then you should have finished what you started yourself instead of hiding behind your puppets and allies like a coward." He let that jab sink in before twisting the knife deeper. "You know everything I took from you was what my mother gave you out of pity." Listening to Wyatt's words, Sansa's entire demeanor snapped. "She didn't give me anything," she snarled, her voice echoing through the domain. "I took everything I wanted." Her expression twisted into an unsightly grimace, raw and unfiltered. Wyatt smirked, his tone laced with mock sympathy. "Keep telling yourself that. It was Ellen who made Baelor promise to move on by marrying you." Wyatt blatantly lied. He had no clue what had actually happened between Ellen and Baelor in the past as they part their ways. But that didn't matter. All that mattered was how easily he could use it to chip away at Sansa's mind. "Baelor only married you because he promised Ellen he would." The moment the words left his lips, he could see it, the flicker of doubt, of rage, of something deeper festering beneath the surface. And that was exactly what he wanted. He did not want her to figure out what he was up to. Baelor was her obvious weak point. Unlike the other two mischiefs that worked on erasing their weak points, she protected her weak point with her life, making herself vulnerable and limiting her growth. Arriving at Lil Red Storm, Henrix wasted no time. He immediately met with Daily Wyatt, who handed him 2 E-rank anti-matron cards. "Just equip one in your grimoire," Daily explained, his tone crisp and businesslike. "You'll be able to see anyone influenced by the matron's origin card. They'll appear with a red hue, pinpointing every single spy she's planted within the Freedom Fighters." Henrix nodded, absorbing the weight of what these cards meant. While he had been questioning the fake Baelor, Wyatt had already unraveled the true identity of the impostor's robed companion. Using his primordial pupils, he had recorded the unique soul pathway arrangements of the matron. From there, he developed a card that could help identify any card apprentice whose memories had been altered by her. Without wasting a second, he relayed the recipe through the Demon Codex to Dreydre, who was beside Seed and Daily. He had instructed them to produce 2 of them. Dreydre quickly procured the necessary ingredients from the Devil Merchant Code, while Daily set up a large-scale array formation to manufacture 2 of anti-matron cards. Back in the present, Henrix equipped on of the anti-matron cards in his grimoire. Almost instantly, a faint glow flickered in his vision, proof that the card was active. "Appreciate it," he said, giving a curt nod before storing the other in his card holder. Without wasting another moment, he turned and left. Bidding a quick farewell, he headed to his next stop, the Plague Palace. Henrix teleported away with purpose, arriving at the Plague Palace. Ensuring that Plague Dr. Joy was free from the matron's influence, he handed over the last anti-matron cards and wasted no time filling her in. He told her everything. The shift in power with Wyatt taking over the Freedom Fighters, the matron's role in Ned's disappearance, and her attempt to seize control of the organization through a fake Baylor. Joy listened intently, her expression darkening with each revelation. Without hesitation, she equipped the card and scanned the Plague Palace. Her eyes widened slightly as the truth settled in. If she was able to kidnap Ned right from headquarters without any of us noticing, she muttered, then that means we have way more of her pawns hiding in our ranks than we thought. Her gaze flickered across the wounded lying in recovery, a cold realization sinking in. That 1 in every 25 patients in the Plague Palace were glowing red. They weren't just wounded fighters, but were Paw Clan spies. Yeah, they really are a menace, Henrix muttered, his jaw tightening as he met Joy's gaze. She folded her arms, her expression unreadable. And what does Wyatt plan to do with them? Henrix exhaled, glancing out the window of the Plague Palace toward headquarters. He says he can save them all, he said, turning back to her. So he wants you to capture them alive using your plague. Joy smirked, the corners of her lips curling upward in a mix of amusement and grim satisfaction. Good thing I've been preparing a plague just for an occasion like this, ever since our last run-in with the matron. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive tide of plague erupted from the Plague Palace, spreading throughout the headquarters like a tsunami, swallowing everything and everyone in its path. The regular members of the Freedom Fighters were unaffected, while matron's spies were all forced into a deep sleep. Now that's the funniest thing I've heard all day, Sansa laughed, her voice sharp with amusement, though her eyes burned with barely contained rage. She stared at Wyatt as if she wanted to rip his mouth apart for daring to say that the life she built with Baylor was nothing more than Ellen's charity. But as she tried to summon her power, a chilling realization struck her. Within the celestial blood rule domain, her abilities were being severely restrained. If not for her divinity, she would have thought she had regressed to a mere mortal. Then she saw it, that dismissive shake of Wyatt's head. It sent her fury spiraling out of control. Grinding her teeth, she spat. I'm sure your parents told you how they met, but only I know the real story. Do you want to hear how your father, a penniless bum, managed to land your mother, the princess of the Duskborn family? Wyatt chuckled, his gaze mocking. Oh, I don't doubt that you played your little games, pulling the strings behind the scenes. His smirk widened as he leaned forward. But that doesn't change the fact that the love they shared, their marriage, was real, unlike yours with Baylor. No wonder that, after all these years, you were never able to give birth to his child. His words struck like a dagger, deliberate and cruel. He didn't just attack her marriage. He dragged her inability to conceive her love's child despite marrying him for more than a decade now into it, twisting the blade deeper. Sansa's face darkened, her fingers twitching against the stone table. The moment he acknowledged that his parents' union wasn't fate but her own manipulation, she expected outrage, maybe even denial. But instead, he seemed unbothered. No, worse. Thankful. Her stomach twisted. From his perspective, it made sense. Without her interference, he wouldn't even exist. But knowing that didn't make her anger any easier to swallow. She wanted to flip the table, shatter the smug look off his face, but she forced herself to stay composed, though the crack in her expression betrayed her simmering rage. You know, Wyatt mused, his tone almost casual. I recently learned that Ellen wanted to make you her only child's godparent. He let the words hang in the air, watching for a reaction. Then, after a deliberate pause, he added with a smirk, you know what's funny? Until the day she died, Ellen truly believed you were her best friend. She was always grateful for how supportive you were of her love. Sansa scoffed, a cruel smile curling on her lips. Sucker, she sneered, mocking Ellen's ignorance and naivety. Don't do that. Wyatt cut in sharply, his voice low but firm. His piercing gaze locked onto hers as if daring her to deny what he was about to say. I know the truth. Despite your envy, despite everything, you still considered her your best friend until the very end. That's why you never used your ability on her or the people close to her. That's why you had Carl do your dirty work. Why you hired him to kill her and her family. Because deep down, you knew Baylor would never truly be yours as long as Ellen was alive. The room felt colder. Sansa's expression faltered, just for a fraction of a second, before she masked it with indifference. But Wyatt saw it, saw the flicker of something behind her eyes. She hated Ellen and envied her, but she loved her, too. as she was her one true friend. Everyone else around her treated her like a tragic kid or avoided her because she was a weird kid. What are you trying to get at, young man? Sansa's voice was sharp, and her patience was wearing thin. She leaned forward, eyes narrowing dangerously. Out of consideration for my friendship with your mother, you want me to spare you? Is that it? She was done with this back and forth. She didn't like how much Wyatt knew about her, how easily he was peeling back the layers she had long since buried. Wyatt chuckled, shaking his head as if she had completely missed the point. No, he said smoothly. I just wanted you to know that Ellen considered you a true friend until the very end. If you had asked for her help with Baylor, she would have happily helped you, without a second thought. He let the words sink in before tilting his head slightly, his smirk deepening. And you know that. But you just couldn't stomach it, could you? Knowing that as long as Ellen was around, you'd never be Baylor's priority. He sighed dramatically, his expression almost mocking. Well, I guess it is what it is, huh? The air between them grew heavy. Sansa's fingers twitched against the armrest of her chair, the slightest crack in her composure. Wyatt could see it, the way her jaw clenched, the way her eyes darkened with restrained fury. And that was exactly what he wanted. Stop trying to paint your mother as some kind of saint who sacrificed her life for me. Sansa screamed, slamming her fist against the table. The impact sent a sharp echo through the room, but it did little to ease her frustration. Her fingers curled into the stone as her chest heaved. She hated this, hated the celestial blood rule domain that restrained her, hated how she could do nothing but take this SHD from the insolent brat in front of her. Wyatt sneered, watching her unravel with detached amusement. Is that what you tell yourself to sleep at night? His tone was taunting, and his smirk made her blood boil even more. Shut up, Sansa snapped, her voice laced with venom. She knew how much Baylor meant to me. If she was truly my friend, she would have helped me without me having to ask. Wyatt leaned back, his gaze calculating. He could see it, the struggle flickering in her eyes. He was forcing her to relive memories she had long tried to bury, twisting the knife into wounds she thought had healed. And despite being someone who could manipulate minds, even Sansa found it impossible to erase Ellen from hers. Ellen wasn't just your friend. She was Baylor's friend too, Wyatt said, his voice slow and deliberate. And that's what you really hate, isn't it? Because you wanted to be everything to him. You wanted Baylor all to yourself. He tilted his head, studying her. Honestly, I don't know how you managed to keep your true self hidden from him for so many years, especially during your marriage. But I suppose fear worked in your favor. Fear of losing him. Fear of being hated by him. Fear of him being indifferent to you. Fear is a powerful motivator when used correctly, isn't it? His words hung in the air, a twisted reminder to everyone at the table just how deep Sansa's obsession with Baylor had run. She had spent her life molding herself into what he needed, suppressing the real her, when in truth, she never had to. With her power, she could have demanded anything. Yet, she chose to shape her entire existence around him, as long as he was at the center of her world alone. Wyatt's smirk deepened. Let me guess. You thought Baylor would never be able to move on from Ellen as long as you were still around, right? He let the words settle before delivering the final blow. It must have killed you when he told you he wanted to adopt me. The silence that followed was deafening. Sansa's nails dug into the table, her expression twisting into something dark and unreadable. But Wyatt could see it, the slight tremble in her fingers, the way her breath hitched for just a second. Will this teleportation array formation actually work? Joy asked, her gaze shifting between Henrik's and the nearly 100 teleportation arrays being assembled. The regular members of the organization bustled around, carefully placing ingredients and aligning formations under the supervision of the array masters. Fortunately, they had just enough skilled individuals to pull it off. Plus, the teleportation arrays were detailed enough to allow the higher-ranked array masters to divide the work among lower-level array masters and volunteers, making the process smoother. Yeah, it will, Henriks confirmed, arms crossed as he watched the work in progress. It was designed by a monster. You'd have to meet her to understand what I mean. Joy arched a brow at his wording. A monster? Henriks chuckled, shaking his head. You'll see. Joy hummed in thought before adding. So, your decision to join Wyatt wasn't just a last-ditch effort? She had suspected as much. Henriks wasn't the type to make desperate, reckless moves. If he had thrown his lot in with Wyatt, he had likely thought it through. Henricks exhaled, his gaze steady. You'll understand when we get there. There was no point in discussing it further. At this stage, they were already committed. Joy crossed her arms, watching the formation process for a moment before turning back to Henricks. What about Matron? Why doesn't he just kill her and let the others come help with the immigration plan? It seemed like the obvious solution. With the other demigods available, especially Luna, they could speed things up considerably. Henricks' expression darkened slightly. He said Matron's origin card is tricky. Apparently, if she wanted to, she could kill all of us in an instant, and we wouldn't be able to do a damn thing to stop her. Joy's breath hitched, her body going stiff as a chill ran down her spine. The casual hum of activity around them suddenly felt distant. What? The weight of Henricks' words settled over her mind like a thick fog of dread. You've grown strong. I'll give you that, Sansa admitted, tilting her head slightly. But don't mistake my patience for helplessness. Her lips curled into a smirk as her eyes darkened. The only reason I didn't kill you the moment I became a demigod is because Baylor agreed to give our marriage another shot, on the condition that I leave you alone. After ascending to the card demigod realm, the first thing Sansa did was check on her husband, silently, unseen, using the new abilities granted by her origin card, haunting memories. The card allowed the memory of her in a person's mind to come to life as a phantom and haunt them, letting her spy without their knowledge. But that wasn't all. If she wanted, she could weaponize the memory itself, turning it into a deadly force as strong as the victim's perception of her, allowing her memories to assassinate those who remember or even know her. Watching Baylor work tirelessly, pushing himself past his limits to save the freedom fighters pained her, yes, but it also made her realize just how much the organization meant to him. That was when she decided, if the freedom fighters meant everything to Baylor, she would make them hers. And once they were under her control, he would have no choice but to return to her side. But before she could fully execute her plan to make the freedom fighters hers, Baylor caught her in the act. She had no choice. She had his memories of her kidnap him. Being taken captive without even a chance to resist sent a wave of panic through Baylor. Not for himself, but for Wyatt. Thankfully, Wyatt was beyond the influence of the card world's sphere, meaning Sansa couldn't reach him. Not yet. That gave Baylor just enough time to negotiate. He knew exactly what Sansa wanted most in the world, and this time, he made sure she wouldn't have the chance to pull strings behind his back, as she had with Ellen and her husband. Though it infuriated Sansa that Baylor was only willing to give their marriage another shot for Ellen's orphan's sake, she wasn't about to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Still, she wasn't going to let him half-ass it like last time. No, this time, he would truly commit. She had made sure of it. She had to be the center of his world, just as he was hers. That was why Baylor never reached out to the freedom fighters about his investigation, because he knew better. Even with Baylor back by her side, Sansa continued taking over the freedom fighters. She wanted to gift the organization to him, a symbol of their fresh start. This time, she would support him with everything she had, ensuring he had no reason to leave. But that was only if he put her first, if she was his priority, the way he was hers. Even with Baylor back by her side, Sansa continued taking over the freedom fighters. She wanted to gift the organization to him, a symbol of their fresh start. This time, she would support him with everything she had, ensuring he had no reason to leave. But that was only if he put her first, if she was his priority, the way he was hers. Otherwise, all hell would break loose. Just like the last time, she will hurt everyone that Baylor prioritized over her. When Matron claimed that Baylor had already joined her side, the other departmental heads were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Baylor had dedicated his life to their cause. But then, remembering his love for Ellen, they realized Matron wasn't lying. A heavy silence settled over the room as they chose to remain mere spectators, watching the tense exchange between the new leader Henricks had forced upon them and Matron. Wyatt was taken aback. So this was why Matron's memory never haunted him. Why she hadn't tried to assassinate him in his sleep whenever he was in the card world after she became a demigod. He had Baylor to thank for that. If not for Baylor's meddling, he could have dealt with Matron sooner. Shaking his head, Wyatt turned to Sansa. How did you become a demigod? Last I checked, you were nowhere near condensing your divinity. His eyes narrowed as a thought struck him. Was it Gideon Grimm? He knew only Gideon had the knowledge and resources to reach out to the three mischiefs and help them break through to the demigod realm ahead of time. At the mention of Gideon Grimm, Sansa's expression finally darkened, but she quickly regained her composure, tilting her chin up slightly as she replied, "Looks like they weren't wrong to call you one of the most brilliant minds of this era." She let out a slow breath. "Yes, it was him. At first, he wanted me to kill you in exchange for his help, and since I wanted the same, I agreed." Her lips curled into a smirk. "Don't worry, though. I promised Baylor I wouldn't kill you or be the reason you died." She leaned in slightly. "As for Gideon, he never specified when I had to kill you. Could be now, could be 1,000 years from now." Wyatt exhaled sharply. So that's why Gideon Grimm had stopped planting his seed in card apprentices across the 5 regions. Wyatt now realized that Gideon Grimm had managed to plant his seed in one of the southern region's officials, someone who knew about Clown Mask and her visions of the future. That revelation forced him to reconsider his plans for helping the 7 princes of hell take over the card world. 1056. Did he also help the Supreme Leader and the Emissary of Light? Wyatt asked. Though he already knew Gideon had reached out to the Supreme Leader, they were clearly working together. But the Emissary of Light? That was still a mystery. Sansa smirked, crossing her arms as she leaned back slightly. "Hold on, buddy. I answered your question. Now it's your turn to do me a solid." Wyatt sighed, already having guessed the reason why she was suddenly being so cooperative. She wanted something from him. Narrowing his eyes, he leaned back, arms crossed. "What do you want?" His tone was prepared. He knew a negotiation when he saw one. He did not want to entertain her, but he had no choice. He needed information on the Emissary of Light. He needed to know if he also had become a demigod and joined hands with Gideon Grimm. No news ever slipped out of the Empire about him. His followers considered it blasphemy to even discuss him, believing their duty was to obey without question or expectation. Sansa's lips curled into a pleased smile. "The Freedom Fighters. I plan to gift it to Baylor during our honeymoon," she revealed, her voice practically dripping with delight. For some reason, talking about this with Ellen's orphan made her feel as if she were speaking to Ellen herself. Wyatt scoffed, shaking his head before she'd even finished. Not happening. His rejection was instant, absolute. She was asking too much for basically nothing. Wyatt was the one who took advantage in a negotiation, not the other way around. "That's it. This is where I draw the line." Jack slammed his fist onto the stone table, his frustration boiling over. "I know we're in a tough spot, but you guys are basically kicking us while we're down. Wyatt, you're supposed to be our leader. I expected at least a little respect for our cause." He shot a glare at Wyatt and Sansa, disgusted by the way they so casually discussed the future of the freedom fighters right in front of them, as if their struggles meant nothing. Wyatt barely spared him a glance. "Sit your ass down." His voice was sharp, laced with power. Jax's body jerked against his will as the celestial blood rule domain took hold, forcing him back into his seat. His breath hitched. Panic flickered in his eyes as he struggled, but it was useless. His horror mirrored in the faces of the other demigods, who also found themselves frozen, staring at Wyatt in stunned silence. Just then, Luna let out a dry laugh and leaned back. "See? Told you. I'm not weak, he's just too strong." Ignoring Luna's interruption, Sansa began, "Don't be so quick to reject me. At least hear me out first, will you?" Wyatt exhaled through his nose, already knowing this conversation would go nowhere. "Sure, go ahead," he said dismissively, leaning back in his chair. He wasn't going to give her what she wanted, which meant she wouldn't give him any useful information. Still, if he played along, he could at least stall for time. Henrix needed every second to get the freedom fighters safely to Lil Redstorm realm. Sansa studied him for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "You have no idea how much you resemble your mother." She tilted her head, amusement flickering in her eyes. "It's times like this I wish I'd just used my ability on her and kept her by my side instead of killing her. Don't get me wrong, I don't regret it, but I can't help feeling nostalgic." Wyatt's jaw clenched. His expression remained cold, but there was a dangerous edge in his voice as he cut through her little game. "Sansa, nothing you say or do will make me hand over the freedom fighters. So let us just get this over with." She was trying to get a rise out of him, but it wasn't going to work. Whatever she thought she saw in him, whatever connection she was trying to fabricate, it didn't exist. He wasn't Ellen's son. He was a stranger to her. "Wyatt, I didn't take you for someone so closed-minded. Especially not as severe as these old-school folks, Sansa said suddenly, shaking her head in mock pity, listening to him dismiss her outright even before she could put forward her proposal, making it clear that no matter what she proposed or offered, he wouldn't even consider it. Wyatt turned to Luna, arching a brow. She seems to be your kind. Any idea what she's getting at? He paused briefly, then added, no offense. Hearing Wyatt lump her in with Sansa, Luna's expression twisted in irritation, but deep down, she was thrilled. He was finally acknowledging her. She was beginning to realize that indifference hurt far more than hatred. So she could not help but be overjoyed, even though Wyatt was mocking her and seemed to hold a lot of grudge for her actions. With a sigh, she crossed her arms and said, since she can't kill you, I'm guessing she wants you to join her. That way, you won't go after her for having a hand in your parents' deaths. Her words made sense to every demigod in the room. They all understood one thing. Wyatt's potential was undeniable. If he survived long enough to reach his peak, the likes of Matron and the Founders would no longer sit at the top of the food chain. They would fall, and they knew it. More than that, they recognized something else. With Wyatt on their side, the value of the freedom fighters had skyrocketed. Matron and the Southern Princess wanted them more than ever now. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of redemption, even if it wasn't truly because of them. Overnight, they had gone from a secret organization that kept the central government on its toes to the most hated group in the card world and were forced into hiding. And now? Now, they were wanted again. It was almost invigorating. This time, though, people didn't see them as disposable pawns. They saw them as potential assets. Sure, it was degrading to have their worth reduced to mere numbers, but after being overlooked for so long, even that felt like recognition. To think, one wrong decision had reduced them to this state. But at least now, under new leadership that was already delivering results, they had a shot at redemption. Sansa smirked as she turned to Luna, catching the annoyance on her face after Wyatt lumped them together. Southern royal family's pug, huh? You guys are real lucky he was born in your region instead of the central region, she mused, crossing her arms. Otherwise, I had big plans for your territory once I became a demigod, subtly implying that if not for her forcing Ellen and her husband to seek asylum in the southern region, Wyatt would have been born in the central region, and the southern region would not have been able to experience the sudden attention and growth it was experiencing right now. Also, she wasn't bluffing about her nefarious plans to take over the southern region. As seen in Clown Mask's future vision, Sansa had been setting her sights on both the northern and southern regions for a long while now. She had been preparing for it by planting sleeper spies in both the royal families to get them to fight each other, leaving them vulnerable to her. But she and her Paw clan came into light because of Baelor's hand in stealing the silver milk powder. But Luna wasn't wrong about her intentions, either. Sansa had never truly feared Wyatt. She knew the full extent of her origin card, and had always felt confident she could handle anyone, or at least manage to survive to get revenge another day. But after experiencing his celestial blood rule domain firsthand, she was beginning to reevaluate that belief. For the first time, she saw him as a genuine threat. And the worst part? She wasn't allowed to kill him, or even be the reason for his death. It was like asking a lion to fight a tiger, without its claws and fangs. That's not going to happen. Wyatt shook his head, his expression unreadable, though inwardly, he sneered at Sansa's audacity. Did she really think she could buy him? His voice was cold as he continued. There's nothing you can do or say that would make me even consider forgiving you, let alone joining you or working for you. With Matron physically present in the Yellow Plains, Wyatt had no choice but to entertain her. Now that she was here, she could fully unleash her origin card's haunting memories effect, making it possible for her to assassinate anyone, everyone, within the realm. That was why evacuating the freedom fighters had to happen fast, and without her noticing. If she caught on, she could take them all hostage, using her ability to weaponize their memories of her against them. The demigods might be able to survive, but the rest, especially the families and children, stood no chance. That left Wyatt with one option: tolerate Matron till Henrix was done evacuating all the members of the freedom fighters. The demigods had to be here to maintain appearance and give Matron a false sense of security that they weren't up anything behind her back. Yes, he had Sansa trapped within his celestial blood rule domain, effectively rendering her powerless. But the real problem was haunting memories wasn't her origin card's only ability. During her demigod realm baptism, her origin card had also gained a terrifying effect, a form of immortality, Memory Womb. Memory Womb allowed Sansa to revive herself using someone's memory of her as a womb to be reborn at her peak. As long as one person remembered her, she could live, but at the cost of that person's life. They would literally die while their memories of her give birth to her. And yet, despite how broken her ability was, Clown Mask's future vision had revealed that Sansa wasn't even the trickiest of the three mischiefs ABA Windsor had defeated. That title went to the Emissary of Light. Now, he was practically omnipotent in the card world. That was why Wyatt had gone so far as to negotiate with Sansa, to learn whether the Emissary of Light had become a demigod by joining forces with Gideon Grimm. Wyatt doubted it. If Gideon Grimm was as intelligent as he gave him credit for, he wouldn't approach the Emissary of Light knowing he would be too hard to control with his abilities and army of fanatics. Then again, desperate times had a way of making even the smartest people do incredibly stupid things. And Wyatt couldn't afford to take chances. What if I were to say I'll join the freedom fighters? Sansa said suddenly, her voice cutting through the tension in the room. Not only will you gain me, but my paw clans as well. Silence fell. Every person in the room stared at her, stunned. Seeing that she had their attention, Sansa leaned in slightly, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Of course, I have conditions. I expect to be given the rank of captain, and my paw clans will function as a separate department. Don't worry, I'm more than willing to share my forces and funds with the freedom fighters. After all, I know this will make Baylor happy. Her tone was calm, but she made sure Wyatt and the other captains understood there was no trickery in her words. This wasn't a scheme, at least not in the way they might assume. With her grand ambitions of taking over the southern region, the northern region, and eventually the entire world shattered, thanks to her identity being exposed far too soon by her own husband, Sansa found herself aimless. And she had decided that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. For now, she would focus on her marriage. She believed that if she and Baylor were fighting for the same cause, it would be easier to mend the fractures between them. And since she knew Wyatt's presence made it impossible for her to take control of the freedom fighters, she chose the next best thing, joining them. This way, she could keep her husband happy. And more importantly, she could keep a very close eye on Wyatt, the only person who truly felt like a real threat. Then there was Gideon Grimm, a wild card with resources and means beyond her knowledge. But since the enemy of her enemy could be an ally, she could even see herself forming an uneasy truce with Wyatt, all because of him. Luna let out a sharp laugh, arms crossed. So let me get this straight. You expect us to believe that you've completely given up on world domination because you suddenly want to work on your marriage with Baylor? Her voice dripped with mockery. She knew exactly what Matron was capable of, and trusting her was out of the question. Hell no, Blair snapped, her voice cutting through the room. She whirled on Wyatt, eyes blazing. Leader, I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, but no matter what you decide, there is no way in hell I will ever consider her my comrade. When her blunt words were met with pin-drop silence, Blair glanced around the table, her brows furrowing as she sought support. Come on, guys, back me up here. I know I'm not the only one feeling this way, right? The head of operations leaned back, arms crossed. Beggars can't be choosers, he said with a shrug. But that being said, it's up to the leader to decide. Our job is to follow. His words made it clear that some of them were at least open to the idea of Matron joining their ranks, hoping Baylor could keep her in check by giving their marriage a real shot. Of course, whether he could ever truly erase Ellen from his heart, as Sansa wanted, was another matter entirely. Luna, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up. I propose that if she really wants to join our cause, she has to make an oath. No using her freaky abilities on any freedom fighter members. If she agrees, I'm game. She leaned forward, her gaze sharp, predicting, with Wyatt leading us and her assisting, we could bring our vision to fruition in a year, tops. Her confidence wasn't unfounded. If Sansa was truly committed to their cause and willing to follow Wyatt's lead, nothing in the card world could stop them. Not even the Emissary of Light, because Sansa was his natural enemy. That was precisely why he had allied himself with Matron and the Supreme Leader in the first place. By the time the three Mykeefs were done with the founders of the central government and rulers of the other four regions, their only real obstacle to world domination was themselves. And that, ironically, was why it had been so easy for ABA Windsor to pick them off one by one in Clown Mask's future vision. "This is FKET up. You guys know that, right?" Blair shouted, slamming her fists on the table. She was livid. She's partly the reason we're even in this mess. If she hadn't tried to take over our share of the black market, killing our people left and right, we would have had enough funds from selling the silver to go into hiding before the world leaders joined forces against us. She looked around, her chest rising and falling with heavy breaths, only to realize the majority of the captains were actually for Sansa joining them. The rest stayed neutral, and she was completely alone in her stance. Jax let out a weary sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. "Blair, I get it. Letting her in. It feels like we're spitting on the graves of our fallen comrades. But Luna's right." He met her glare head-on and proceeded to persuade her. "With Sansa on our side, we might actually end this a hell of a lot sooner. And who knows, we might even get to enjoy the paradise we've been fighting so damn hard to build for our future generations with them." His voice softened, the exhaustion in his eyes evident. "Our people are dying, Blair. And yeah, Matron played a role in that. But if we keep carrying this fight on the backs of the good people of our organization, sooner or later, those backs are going to break. Our current situation is an example of it." Seeing that she already had the majority vote, even before Wyatt had spoken, Sansa felt a surge of pride and became overconfident, thinking it wouldn't be too difficult to take the freedom fighters right out from under Wyatt and Henrik's noses. Sure, there was the minor inconvenience of taking an oath not to use her abilities on any freedom fighter members, but she could easily find a way around that. All she had to do was be careful with her wording when making the oath. If she played this right, not only would she gain legitimacy within the organization, but she'd also have more influence over its direction once she was in. Everything was falling into place. Now, all she needed was Wyatt's approval. Once he gave the nod, she'd officially be part of the freedom fighters. And from there, she could truly claim the organization for her beloved husband. Her fingers subconsciously grazed her wrist as she thought of Baylor. "I just need to wrap this up and get back home to him." She missed his touch, his embrace. No matter how much she had of him, it never felt like enough. After all, she had been thirsty of his warm touch and embrace for decades now. Lost in the memory of their intimate time together, Sansa almost drooled, completely forgetting her surroundings. A warm shiver ran down her spine as she thought about their long-overdue honeymoon. It was more than a decade and a half late, but she did not seem to care, as she still feels like she had just married him yesterday, a newly wedded bride. The captains exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from wary to downright puzzled. Was this really Matron? The cold, calculating mastermind they knew? For the first time, they saw her completely off guard, lost in her own world. And that was unsettling for reasons unknown to them. The fake Baylor standing behind her noticed his master's embarrassing moment and let out a deliberate cough. Sansa blinked, snapping out of her thoughts, SHD. Feeling all eyes on her, she blushed, an unfamiliar heat creeping up her neck, before quickly composing herself. With forced nonchalance, she looked toward Wyatt and said, "Can we hurry this up? I have a honeymoon to plan with Baylor." The room fell into stunned silence. Blair's jaw practically hit the floor. This, one of the most feared card apprentices in existence, was acting like a love-struck newlywed. She couldn't wrap her head around it, thinking that the woman before her played a major role in their downfall. It infuriated her. Blair clenched her fists, biting back the urge to scream. She cussed Henrik's in her mind, thinking, "This is your fault, you slippery old bastard." If only he had finished her off when he had the chance instead of taunting this lunatic bride, they wouldn't be in half the mess they were currently in. Wyatt quietly studied Sansa, his gaze lingering on her after sweeping over the other captains. Except for Blair, they had all disappointed him. That said, he didn't hold it against them, except for Luna. They were exhausted, weighed down by the burden of failing those who trusted them. Luna, though? She lacked empathy, too caught up in cold logic. Otherwise, she would never have betrayed the Southern royal family in the first place. He had counted on them to argue, to stall for time, to drag this out. Instead, Sansa had readily accepted every condition thrown her way, shutting down the debate before it even started. That caught him off guard. There was no way she had given up on her world domination scheme. Sansa was a predator. She wouldn't change, not for love, not for anything. A lion wouldn't turn into a herbivore just because it grew up alongside a gazelle. He knew she was up to something. But honestly, he didn't care. He would never agree to work with her. If not for his attempt to avoid unnecessary casualties, he would have struck her down already. Exhaling slowly, Wyatt finally spoke. If it were up to me, I'd never let you join the freedom fighters. But since the majority seems to think it's a good idea, I have no choice but to hear them out. That said, it's hard to trust that you won't turn on us later. Sansa's sharp eyes flickered, catching the shift in his tone. Before he could give his final verdict, she cut in, her voice urgent. Tell me what I need to do to gain your trust. Her decisiveness had an immediate effect. The neutral captains wavered, some leaning in her favor. She sounded sincere, and everyone knew she was reckless and crazy enough to do anything for Baelor. Wyatt narrowed his eyes. Return Ned unharmed. Done, Sansa interrupted before he could even finish. I wasn't done, Wyatt said with a frown, only for Sansa to cheerfully ask, what else? He narrowed his eyes and put forward his final condition. I want you to bring me the emissary of Light's divinity and grimoire. Do that, and not only will I let you join the freedom fighters, but I'll also make you one of the captains and create a separate surveillance and spy department for you to lead using your Paw clan, just like you demanded. The smirk on Sansa's face froze. Her amusement vanished, replaced by a deep frown. Meanwhile, the captains exchanged puzzled glances. They had no personal vendetta against the Empire and certainly didn't want to provoke one at the moment. Sure, some fanatics from the Empire had allied with the world leaders over the Silver Beach dungeon, but that was a different matter entirely. Still, they weren't blind. They knew that sooner or later, their cause would put them at odds with the Empire. If this was the price Wyatt demanded for letting Sansa join, they weren't about to challenge him on it. He had his reasons. Besides, he wasn't just demanding something from her. He was also offering a fair exchange, giving her an entire department under her control. To them, it seemed like a straightforward deal. Luna, however, saw exactly what Wyatt was doing. She knew the emissary of light would become the greatest obstacle to their cause if left unchecked. After hearing Wyatt question Sansa earlier, she had already started to suspect that the emissary of light had reached the demigod realm by allying with Gideon Grimm. If that were true, she, too, was growing concerned. Then she could no help ponder. With Handsome Fox joining their ranks, will they till be called Three Mischiefs? For F. Kurz would make a better title. This doesn't seem fair, Sansa suddenly said, her voice carrying a hint of irritation. The captains frowned at her protest, but before they could question it, she quickly clarified. I thought the deal was that I'd get a captain's seat in my own department in exchange for donating my entire fortune to the freedom fighters. Now you're asking me to take down the emissary of light on top of that. A murmur spread through the room as the captains exchanged glances. She has a point. No one would willingly give up their entire fortune to a cause without having a say in it. And asking her to eliminate the emissary of light as well? That was pushing it. Wyatt looked at Sansa for a brief moment, his gaze steady and unreadable. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat, unable to control the small twitch in her fingers. Then, with a smirk, he said, We don't need your money. You know what? From now on, I'll be paying every member of the freedom fighters a monthly salary, based on their contribution, of course. Even the captains. A heavy silence filled the room. The captains stared at Wyatt, stunned. The freedom fighters had millions of members. That meant he'd be spending hundreds of billions just to cover salaries for the low-level fighters alone. Luna shook her head, exhaling through her nose as she watched Wyatt flex his wealth. She had dealt with him back when she was with the Southern royal family. She knew exactly how secure his wallet was. There was no way he'd just hand out money. No, their members would have to work for it. Still, compared to their current situation, where they not only had to fight but also burn through their savings and sell off their assets just to keep the organization afloat, this was a massive upgrade. Sansa frowned slightly, though she masked it well. She knew just how successful Wyatt's VR universe was, but seeing him invest this much in the freedom fighters unsettled her. If he took on the financial burden, what leverage would she have? How would she prove the freedom fighters needed her? She didn't let her displeasure show. Instead, she quietly calculated, searching for a way around Wyatt's move. Then, her eyes lit up with realization. Her oath with other mischiefs. A slow grin spread across her lips. The problem had just solved itself. No. No matter what you offer, I can't kill the emissary of light, Sansa said firmly, shaking her head as she rejected Wyatt's offer. Before he could twist her words to turn the captains against her, she quickly added, "The emissary of light and I took an oath not to harm each other, several decades ago, back when we were still upstarts." Wyatt's expression turned icy. "See? That's exactly why you shouldn't be part of our organization," he said coolly. Sensing some confusion among the others, he addressed them directly. "Think about it. What will she do when our cause inevitably puts us against the emissary of light?" Sansa hesitated, waiting to carefully choose her words before responding. She knew Wyatt was setting her up, looking for any excuse to keep her out of the freedom fighters. As she expected, it wasn't easy to cheat one of the sharpest minds in the card world. If it were, it wouldn't be fun. But she too wasn't just anyone. She was the matron. She opened her mouth to respond, but she was a second too late. Wyatt cut her off with a smirk. "Nothing. That's what I expected from the likes of you," he answered for her. "You'll do nothing. You'll just sit that one out. This means, when we need you most, you'll abandon us. And so we have no place for someone like that among us. Wyatt, don't force your delusions onto me." "I never said that," Sansa snapped, her eyes flashing. To add emphasis, she slammed her palm against the round table, the sharp sound cutting through the room. "Even if I can't harm him directly, there are always other ways I can help you deal with him." She leaned forward, locking eyes with Wyatt. "Just so we're clear, I truly want to be part of the freedom fighters. And I'm willing to go above and beyond for their cause. Our cause, if you let me in." Wyatt's lips curled into a subtle smile. She was sharp, he had to give her that. Without even breaking a sweat, she had clawed her way out of the pit he'd pushed her in. Fine. Let her think she had the upper hand, for now. Shaking his head as if in disbelief, Wyatt suddenly spoke up. "Prove it." Sansa narrowed her eyes, asking, "Prove what?" She wasn't about to make assumptions, not when dealing with Wyatt. She'd wait for him to spell it out. She wasn't about to trip over her own words. "Prove that you'll stand with us when the time comes to face the emissary of light," Wyatt said, his face unreadable, as if he wasn't truly invested in any of this. His detached demeanor and his casual indifference were enough to make most people walk away, questioning why they even wanted to be part of such an organization in the first place. But not Sansa. She needed to be here. She needed to join the freedom fighters, not for their cause, but for her own. She had plans, and they all led to the same endgame: staging a coup and handing the entire organization over to her husband as a gift while she was controlling it from the shadows. Crazy, but it was a lot better than world domination. "How exactly am I supposed to do that?" she asked, arms crossed. She was running out of ways to maneuver around him, and he knew it. His refusal to give her an easy opening, his deliberate roadblocks, it couldn't be clearer. He didn't want her here. His grudge ran deep. But she wasn't giving up that easily. "You figure it out," Wyatt said coolly, leaning back as he studied her. "But know this. How you prove yourself will determine your role in the freedom fighters and what it'll be limited to." He wondered just how far Sansa was willing to go to please Baelor in her own twisted way. Though, honestly, it was debatable whether Baelor would even appreciate her overhauling the freedom fighters just to gift their empty shell to him. It was like your girlfriend says she likes cats, and you gift her an embalmed cat for her birthday. "This is absurd," Sansa scoffed, throwing up her hands. She turned to the captains, searching for support, saying, "Don't tell me you're all just going to sit there and let him do whatever he pleases." But the captains avoided her gaze. All except one, Blair. Sansa met her eyes and smirked, daring her to speak up, to challenge her, to do anything that might force her to storm out in frustration. But if Blair thought a little provocation would make Sansa back down, she was sorely mistaken. It would take far more than that. Realizing no one was going to stand up to Wyatt, Sansa swallowed her frustration and pressed on, dancing to Wyatt's tune. "You need information on the emissary of light, right? I can provide it to you." "Not enough?" Wyatt cut in before she could even finish. Sansa clenched her jaw. He had already figured out her plan. She was aiming to start at the bottom, to push her pride aside just long enough to get her foot in the door. From there, she would work her way up, piece by piece, until she could set her real plan in motion. Wyatt saw it. and he wasn't going to make it easy for her. Realizing that nothing short of the emissary of light's divinity and grimoire would help her earn Wyatt's approval, Sansa decided to take a drastic step, something even he couldn't dismiss. She straightened, her voice unwavering as she said, "How about I bring you the emissary of light's head? I know he can regenerate it, but that should be enough to prove I mean what I say." For a brief moment, she thought she had finally caught Wyatt off guard and left him tongue-tied. But before she could celebrate, Luna leaned forward, her eyes glinting with amusement. "If you're confident enough to cut off his head," she mused, tilting her head slightly, "why not just kidnap and bring him to us? That way, I can kill him in your place." As Luna spoke, the other captains exchanged uneasy glances, shaking their heads. Even Blair, who rarely hesitated to challenge Sansa, seemed to think the demand was a step too far. The emissary of light wasn't just some powerful card apprentice. He was practically a god within the Empire. Millions of card apprentices revered him and would willingly lay their lives for him. He was protected around the clock by thousands of semi-demigod and demigod guards. Forget kidnapping him. Getting an audience with him without his permission was nearly impossible. "So, it's decided then," Wyatt suddenly announced, his smug smile widening. "Sansa will kidnap the emissary of light and bring him to us so we can judge him for his crimes." "Wait, what? When did I agree to that?" Sansa protested, eyes widening in shock. The only reason she had made the bold claim of bringing them the emissary of light's head was because she had a way to do it, without actually breaking her oath. At the right moment, she could activate a hidden pawn within the emissary's ranks and have them chop off his head before sending it to her. She knew the emissary of light loved to show off his supposed immortality to his followers. He'd likely allow the assassin to behead him just for the spectacle. He'd stay dead for a few seconds, letting the panic settle in, only to dramatically rise again, proving to his followers that he was unkillable, that he could not die until his mission in this world wasn't over. Sansa was betting everything on that habit. It was the perfect loophole. She wouldn't have to break her oath, and she'd still prove her worth to the freedom fighters. But Wyatt was pushing her into a far more dangerous game. But kidnapping the emissary of light, that was a whole different story. There was no way her Paw clan could pull that off. To make it happen, she'd have to be there in person, going head-to-head with him in an all-out war. Fighting the emissary of light in his own territory meant going up against the entire empire, its entire population including the toddlers. Her Paw clan was formidable, but compared to the sheer population of the empire, their numbers were insignificant. Fortunately, with the haunting memory ability of her origin card, an army, even an entire nation, meant little to her. But if she went through with this, she would have to massacre the entire empire just to capture the emissary of light and escape. The old her wouldn't even hesitate to head such a cruel, violent act. But now she was restarting her life with Baylor, and the last thing she wanted was to do something that would make him look at her with disgust. Wyatt watched, expecting Sansa to push back, to argue. Instead, he saw her expression shift, as if she were genuinely weighing the possibility. His smirk faded slightly before he shook his head, unimpressed. Her acting was good, too good, but he knew the truth. She would never move against the emissary of light, because if she did, she wouldn't just have to worry about him. She'd have to watch her back for the supreme leader, and possibly even Gideon Grimm. After all, there were too many intertwined interests in their alliance. Even though she had opted out of world domination, the other two mischiefs hadn't. They might be willing to let her live her own life, but if she ever tried to sabotage them, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her first, to cut off any future threats before they could take root. The captains watched Sansa and Wyatt intently. None of them felt any sympathy for Sansa. Considering her history with them, they have been a very gracious host to her. Instead, they were more focused on figuring out their new leader's intent. What exactly was Wyatt trying to achieve here? Why was he dragging this out instead of just giving her a clear answer? It wasn't Sansa that seemed odd to them, it was Wyatt. They all knew it was impossible for Sansa to kidnap or kill the emissary of light. And more importantly, who were they to judge the emissary of light for his so-called crimes? To them, the emissary of light was the most restrained of the three mischiefs. Unlike the others, he kept his operations contained within the empire and took great care of his followers, forging their faith in him. Unlike Luna, They had no idea that his ambitions extended far beyond the Empire. So, it wasn't surprising they were confused as to why Wyatt was targeting him. Just then, a space gate shimmered open behind Wyatt. Henrik stepped out, leaned in, and whispered in his ear, "It's done." Wyatt gave a subtle nod, not letting the relief show on his face. Instead, he straightened and sternly announced, "That concludes our meeting for today. Everyone out." Sansa blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift. Seeing the others preparing to leave, she hurriedly protested, "Wait, I'm not done yet. I can't kidnap the emissary of light. That's beyond my ability. You might as well ask me to kill myself." "But we are done," Wyatt replied coldly, his tone leaving no room for argument. He signaled the captains to leave with Henrik's, then leaned back in his chair, eyeing Sansa without the slightest hint of urgency. "Without that amount of risk, how do you expect to prove that we can trust you?" he asked, his voice calm yet cutting. "Have you forgotten the bad blood between you and the freedom fighters? If we were to welcome you with open arms over something as trivial as gathering some worthless intel on the emissary of light, how would we justify that to our members? How are we supposed to show our faces after that?" The captains dragged their feet, curious to see how this would play out, but Henrik shot them a sharp glare, silently urging them to move along. One by one, they stepped through the space gate, until only Wyatt, Sansa, and the fake Baylor, who now looked more like a worn-out, aged version of the real one, remained in the celestial blood rule domain. "What's the meaning of this?" Sansa asked, her voice finally cutting through the tangle of thoughts that had consumed her, thoughts of how to convince Wyatt and the others to accept her as one of them. It was only now, as the realization settled, that she noticed she was alone with him. She had watched the others leave earlier, but the weight of that fact only just clicked. She knew why Wyatt was so at ease. Having experienced his celestial blood rule domain firsthand, she understood his confidence. And, of course, she had told him about the promise she made to Baylor, not to harm him. But still, leaving their leader alone with her? That was a reckless move on the freedom fighter's part. He was the only one standing between her and what she wanted. Sansa had promised not to kill him or be the reason for his death. But that didn't mean she couldn't do anything else to him. He should have known that. As sharp as he was, surely he realized that if given the chance, she would try to turn him into one of her pawns. Right? Her lips curled into an unconscious grin. "Could you be less obvious?" Wyatt drawled, his gaze steady on her. He had caught it, the subtle smirk, the flicker of intention in her eyes. Shifting in his chair, he spread his legs slightly, settling in, making himself comfortable. The way he looked at her, it wasn't casual, it was calculated, like a predator watching its prey. Sansa's grin vanished in an instant, replaced by a dark, wrathful grimace. Enough of this. She had no intention of wasting her breath on him. She moved to summon her grimoire, only to realize she couldn't. A chill crawled down her spine. The true extent of Wyatt's celestial blood rule domain hit her like a crashing wave. Her breath caught as she stared at him, the full realization sinking in. She had lost. Not now. Not at this moment. She had lost the second Wyatt stepped into the room. She had heard the myths about celestial rule domains before, but this was beyond the myths about them. It was terrifying. "Any last words?" Wyatt asked, his patience wearing thin. He had no desire to drag this out any longer. He just wanted to get back to Delia and help her settle the freedom fighters into their new home. "Wait, I still have Ned. We can talk this out," Sansa blurted, desperation creeping into her voice. She was planning to use Ned as leverage, but to her shock, Wyatt only grinned hearing her bring him up. "Thank you for taking him out of the picture for me," he said smoothly. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take over the freedom fighters so easily, and for a bargain at that. If you were to release him now, I'd just kill him, claiming he was brainwashed by you. So, do me another favor, will you? Finish the job when you're reborn from your memory womb." He wasn't bluffing. The truth was, Ned had been the only real obstacle preventing Wyatt from getting Henrik's to hand over the freedom fighters, even at their lowest point. Of course, Wyatt's offer to them wasn't tempting enough on its own, but that was beside the point. Ned's disappearance at such a critical, do-or-die moment had been the final straw. If he had been there, even without a game-changing plan, the freedom fighters wouldn't have been this desperate. His presence alone would have kept them from making rash decisions. Sansa had thought she was being clever when she had Ned kidnapped, But she had miscalculated. Badly. She hadn't accounted for just how many options the freedom fighters really had. More importantly, she hadn't grasped the full extent of Wyatt's growth. She had assumed he was just a genius kid with too much money, a cash cow for the Southern royal family. Had she known then what she knew now, maybe she would have moved faster. Maybe she would have played this differently. Wait, how do you know about that? Sansa asked, her voice laced with shock. She had never truly feared how her current situation shaped, as she was no longer afraid of death. After becoming a demigod thanks to her origin card, the concept of mortality had lost all weight. That was why she had dared to march into the freedom fighters' den in Yellow Plains so recklessly in the first place. But now, realizing that Wyatt not only knew she was unkillable, but still intended to destroy this iteration of her, burning the branch she had extended to him out of love for Baelor, rattled her. It didn't just shock her. It wounded her pride. Wyatt's lips curled into a wide grin. "I knew it before you did," he said casually. Then, almost as if he genuinely cared, he added, "Just go back to your burrow and live out your numbered days in that sham of a marriage. Consider that my compensation for helping me acquire the freedom fighters." Sansa's brows furrowed. His words confused her. What was he getting at? But when she registered his insult toward her marriage, everything else faded. Her hands clenched into fists, and her eyes darkened with raw fury. She wasn't going to let him have the satisfaction of killing her even if it's just one of her froms. If this memory of her was doomed anyway, she would at least be the one to end it. But when she tried to excite her divinity into self-destruction, nothing happened. A chill crawled up her spine. She couldn't move. She couldn't even die on her own terms. Wyatt let out a knowing chuckle, saying, "Oh no, you don't get to leave that easily." His voice was almost amused, but his eyes held something far colder. With a flick of his wrist, the table between them crumbled into ash, erased by his celestial blood rule, as he ordered her, "Get up." Sansa fought against it with everything she had, but her body betrayed her. Against her will, she rose from her seat. Terror began to spread in her mind as the realization that something worse than death was coming dawned on her. Wyatt pointed at the ground before him, demanding with an unforgiving voice, "Kneel." Sansa's breath hitched as her legs moved on their own, carrying her forward until she was on her knees before him, just inches from where he sat, right by his spread legs. Her heart pounded against her ribs. She had underestimated him, and now she was utterly at his mercy. What's the meaning of this? Sansa gasped in horror as her gaze unwillingly locked with Wyatt's crotch. Panic surged through her as she willed, her body to move, to break free from whatever force held her captive. But it was useless. She was a prisoner in her own flesh, unable to so much as avert her eyes from Wyatt's groin. She couldn't even blink. Her body was no longer hers to command, except for her jaw and tongue. Everything else was frozen, locked in a nightmare where she had no control. Yet, she could feel everything. Every strand of hair on her arms standing on end, every bead of sweat rolling down her skin, every erratic thump of her terrified heart. Her senses remained sharp, cruelly forcing her to endure whatever horror Wyatt had in store for her. Her mind raced to the darkest corners of possibility. Was this what he wanted? To hear her groan and moan as he No. She couldn't even finish the thought without the bile rising in her throat. Baelor. Her chest tightened as dread swallowed her whole. The chastity she had vowed to save for her one true love, her Baelor, was at risk of being stolen and ruined before their long-awaited honeymoon. Worst of it all, Wyatt was forcing fake Baelor to watch. It was as if her worst fears began to materialize with the words, "There are things worse than death," echoing in her mind like a cruel prophecy. Wyatt leaned forward from his chair, his movements slow and deliberate, like a predator savoring the moment before the kill. His fingers coiled into her hair, yanking her head up to meet his gaze. Sansa's breath hitched as she stared into his eyes, cold, unreadable, merciless. Then he grinned. The sight of it sent a shiver so deep down her spine that she swore she felt it in her soul. At that moment, she no longer cared that her scalp hurt or the way he was treating her. She no longer cared about anything else. She just wanted him to give her death without humiliating her, without stealing the most precious gift she was saving for her one true love. This was the second time she had felt this weak and helpless. The first was when her father left her to fend for herself in this world. That day, she swore, never again. And yet, here she was, again, at her lowest. Her eyes welled up, turning red and glossy before tears spilled freely down her cheeks. She choked back a sob, her voice barely above a whisper as she pleaded, "Please don't. Anything but this." She broke down, sobbing like a lost child, her desperation so raw and unguarded that it actually gave Wyatt pause. He narrowed his eyes. Was this another one of her tricks? A ploy to win his sympathy? He doubted her sincerity, but the way her body trembled, the sheer terror in her gaze, it felt real. Not that it mattered. He had no intention of consoling her. No pity. No mercy. He was merely curious. Then, slowly, his grin widened, thinking, "Damn, that worked even better than I thought." He had manipulated her posture, had her kneel before him, forced her eyes onto his spread legs, planted the idea in her mind. He hadn't said a word, yet she had jumped to the worst conclusion all on her own. Perfect. Not dwelling on it, he leaned in slightly and asked, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't?" Sansa's sobs hitched. She froze, her teary gaze locking onto his. But before she could speak, his expression darkened. "You have one chance," he warned. "So if I were you, I'd think real hard before answering." Her mind raced. She wasn't foolish enough to think she could beg her way out of this. No, she had to give him something, leverage. "I can provide you with all the information you need on the emissary of light," she blurted out. "And I can help you kill him." Earlier, when he had asked nicely, she had been so damn stubborn, negotiating, withholding, refusing to share what she knew. But now she was ready to talk. Funny how quickly people changed when they thought they had no other choice. "Good," Wyatt said, his gaze sharpening as he finally heard the words he'd been waiting for. A satisfied smirk tugged at his lips as he released her hair, granting her control over her upper body. Not that it mattered. She wouldn't dare attack him. In his celestial blood fate domain, anyone with blood flowing through their veins was at his mercy. Unless they had a stronger comprehension of the blood rule than him, they had no choice but to bend to his will. "Great. Let's put it in writing." Without hesitation, Wyatt summoned his grimoire, his demon codex, and materialized a demon merchant contract, passing it to her. If she was going to make a deal, she was going to be bound to it. No loopholes, no escape. "A demon contract?" Sansa's voice trembled as she took the grimoire, her eyes widening in disbelief. The eerie, familiar sigils on the page sent a chill down her spine. It was same contract as Gideon Grimm had her sign. She finally saw the missing piece. The connection between Wyatt's abnormal strength and the infamous Gideon Grimm clicked into place. They shared a similar secret. "Just sign it already," Wyatt said, his patience wearing thin as he watched her carefully scrutinize the document again. "If I wanted something more from you, I wouldn't need a contract to get it. It is just a formality for your peace of mind." Still, Sansa wasn't about to be reckless. She had underestimated him before, and she wasn't about to make that mistake twice. Her fingers tightened around the grimoire as she read every clause, every word, over and over. She knew men like Wyatt, tricksters, manipulators, deceivers. If there was even a hint of cleverly disguised wording, she'd catch it. Only when she was absolutely sure there was no hidden trap did she finally sign it. She was willing to see through this because, in her mind, this contract ensured her safety, at least until the emissary of light was dead. Wyatt's smirk widened slightly. Seeing her sign, Wyatt recalled his grimoire and the celestial blood fate domain with a casual thought. "You guys are free to go now," he said with a casual and indifferent tone. But the smirk on his lips remained as he waited to see her reaction after again her freedom. The fake Baylor reverted to his original form, regaining his freedom. He waited for his liege's orders while Sansa spun around and used her haunting memory to behead him. The latter had rolled on floor with his eyes wide open in shock. Ignoring the thud of her pawn's headless body hitting the ground, Sansa spun around the hall, her intense sense stretching outward. Nothing. Not a single soul within a few hundred miles. Her stomach twisted as she turned back to Wyatt, locking eyes with him. "Where is everybody?" she demanded, her voice sharp with suspicion and utter disbelief. She thought this was another one of Wyatt's tricks. Maybe he never let her out of his celestial blood rule domain. Wyatt rose from his throne, his movements unhurried, deliberate. In their new home, he answered smoothly, stepping closer, his presence overwhelming. Before she could react, he was right next to her, his face mere inches from hers. Sansa tensed as she felt his warm breath caress her skin. A shiver ran through her, but she clenched her jaw and stubbornly held her ground, refusing to step away. Wyatt smirked. Leaning in even closer, he whispered into her ear, his voice dripping with amusement. Now do you believe me? The contract was just a formality, for your peace of mind. So don't get any funny ideas, unless you want to experience firsthand. There are things far worse than death. Sansa's breath hitched. His words sent an icy chill down her spine, but it was the sensation of his breath on her skin that truly unnerved her. Her mind betrayed her, dragging her back to that humiliating moment from earlier, on her knees before his crotch, powerless, trapped in her flesh. For a fleeting second, she felt it all over again. The helplessness, the despair. Then something inside her snapped. Her trembling gaze hardened, her quivering lips curling into something sharp and fierce. Without warning, she used her haunting memory on Wyatt. Another Sansa materialized behind him. No hesitation, no second-guessing. Her memory formed a claw with her hand and struck, driving it straight for his chest, intending to rip his heart out. Her promise to her beloved be damned. As long as Wyatt was alive, she would be the same little girl crying for her daddy at her father's funeral. The attack landed. Too easily. Her sharp fingers tore through Wyatt's back like paper, piercing through to his chest. A beat later, she yanked his heart free, still warm, still pulsing in her grasp. It was too damn easy, easier than in her mind. Her breath caught. Something wasn't right. Both Sansas stared, their eyes widening in shock. Wyatt's memory of her should have began to lose its prowess the moment his heart was torn from his body, but it didn't. Realization hit them both at once. They had failed. Before they could react, the entire room was swallowed in red. Their bodies were locked up, muscles rigid, breath stolen. The fierce, murderous gleam in their eyes evaporated in an instant, replaced by something far more primal, horror. Wyatt's memory of Sansa shattered into nothing, dissolving into his domain like ash in the red wind. Meanwhile, he reached out and gently smoothed down a stray lock of her silky, long hair, his touch almost affectionate. As his heart effortlessly regenerated, the hole in his back sealing shut, he leaned in close, so close that she could feel the warmth of his breath against her ear. "Do you want another try?" he murmured, his voice teasing, almost amused. "Maybe go for my head next." Sansa's stomach twisted into knots. Terror coiled around her like a vice, suffocating, paralyzing. She felt like a helpless fawn caught between the jaws of a tiger, utterly at its mercy. If she had control over her body right now, she knew she'd be trembling uncontrollably. Or worse, she might have even soiled herself. Then, a sliver of control returned, not over her body, but over her mouth. It wasn't much, but it was enough for her to speak. Swallowing down the raw panic clawing at her throat, she forced out the words, trying, and failing, to mask the quiver in her voice. "I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. This won't happen again. I promise you. I will do my best to help you kill the emissary of light." Sigh, Wyatt exhaled, the disappointment in his tone unmistakable. But before he could say anything, Sansa hurriedly cut in, her words tumbling out in a rush, as if her life depended on it. The emissary of light didn't accept Gideon Grimm's offer. When Gideon put forward his proposal to help him become a demigod, the emissary of light broke through to the card demigod realm on the spot and immediately started hunting Gideon down across the Empire, despite Gideon offering even more favorable terms to gain his alliance. Ultimately, he even stooped to buy his forgiveness with them. But the emissary of light was not moved by his terms and offers, and just when he was about to finish him off, Gideon magically vanished from the card world. Wyatt's eyes widened slightly. That changed things. Sansa's words confirmed what he had already suspected. He couldn't allow the emissary of light to leave the card world. He had to end him before that ever became a possibility. Thankfully, the emissary himself didn't seem to have any interest in leaving. Still, it was a dangerous variable. "Details," Wyatt muttered, his voice low and demanding. Sansa swallowed hard. She had utterly lost to Wyatt. There was no point in putting up a feeble resistance only to irk him further. "That's all I know," she said in distress, then quickly added, But the central government and the Empire suspect that Gideon Grimm might have a card capable of inter-realm travel, something similar to Henrik's or maybe even more effective. She didn't hesitate to spill everything that came to mind. She thought it was better to submit right now than to suffer humiliation at Wyatt's hands. Because if she let this go any further, she wasn't sure she'd even be able to face her husband during their honeymoon. She was willing to do anything to save her purity for her beloved. What reason did the emissary of light give for hunting down Gideon Grimm? Wyatt asked, his gaze sharp as he tried to piece it all together. Why had the emissary of light rejected Gideon's offer? As a devil merchant and a member of the Seven Princes of Hell faction, Gideon Grimm had the kind of leverage that was nearly impossible to turn down, especially for emissary of light who felt limited in the card world. The terms Gideon must have offered should have been more than tempting. And yet, the emissary of light had chosen to chase him down instead. There had to be a reason. The emissary of light didn't need a reason, Sansa scoffed, shaking her head to answer Wyatt. Gideon Grimm was an idiot to think he could walk out of the Empire alive, let alone convince the emissary to ally with him. As a devil worshipper, he was already as good as dead the moment he set foot there. Her lips curled into a smirk, her tone laced with amusement despite the deep SHD she was in before continuing. The only reason the emissary didn't kill him on sight and actually let him spread his devil's temptation was because of his love for theatrics. He used Gideon as a prop, a spectacle to entertain his fanatic masses and strengthen their faith in him. But I guarantee you, he must be pissed that he couldn't finish Gideon and he escaped from right under his nose. Knowing him, he's just waiting for Gideon to return to the card world so he can finish what he started. That man knows how to hold a grudge. Wyatt let out a low hum, nodding. Ah, demons, he muttered, recalling the Empire's deep-seated hatred for anything sentient that wasn't human. And even among humans, they only truly got along with a select few, the ones who fully embraced their doctrine or were open to it. Now it all made sense. The reason the three mischiefs never joined hands with the dark races in Clown Mask's future vision? Religion, though it was mainly the emissary of light. The other two had to follow for the sake of their feeble alliance. But now that Gideon promised to give them what they sought from the alliance, things changed. However, born, raised, and ultimately crowned as the ruler of the Empire, the emissary of light wasn't just a product of their belief system. He was its embodiment. His origin card was the proof of it. He shared their values, their ideologies, and most importantly, their deep, unwavering hatred for the dark races. From the very depths of his soul, he despised them. Religion had never crossed Wyatt's mind as the answer because in this world there were no gods, not even in the way Earth did. Sure, monsters, demons, and devils were rampant here, but it never gave birth to religious superstition. As for other superstitions like coincidental ones, for example, wearing the same socks to work every day for luck, there were more than plenty of those. The closest thing the people of the 5 regions had to a god was the card world's will. It didn't judge them based on their morals, beliefs, or deeds. It impartially rewarded their effort through baptism and provided realm suppression during demon invasions. Other than that, it stayed neutral, unless called on it to witness an oath. Things here were straightforward. No divine intervention. No mystical prophecies. No room for superstitions. Unless, of course, you were from the Empire, or worse, a demon worshipper. As Sansa watched Wyatt nod in understanding, she felt her thoughts spiraling, bold, reckless thoughts. Maybe there was still hope for her and Wyatt, despite everything. The Supreme Leader and the Emissary of Light scared her enough to force an alliance with them. But Wyatt? He terrified her enough to submit. She had never feared another being as much as she feared him. With her current strength, she could handle herself against the other 2 mischiefs, the top 10 strongest, the 4 rulers, or even the founders. If she couldn't defeat them, she could at least escape gracefully. But facing Wyatt? She was only alive because he allowed it. And that was the terrifying part. It wasn't just his power that unnerved her. It was his methods. They were mysterious, unfathomable, and downright horrifying. She had no doubt in her mind that Wyatt could put her through a fate worse than death if he wished. A chilling thought settled in her mind. That, if she became useful to him, if she proved herself obedient, would he keep her around? Wyatt was an incredibly logical man. With his ambition, he was bound to make many powerful enemies. A tool like her could be useful. She could be valuable to him. And if she played her cards right, maybe she could survive and get to live her second start with her beloved. There are a lot of rumors about the emissary of light, Sansa said, her voice taking on a conspiratorial edge, hoping to establish herself in Wyatt's life using the small role he had given her to play. She continued. For example, some say he can't die until his mission in this realm is complete, that he can't lose against evildoers. That power will always be granted to him when he needs it, that he can cure any disease afflicted by a believer. She scoffed, adding, and the crazy part? He's proven every single one of those rumors true on multiple occasions. Sansa studied Wyatt's face for a reaction, but found nothing. Still, she pressed on, hoping to hook his interest as her survival depended on it. That's why you're seeing more and more people, powerful and influential people, defecting to the Empire, betraying their families, abandoning their regions. They believe in him. They believe he's divine, born to save humankind. Sansa paused for a beat, gauging Wyatt's expression before continuing, her voice dropping slightly. And now, after breaking through to the card demigod realm to defeat Gideon Grimm, despite failing to kill him, his believers are going crazy. Their faith in him has skyrocketed. There's a new rumor spreading now. She leaned in slightly, voice hushed, but laced with intrigue. People are saying no one in the card world can defeat him, that he is the true son of the card world. Sansa pulled back, shrugging, though the weight of her words lingered as she expressed her disbelief. And honestly, I don't know how he's supposed to pull that off. A human becoming a celestial being's son? It makes no damn sense. She sighed, watching Wyatt intently, hoping something, anything, she said would catch his interest. And then she saw it. Wyatt's expression shifted. The moment she uttered those last two sentences, his face darkened, his eyes sharpened, grim and calculating. Sansa felt a shiver crawl up her spine. Did I just say something important? She wrecked her brain to figure out what she said caught Wyatt's interest, but all she did was talk about some rumors. Wyatt's silence stretched, his mind clearly working through the last few sentences she spoke. His eyes darkened as realization dawned on him. The emissary of light had bigger plans, much bigger, and the second demon invasion happened to be the foundation for his big plans. This cleared his suspicion that Gideon Grimm didn't escape. The emissary of light let him escape. Wyatt knew this for a fact because, as a demon merchant, he had first-hand experience with the Devil Merchant Code, its rules, its loopholes, and its limits. And one thing he knew for sure, no one could use the Devil Merchant Code's interrealm transfer function while engaged in combat or when the surrounding space was being isolated or very turbulent. It was an ironclad restriction. That was why, when the Devil Merchant Code granted him a privilege, he made damn sure to customize it to his advantage. He demanded that his soul be allowed to use interrealm transfer when caught in such inconvenient situations. Luckily for him, the Devil Merchant Code was capable enough to grant that privilege to him, allowing him to transfer his soul in his pseudo-primordial calamity gems across realms and dimensions. But Gideon Grimm, who just became a devil merchant, could not have such privileges. Sure, he helped the Belphegor's dark faction buy the rights to the card world from the Devil Merchant Code, but he himself did not buy it. So, he wasn't granted any privilege for such a huge transaction. Instead of killing him, the emissary of light let him live because he wanted him to return with the second demon invasion. To kickstart his diabolical plan, he wasn't just aiming to take over 5 regions. No, he wanted to become the true son of the card world, i.e., become a F-King Celestial. Not just anyone could do that, but with his origin card, anything was possible. He didn't have any privilege. This meant there was no way in hell he escaped the emissary of light by using the Devil Merchant Code's interrealm transfer function unless the emissary of light let him do so. Wyatt's fists clenched at his sides, having deduced that the emissary of light deliberately let Gideon Grimm go. And why? Because thanks to the Southern Princess, everyone in the card world knew Gideon Grimm was the harbinger of the second demon invasion, making the #1 on the list of most wanted in the card world. Instead of killing him, the emissary of light let him live because he wanted him to return with the second demon invasion. To kickstart his diabolical plan, he wasn't just aiming to take over 5 regions. No, he wanted to become the true son of the card world, i.e., become a F-King Celestial. Not just anyone could do that, But with his origin card, anything was possible. Wyatt let out a slow exhale, shaking his head. The emissary of light turned out to be far more ambitious than anyone had given him credit for. Even Wyatt, who had witnessed his rise and fall in Clown Mask's future vision, ended up underestimating his ambitions. After a brief pause, Wyatt suddenly reached out and patted Sansa's head, murmuring, "Good girl." Sansa stiffened. Her cheeks flushed crimson at the unexpected gesture. But more than that, she was confused. What the hell did she say to make him this satisfied with her? Still, she wasn't about to question it. Instead, she made a mental note to have her Paw clan investigate the rumors she had mentioned earlier. If Wyatt thought they were important enough to warrant his attention, she needed to understand why. But she wouldn't ask him directly. A tool didn't pry into its master's business. Wyatt suddenly smirked, bringing up her honeymoon. "You know what? About your honeymoon, don't limit yourself to venues within the card world. If there's a dungeon you like, I'll have Henrik's chauffeur you guys to that realm." Sansa's eyes widened in shock. "Really?" she asked, unable to believe her ears. Wyatt nodded, informing, "Yes. The information you just gave me was worth it. So when the time comes, don't hesitate to ask. I'll lend Henrik's to you." Sansa blinked, struggling to process his words with a mixture of shock, joy, and suspicion. She couldn't tell if this was genuine generosity or just another one of Wyatt's mind games. Still, she didn't reject the offer. Instead, she tilted her head slightly and studied him before casually throwing out, "And what about Ned? Should I kill him for you?" It was a test. Wyatt was full of surprises, and too many things about him felt too good to be true. She wanted to see how he'd respond. "No, don't get your hands dirty over something that'll just end up costing you your beloved's love." Wyatt waved off the idea like it was common sense. "Just drop him off in the busiest streets of any one of the region's capital cities. Let them handle the rest." He shook his head, exhaling in mock disappointment. "Honestly, I'm surprised I even have to teach you this stuff." He spoke so casually, like they were old colleagues, like they weren't mortal enemies. For a second, even Sansa almost forgot that they were. She blinked, snapping out of it before the illusion sank in too deep. "I'm sorry. I'll handle it properly," she said, giving a slight bow. Wyatt dismissed it with a flick of his fingers, already moving on. "Do you need a lift home, or just to the card world?" "Huh." Sansa's brows furrowed in confusion. She instinctively reached out with her intense sense, only to find that all the reverse gates were closed. She did not notice it before over the shock of freedom fighters' mass migration. Only now did she notice that she was cut off from the card world and trapped here in the Yellow Plains. With this realization, a chill ran down Sansa's spine. She had no idea what had happened outside while Wyatt had trapped her in his celestial rule domain. The realization made her heart hammer violently against her ribs. Her fear of Wyatt grew another mile. She hurriedly nodded, swallowing her pride as she desperately answered, "Yes, please," fearing if she answered even a second later, he might change his mind. Wyatt smirked, sensing her fear. "Don't be scared," he said, his voice smooth, too smooth. "As long as you stay useful to me, you'll live a full life." He blatantly lied. After all, a butcher doesn't warn the pig about what's coming before slaughtering it. That would spoil the meat. Wyatt didn't even blink as he said it. Because in his mind, Sansa was nothing more than a tool, one that would serve its purpose in helping him kill the emissary of light. And the moment she did, she was as good as dead. Did everyone settle into their new homes okay? Wyatt asked Henrik's as he overlooked the megapolis from the penthouse of its tallest building. The city stretched beneath him, a glittering maze of new beginnings. It was like a concrete jungle with tall buildings. Because all the buildings were a minimum of 100 floors, the entire city was divided into 3 layers, each with 3 areas as follows: top layer, core, inner wall, outer wall; middle layer, core, inner wall, outer wall; bottom layer, core, inner wall, outer wall. The houses in the core area offered beautiful views of the most sophisticated infrastructure and were close to many facilities. The outer wall area had beautiful views of the Lil Red Storm realm's vast red expanse. But as the city expanded, these would become part of the inner wall, while the inner wall area would slowly merge with the core area. All these factors counted into the pricing of the property. Thanks to the Hive Spirit's thoughtful and considerate city design, even the bottom layer would get sunlight in this realm where the sun doesn't set. and the middle and top layers had access to parks and nature on their own layers and areas. Since the entire city had a public teleportation array network for transportation, the distance wasn't a problem. For now, it was free, but once the city had its own economy, that wouldn't be the case. Meanwhile, bored and lonely, Daly was tinkering with the dungeon relocation apparatus, Hive Spirit assisting her as always. Her usual playmate, Seed, wasn't around. She had followed her mother, Dre, to help heal the injured freedom fighters. Fortunately, Wyatt had warned Dre that not everyone was a Viltronian/world calamity tree hybrid like him. Regular card apprentices wouldn't be able to handle pixie dust, they'd explode and die. So, she knew better than to overdo it, no matter how much the injured flattered her. She'd use just enough to heal them, and nothing more. That didn't mean it was easy for her, though. Dre was weak to genuine flattery and praise, a consequence of being abused by dark race customers in the Infinity Library for millennia. Thankfully, Seed was there to keep her in check. Yes, Her Highness Daly was very thorough in allotting housing to the members of the freedom fighters based on their merits and needs, Henrix answered gratefully. Meanwhile, watching as the departmental heads scrambled to set up their new offices and get the freedom fighters operational soon, there was no denying it. Everyone was genuinely moved by what Wyatt had done for them. Grateful didn't even begin to cover it. What impressed them most was the opportunity for growth. Members with larger families or bigger ambitions were allowed to take out loans for bigger homes than their past merits could afford. These loans would be slowly repaid with interest by working for Wyatt. It didn't feel like another temporary camp. It felt like an actual city, a place where they could dream of a better future. Good. Everyone, families and orphans alike, will get basic housing, food, healthcare, and schooling as a reward for their or their parents' past merits, Wyatt stated, his gaze still fixed on the megapolis below. But if they want more, they'll have to work for it. I'm not running a charity here. Henrix, now serving as vice leader of the freedom fighters, nodded solemnly. Wyatt was a busy man, still unfamiliar with the freedom fighters' inner workings. He couldn't be there for every little thing, and it would take time for the members to warm up to him, to speak freely without hesitation. Using Henrix as a bridge was the logical choice, at least until he found a better alternative. Master Wyatt, Henrix said, bowing deeply, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. Thank you for rewarding our cause and overlooking past grudges. Each one of us in the freedom fighters will never forget your generosity. We are forever indebted to you. Wyatt sighed, unimpressed. Flattery won't get you anywhere, he said, waving Henrix off. If you guys want more, go earn it yourselves. Henrix straightened, a little taken aback by Wyatt's remark. Then he realized their new leader did not like to be praised for his work. He would rather they show their appreciation through their actions than just words. By ceasing the second chance he had given to them. Take a few people and set up teleportation array points in Sky Blossom City. I've already informed Diana. She'll guide you to the locations, Wyatt ordered. There was no room for discussion in Wyatt's tone. For now, the teleportation system would be limited to Sky Blossom City, but soon, he planned to expand it to the entire southern region. Sure, Daly built a luxurious and beautiful megapolis, but it did not have an economy. It wasn't something one could build overnight. For now, the citizens of Freedom Megapolis would have to do with learning and earning from the VR universe and trading with the Sky Blossom City. Master Wyatt, are you sure? Henrix asked, his brow furrowing with concern. With our differences with the Southern Princess. He hesitated. The southern region was her territory, and opening Freedom Megapolis's first trade route there felt like painting a target on their backs. If the Southern Princess wanted revenge, they'd be sitting ducks. Wyatt, however, cut in before Henrix could finish. Don't worry. I don't know about the southern region as a whole, but Sky Blossom City? That's mine. The southern royal family has no authority there. His tone was calm but absolute, leaving no room for argument. Henrix exhaled, nodding in agreement. I understand, Master Wyatt. I'll get right on it. Even though Sky Blossom City was just a third-rate city, beggars couldn't be choosers. Establishing a functional trade route was vital for their city's growth, and at least this location made sense. After all, it was their leader's hometown. With that, he turned and left. The moment he was gone, Daly rushed up to Wyatt, arms crossed, a pout on her face. Wyatt, she huffed. Why did you set such high housing prices? Even the freedom fighters' finest don't have enough merits accumulated to buy a house in the top layer of the city. She gestured wildly as she continued, her frustration evident in her golden eyes. Most of the houses in the city mid-layer core and outer wall areas are still empty. Even the mid-layer's inner wall area and the core area of the bottom layer have plenty of vacancies. Not to mention the shops and commercial buildings. They're all empty. It's such a waste of space and resources. Daly wasn't just complaining for the sake of it. As things stood, the megapolis was a massive financial loss, not just for Wyatt, but for her too. Her celestial array formation had lost a small piece of land where it could have buried meteorites or asteroids it caught. Sure, compared to the surface array of the entire realm, the area taken by the city was insignificant, but a loss was a loss. After all, in a clothing shop, even a tiny, insignificant hole in a shirt could make customers refuse to buy it. Some would even call out the shop for trying to sell damaged goods. Wyatt, however, remained unbothered. If everything goes according to my plan, give it a month or two, you'll be complaining that the city is too small and that we need to expand, he said, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He didn't bother explaining his grand vision for Freedom Megapolis, a futuristic metropolis that would rival that fictional city on Mars everyone back on Earth dreamed of living in. Forget about the city for now, he continued. How far along are you in your study of the dungeon relocation apparatus? I've familiarized myself with the concept and principles behind how it works, Daly said confidently, her tone brimming with pride. With my understanding of the space rule, relocating even an SSS-ranked dungeon wouldn't be hard for me. She wasn't boasting, it was just a fact. After all, she was a celestial being, an array spirit, and a daughter-gem hybrid. Wyatt nodded, impressed but not surprised. What about the dungeon summoning apparatus I created by modifying the dungeon relocation apparatus? He asked, his voice genuinely hoping for a positive answer. As this was the key to jump-starting the economy of the Freedom Megapolis, and he needed to know if it was ready. Daly tilted her head, thinking for a moment before answering. The concept and mechanics behind it make sense to me. Soon she dejectedly admitted, but I'm still missing a few meanings of the space rule to pull it off completely. That said, no need to worry. I can compensate with my natural array formation to fill in the gaps. She straightened, confidence returning to her voice as she claimed. So as long as you get me the coordinates, I'll be able to open a dungeon gate to connect the two realms. But the rank of the dungeon will still depend on the soul energy density of the other realm where the dungeon gate has connected my realm to. That part is beyond my control. She wasn't making excuses, just being honest. Within a few months, she felt she could find and master space rule meanings she was missing to summon dungeons like the card world, but Wyatt didn't seem like the patient type. So she had to present him with the best possible alternative for now. Wyatt's face lit up as he pulled her into a big bear hug. I knew you could do it. You're the best, elder sister. He praised her wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, his thoughts drifted to Jill Norley. If he hadn't run into her, he wouldn't have figured out that the dungeon relocation apparatus could be modified into a dungeon summoning apparatus. He couldn't help but wonder what that curious but calculative woman was up to while father was busy building on the idea he stole from him. Daly, clearly pleased with herself, pulled back slightly, her eyes twinkling with excitement. So, she grinned. Do you want to test it out? How much resources do you need to set up the natural array formation to help you summon a dungeon? Wyatt asked, his tone practical and measured. He wasn't about to gamble away a fortune on something so unpredictable. The dungeon she summoned could be anywhere from E rank to SSS rank, and spending a ridiculous amount of resources just to end up with an E rank dungeon would be a waste. He'd rather hold off until he found a way to tilt the odds in his favor. Daly's cheerful expression dimmed slightly. A lot, she admitted, the smile fading from her face. For a celestial to say a lot, that alone painted a grim picture of how expensive this was going to be. Yeah, so let's not, Wyatt decided firmly. I'll have Henrik scout the realms and find a location with SS or SSS rank soul energy density. Once we have the right coordinates, you can use them to summon a high-level dungeon instead. That was the best plan for now. But truth be told, he had no idea how much coordinates really mattered in dungeon summoning. They'd have to experiment a few times to find out, and he could already see his wealth dwindling in the near future. Daly nodded reluctantly, But Wyatt could tell she was blaming herself for not having a complete understanding of the space rule meanings yet. Just as he was about to reassure her, telling her it wasn't something she should worry about, a figure suddenly teleported into the room. It was Luna. She had been hounding Dre and Seed non-stop, insisting that she needed to meet with Wyatt regarding the empty space project. Originally, she and Wyatt were supposed to work on it together, but after her sudden betrayal and Wyatt's escape from the Yellow Plains, they never got the chance. Now that the project was in its final stages, she figured a fresh perspective, especially Wyatt's unique eyes, might help her spot whatever she was missing. And if all else failed, she was sure Wyatt could get Sansa to reveal how she had planned to assist with the project when she had approached them to take over the freedom fighters, back when Henrix was away and the world leaders were knocking at their door. One way or another, Luna believed wholeheartedly that the Empty Space Project would play a huge role in building Freedom Megapolis's economy. Wyatt had to admit, when she framed it like that, it was worth hearing her out, especially since his own dungeon summoning plans using Daly's celestial prowess had hit a few roadblocks and funding issues. Luna hurriedly bowed to Daly with utmost respect, but just as she was about to turn to Wyatt, she froze mid-motion, her body going rigid. Daly suddenly spoke to her with a calm but piercing voice, asking, "Why does my brother hate you?" "Because I betrayed him, and everyone who cared for me," Luna admitted to Daly without hesitation. To mortals, Daly's presence felt divine. In her presence, it was nearly impossible to lie, unless one was truly devoid of empathy like a sociopath or a psychopath. At the same time, her boundless enthusiasm had a way of energizing those around her and putting them at ease around her. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for anyone to enjoy Seed's birthday party with a divine entity among them. Daly studied Luna, sensing the storm of emotions raging inside her. Gently, she consoled, "Now that you're here, don't get lost again." As a celestial, she could perceive far more than any mortal, though the way she interpreted emotions was entirely different. Luna hesitated but finally gathered the courage to meet Daly's eyes. "Yes, Your Highness," she murmured. She had never truly stopped to reflect on her betrayal, neither to the Southern royal family nor the Southern region. To her, they had simply been the price she was willing to pay to further her research into the empty space through Henrix's origin card. Because of this cost, she was always on her toes. Every moment she spent away from her research felt like a waste of the price paid to be here. That thought haunted her, driving her forward relentlessly. She never allowed herself to laze around or procrastinate because this opportunity had cost her everything. She couldn't let it all be for nothing. Even when she learned that the freedom fighters were cutting her department's funding, planning to take back the funds they had already provided, she hadn't wasted time whining or blaming others. Instead, she found a way to secure the resources she needed. Unfortunately, the freedom fighters' finances were already in shambles. Not even her early investment in VR Universe currency could keep them afloat for long. On top of everything, the freedom fighters had been forced to turn to the Southern royal family, and ultimately, to Wyatt, to survive. That, more than anything, made Luna confront her betrayal. It forced her to weigh her actions and ask herself, was it worth it? But in Luna's twisted logic, she comforted herself with the thought that betraying the Southern region and its royal family had only been a stepping stone for her empty space research. She had to think that way. Otherwise, she'd be no different from a fool who had gambled away their entire fortune, and their families along with it. "You sure you should be running around instead of locking yourself up in your lab?" Wyatt asked, eyeing her skeptically. "You do know your grandma's here too, right?" He wasn't looking for trouble, just hoping to avoid the inevitable family drama between Luna and the field marshal. Luna scoffed, crossing her arms. "Why? What she and I did isn't all that different. We both followed what we thought was best for us. For me, it was ambition. For her, it was patriotism. That's what drove us to switch sides." Her voice was nonchalant, but she wasn't fooling anyone. Her eyes gave her away. Daly stepped forward, her presence warm yet commanding. "Little girl, you don't have to force yourself to be alone," she said gently. "Now that you're with us, learn to share, both your fears and your ambitions. It's not selfish to chase your dreams, as long as you're the only one paying the price, not someone else." Her words settled over Luna like a quiet storm. Mistakes had been made. That much was certain, but letting herself off easy wasn't the answer. If she truly wanted to move forward, she had to find a way to repay those who had borne the cost of her ambition. The empty project is going to be my way of repaying those I've hurt, Luna said, her voice steady. Then, after a brief pause, she added, before I ask for your help and funding, you should know, I had an agreement with Henrik's. Once I complete the project, it's to be shared with the Southern royal family. I don't know if that arrangement still stands under your leadership. Does it? Wyatt leaned back, considering her words. Yeah, it does. But, are you sure the Southern royal family will forgive you with this? He understood why Luna had done what she did. Before he took over, the Southern region had no real future, nothing that would allow it to keep up with the other regions. See, betraying them was the only way for her to bring back their lost glory. Luna hadn't hesitated. She knew the risks. She knew her betrayal might amount to nothing. She knew she might go down in history as just another traitor. Yet, she did it anyway. I'm not doing this for their forgiveness, Luna shot back, crossing her arms. I'm glad the Southern region has you now, but that doesn't mean the rest of us get to sit around and do nothing. She fought to keep the irritation out of her voice. Explaining herself to Wyatt and his sister was grating, but she had no choice if she wanted to secure their help and funding. Otherwise, she was free to leave. Wyatt let out a slow sigh. Same old Luna. He knew he couldn't ignore her betrayal, but he also knew he had a choice. He could either stay stuck in the past or build something new with her, accepting who she was now. That said, he had no illusions about the future. People didn't really change. She'd probably make the same choices all over again. Fine. Send me all your progress and findings on the empty space so far. I'll go through them. I just sent it to your grimoire. Luna cut in eagerly, her voice tinged with impatience. She knew this step was unavoidable. No one would blindly invest in research. How long until I get your answer? Wyatt barely glanced at his grimoire before responding. No need to wait. You can get started now, but Daly will oversee the project. Use her abilities wisely. He had no doubt about Luna's intentions. She wasn't scheming or playing tricks. She just wanted to finish her research as quickly as possible and start applying it to everyday life. Luna hesitated for a moment before asking, "What about you?" She knew that if Wyatt were involved, he'd come up with ingenious ways to apply her findings in the real world. That was the whole point of her work, to turn theory into something tangible. Wyatt let out a small sigh. I'd love to join you guys, but something urgent just came up. I have to handle it personally. He gave Daly a quick nod, signaling her to transport him to his trophy section in the seed world. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.